5K No Limit Hold'em event. We are at the Horseshoe on the Las Vegas Strip. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters joining me as always for some exciting action. And the best part about today is that we get to see who makes the final table of this stacked event. 823 players entered, and of course, the final table will be 8-handed in this event. That'll be streaming tomorrow on PokerGO.com. But today, we're going to find out who is going to compete tomorrow for this beautiful payout. $660K up top. The top 9 get $51,000, and I'm sure we're going to get to that point later tonight. All right, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let us know if you're having a good time with the World Series of Poker so far. Let's have some fun with today's stream. Tim Duckworth there on set running the show as always. Donnie, this is a stacked feature table.
Oh yeah. We have a couple of Hall of Famers, Erik Seidel and Brian Rast. We have an elite high roller in Sam Soverel, so it should be a very fun day of play.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a cast of characters, including 2 Hall of Famers here, Erik Seidel and Brian Rast. Sam Soverel, if he keeps expanding on his current resume, most likely also heading that way at some point, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, he's in that cast of characters that is going to be in the conversation, to say the least.
Absolutely. A few new faces as well for us, which is of course the beauty of the World Series of Poker.
Where'd they write it?
We got Marash Leon here getting involved with Ace-8 offsuit, raising it up to 80K. Brent Hart, let's go of the, was that Ace-10? Missed that real quick there, but Sam Soverel here looking at Ace-10 himself, Ace-10 of clubs. Soverel just making the call in position. Brian Rast finding a really nice suited connector here on the button. Donnie, is this an opportunity for a squeeze play?
No, I'll probably just get out of the way here. Might have seen a flat had Rast been a bit deeper. Ooh, Thomas here. 2 jacks. The big.
That's trouble. Jacks is always trouble, Donnie. We know that.
He's got, what, 32 big blinds here?
We are down to the final 27 in this event. Like I said, started with 823 players, so these players have battled their way through a massive field already, and they're guaranteed to $21,000 as it stands. Aaron Thomas reaching for chips. He makes it $365,000. That should take care of Marash Leon. Donnie, how do you think Soverel is going to interpret this?
It's probably going to be read dependent. I mean, it looks like a pretty obvious squeeze spot. Obviously, Soverel, will have been playing with Thomas much more than him just popping up on our screen here. So, Sam has a pretty hand, but might just not be good enough here. So, but we'll see.
Cocktails, Red Bull, water.
There it is, the muck.
Thomas gets to pick this one up. Donnie, if you're Thomas there with Jacks, you get the squeeze play through. Are you going to be disappointed because Jacks is a pretty strong hand, or do you also find yourself being okay with this result?
24, right?
I think you're fine with it. I mean, also you would love to win a bigger pot all the time, of course, yes, especially with premium pairs. But, having to act out of position, if you get flatted in position, maybe jacks become a little bit trickier depending on what sort of texture you get out there. So I think it's fine with that result.
You know what the next pay jump is?
Yeah. I never look at it, bro.
That's crazy.
I'm trying to win.
I mean, I'm trying to win.
Never look. Never look.
I need 3rd place to break even, just FYI, everybody.
I thought you won $1 million last year in the bounty tournament.
That's what I'm saying. I still need 3rd place to break even.
Damn, what a life.
Did you get on the dice last night?
Yeah, just for a little bit.
I did it after day 1 for a little bit.
Oh, you won $1 million bounty?
Me? No, he's talking about.
Oh, you did?
Last year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's quite a hit.
Yeah.
Donnie, that's some information right there.
Good lick.
Yeah, from
It's
last
crazy. I had
year's
so many bounties.
WSOP
Dust,
Mystery
dust, dust,
Millions.
dust. And then the 7th bounty.
Shant was
was
one
when
of
I got
2
Lucky
$1
seven,
million
huh?
bounty winners.
I
Gotta
feel-
love
And
it.
it was
I
still
feel like
rich.
we
It was still
only
rich. There was 2
think about
millions
Matt
in
Glantz as the $1 million bounty winner.
500K.
Yeah, I mean,
bounty
one,
year.
he's a notable name already, so people are easy to attach the $1 million bounty to Matt Glantz. I think also it being the first that they did, he
Never
pulled
played
it.
one of those mystery, like,
The
1K
celebration that
buy-ins.
he had, the photos, that sort of
Play
stuff.
crap shit.
It's got to be quite the rush to fucking hit that.
Marashlian and Hart discussing some late night dice play. Of course, this is the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. There is action 24/7 in this town. It's always funny when you're at the WSOP in the late night hours. You'll always run into some players in interesting places in this town. Craps table being one of them. We got Jack, 9, 6, all clubs on the table here. Thomas with Ace Jack and the Ace of clubs. Erik Seidel doesn't have a whole lot going for him here with Queen 6. Seidel, of course, one of the greatest of all time, still doing it. I don't think you can find many people, Donnie, that love it more than Erik Seidel.
No, that's for sure. Seidel does make the call. Probably not going to love the fact that I would guess Thomas continues betting here. Top pair, top kicker strong, especially when you have checked. Okay, slowing it down a little bit. Does have the ace of clubs as well. Very nice to have.
Would you like to see Thomas continue there?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's just trying to get a little tricky here. I think you're fine to just continue to bet this one. Seidel checks behind.
Thomas here with top pair, top kicker, does have the best hand despite missing his flush on the river. He's going to bet out 250K. Action on Erik Seidel.
Yeah, that check. Yeah, I was going to say that check on the turn. He's probably going to get Thomas paid off.
Wow. Well done. Aaron Thomas raking in a nice one here. And Erik Seidel, Donnie, left with very little chips.
Seidel calls off that 250. He is now below 10 big blinds. Just over 9 big blinds for the Poker Hall of Famer and 10-time WSOP Gold Bracelet winner.
Blinds now at 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. Seidel on 10 big blinds. Finds himself in the small blind currently. It's going to be an important orbit for Seidel. Let's see if he can make something happen.
How many home games do you think they do this?
I
How many
know,
home
right?
games do you think they do this?
That's why it won't catch me. It won't catch me there.
Action here over to Rast. His turn to find jacks.
Raise to 80.
By the way, much love to everyone in the chat who is tuned in. Got lots of our regulars with us. Shout out to our moderators, Russell, Teddy, Christy. I see you all. Russell is in the house, of course, as always.
about that yesterday.
Yeah, you said 26. You lied.
I'm 33
Okay.
for another month.
You should
2
did
months.
lie about that yesterday. I forgot about that. Sheesh, big dog.
Ian Sharif says, it's nice to see Seidel, Rasty, and Soverel at the same table deep. Absolutely. Love that.
Raise to 80.
How much you got on the Celtics?
Not enough.
What's that?
Not
100K?
enough. Less.
Ace Jack of Spades here
Can't
for
find any good
Soverel,
action.
raising to
I understand.
80K. And
Like, I don't
The,
want
How do you
to
guys
pay.
look for good action? You don't want to pay the juice?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I'm looking for other people to want. Dallas, because I don't want to pay cheap.
Cut the middleman out.
Why pay 220 when I can pay 200?
Got it.
But on break, I found some game one action at minus 6.5 even. The same guy I bet the series.
NBA Finals talk is going to be the talk of the town, as always during the WSOP. Donnie, I know you're a Celtics fan. Do you have as much faith as Sam Soverel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty confident they're going to do all right. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if Dallas does pull it off. I mean, Luka and Kyrie are playing out of this world along with their role players.
That is 70.
Soverel here looking for a double up. Ace Jack of spades on Jack 8-6. It doesn't get much better than that. Hart, however, on the big stack here is going to come along with 4-5. Only a gut shot for him, Donnie. An offsuit 7 would be disaster for Soverel. 9 of hearts hits on the turn. Soverel, as you can see, 93% to win this hand. He has 600K behind. Soverel pausing here, taking some time. Comes with a sizable bet here. 200K by the looks of it. There it is, the fold from Hart, and Soverel chips up nicely, up to almost 1 million chips. Let's go into the chat. Are you on the Mavs or the Celtics for the NBA Finals, which are kicking off tonight? Sandwich is asking, when does the main event start? Not until July. So
For the game or for the series?
For the series, yeah. Oh, you were just talking about tonight.
I bet both.
What line you getting?
I don't know, man.
Wow. You big blind, right?
What are you looking
Big
for?
blind.
I need 40 more.
I prefer you tell me. And then we start there.
Donnie,
We'll figure it out. We got
Classic.
plenty of time.
gambler negotiation here.
Yep.
Whoever speaks first loses.
That's a raise to 80.
Cracks here raising. Barely looks like it because he only put his chips about 1 centimeter in front of his cards.
Action folding around to Hart in the small blinds. Looks as though Hart's the type of player who's willing to go to the streets, and he's showing off
Yeah.
right here.
I mean, Hart's getting in there. His nickname is Box. by the way.
Box?
That's what it says on the bio sheet. I like that.
Now I want to know
Shit's
why
hiding
it's
back there.
Box.
Yeah, will you push those back for me?
Nobody announced it. Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Damn AC.
10, 7, 8, 2 diamonds. Hart slows down here by checking. Donnie, when you take an aggressive line here from the small blind with a hand like a queen 6 of hearts, are you supposed to just slow down if you don't connect, or are you supposed to just, you know, go with that same
Well, he
mentality?
just called out of the small blind.
Oh, sorry, he called.
Yeah.
I thought he raised. I
No,
don't
he
know
just
why.
called.
I don't know why I thought that. All right, apologies. Let's move on. Grax
worries.
takes it down with a bet.
Your deer is coming right there. Good luck.
Thank you.
Obviously, we're coming in here, you know, a little bit cold, just given that we're picking this up, you know, on day 3 of the tournament. These players are going to have some history, some playing experience with one another. So it's going to be fun to kind of see how they feel each other out and how they interact with each other.
Yep. Yep. Raise to 80.
Thomas with king 3 of diamonds comes in for the raise. If you're just tuning in, this is day 3 of the event. The final table will be tomorrow on PokerGO.com. We're gonna go late tonight. We're gonna go until the night is done. So we're gonna really learn more about these players and get ourselves set up for tomorrow's final table stream with $660,000 up top for the winner. So if you're tuned in right now, you're gonna get the full story, which in my opinion is always the most fun way to follow a poker event, when you get to sort of find out how they got there and what sort of rivalries are building. In action now on Brian Rast with king queen in the big blind.
Call.
He's gonna come along and make the call.
Heads up.
Rast.
Check. Bet 65. Fold.
Rast is just gonna let it go here. Thomas flopping big draw. Blind still at 20K, 40K with the 40K big blind ante. Let's have a look at the chat here. Seeing lots of Celtics fans. Donnie, the Backstreet's back all right is asking if you're playing the main event again this year.
Yeah, planning to. Hopefully I'll be able to get out there. We're gonna have a clash here.
Oh boy.
And these are two of the biggest stacks. Look at this.
2 of the biggest stacks with 2 monster hands.
Also could have some interesting dynamics because Thomas, excuse me, has been pretty active so far here in the early goings. And now he picks up a nice looking ace-queen suited.
The raise to 80K now being contemplated by Marashlian.
Raise 250.
Took his time before making it 250 in position. Now, Donnie, when this action comes back around to you, if you're Thomas, how do you sort of continue here? Because I feel as though you can easily get put into some really tough situations.
You can. First, it's going to be on cracks here with 2 8s.
Oh, wow.
Ace is going to give it up.
Yep.
Okay. I think you're fine to just call here. You know, I don't think you need to put in a 4-bet here and have to possibly play something pretty ballooned pot out of position here. Certainly, you know, you're a very big stack. You're going up against another big stack. Like, you don't want to have some sort of catastrophe where things just go completely sour and, you know, you basically destroy all of your equity. But then again, you also, you know, I don't think you just want to fold ace-queen suited. I mean, that's just too good of a hand.
And he is going to come with the call.
Heads up.
King right in the window. Top set for Marashlian. Going to be hard for Thomas to continue now. Not even a single club out there.
It's funny, too, because if you're Marashlian, you're thinking, well, this sort of limits my opportunity to make any money here. Marashlian is going to continue here with top set. Is that just because there's 2 diamonds out there? You just want to charge. There's still chances he has ace-king in some situations here.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't think he has ace-king, but I mean, you're going to charge, you know, some diamond draws if he does have that. There's maybe some kings, you know. I mean, obviously king-queen is maybe in there, king-queen suited. Maybe if he's got a hand like 2 10s that he decided to flat, maybe he comes along for one street given such a small bet. Also, it's not just, you know, denying equity to some draw hands. You're just trying to build a pot, right? You got top set, so let's go. You know, let's just start betting. Try and get this pot nice and big with my hand for value.
Thomas is giving it some thought, but perhaps that was just a bit of Hollywood before he lets it go, because ace-queen of clubs on that board does not give you a whole lot of potential. Erik Seidel here, probably running some numbers as he's clearly trying to figure something out here. A little wide angle shot here as we are situated in what I like to call the main room with the main stage. When the main event crowns its winner later in July, that's going to be in this very room. This is our horseshoe table from which we will be streaming, I feel like, almost every day during the World Series of Poker. New and improved compared to last year, Donnie. I'm excited to see the improvements we've made.
Yeah, I like it. Set looks better. I know it's much more spacious up there for the players. Got an upgraded table as well, so a few more bells and whistles this time. See Hart coming in here, ace-8 off.
Not a whole lot of table talk going on at this table. Everybody seems to be locked in, eyes on the prize. Of course, tomorrow a gold bracelet will be up for grabs.
Hart takes that one down. I mentioned his nickname is Box. Hart out of Los Angeles, California. He went to Cal Berkeley. He's a poker pro. He's married with 1 daughter. Says his hobbies, he's a softball dad.
The next page up
Softball
is
dad.
24 to
Yeah, I mean,
23.
he's all.
Yeah,
he seems to be all about his daughter Mercy
It seems like they like to
playing
win one
softball
after
at
or
Howard
first.
University. All conference as a freshman.
Wow.
4th in RBIs, 6th in batting average. He
First
looks pretty
level
damn
is
good to me.
He knew that off
Not
the top
knowing.
of his head.
Second level is
yeah,
knowing
come
but
on.
not giving a fuck.
That's me.
Yeah. But the third level is knowing and giving a fuck.
Also me.
Haven't made it there yet, but one day I hope to.
I think Brian Rast is one of the few top players in the world who can still somehow fly under the radar just because how he sort of blends in sometimes. He wears the hoodie. He doesn't really, you know, have a splashy appearance. He sort of looks like an everyday guy. So unless you follow poker, you might get owned by Brian Rast on day 1 of some tournament, not even realizing this guy's in the Poker Hall of Fame.
All that.
And look at this. Thomas applying pressure on Erik Seidel. Oh, look at this. All in and a call. Thomas applying the pressure with Queen 5, knowing Seidel is going to need to find a hand, and finding a hand he does. Ace-King of Hearts for Erik Seidel, all in for 305K. Beautiful spot here for the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah. Still not out of the woods yet. Of course, plenty of equity when you got 2 live cards, as does Thomas.
Here comes the flop. Oh, 6 in the window. Queen and a jack behind it. For a second there, I thought that Thomas had Queen 6. He did have Queen 5, and a Queen followed. So Seidel now looking for an ace, a 10, or a king to survive here. Odds basically flipped. Thomas now 63% to win this. And a 10 on the turn is going to give Seidel the check mark. He hits a Broadway straight and is going to get a nice and much needed double up here.
My first
Donnie.
feature table, right? I gotta sweat it out. I gotta sweat this flop off.
It's always a sweat on the TV table. Come on.
Donnie, give us some insight here on Thomas's move to apply that pressure with the Queen 5.
Yeah, pretty standard there.
Okay.
You know,
How do you have that hand
any
there?
sort of like Broadway card and a little card, I would just be jamming. You're blocking some premiums with that queen. You're unblocking hands that can, the 8-9s of the world example.
If the queen has to hit.
I think it's fine.
Pretty good flop for him.
You gotta wait for
Especially with how
production to see
short
the check
Seidel
marks
is.
and just be like, all right, feel the river.
Even
and
with that
just
double up
deal
for
it.
Seidel, I mean,
They telling you when to do
yes,
it?
he's out of the sub 10 big blind danger zone, but he's certainly not out of the woods yet. 16 big blinds for him now. Target finds King 10 suited
Poker
to
news.
the gun.
Where's that clock
Him
at?
to come in with a raise here.
Going back to Seidel there for a second. Winning his first bracelet back in 1992. Of course, he came close to that main event win a few years prior. Then he got one in 93, in 94, 98, 01, 03, 05, 07. And then, of course, the huge gap to 2021 when he won that online bracelet, followed by a win at World Series of Poker Paradise in 2023.
Another good hand here, another good spot for Seidel. There it is, the jam. This time ace queen suited.
Brent Hart, knowing that King 10 of hearts, not the type of hand to get involved with here. And Seidel wins 2 in a row and is right back in it. Donnie, 20 bigs deep in a WSOP event, that's sort of all you really can hope for.
Yeah, 20 bigs in a dream.
If you look at the chip counts at the top of your screen, you can see that Mirage Leon with 2.7 million has a big chip lead at this feature table. I say feature table because, in case you're just tuning in, this is day 3. There are 3 tables still in play. This is an 8-handed tournament, so a little more leg room for the players.
Yeah, the World Series of Poker, they certainly deserve their flowers for... They relocated the daily deep stacks events that has opened up a lot of space across both Paris and Horseshoe.
Raise to 80,000.
No more 10-handed play, at least so far. You know, a lot of tournaments have been able to play 8-handed and 9-handed, which the players have absolutely loved, myself included. So that's a big, big step up from recent years, and you love to see it. It's great work by them, for sure.
Huge hand here for Rast, raising it up with kings. Mirage Leon, of course, having a few thoughts here. One of those being, I could just flop a set and bust a Poker Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think the tricky spot here for Mirage Leon is, given that he's in the small blind and not the big blind. If he's in the big blind, maybe he just rips it against Rast and says, let's go, let's play for your chips. But given the fact that he still has heart behind him in the big blind,
Raise it up.
3-bet here. Get heart out of the way.
A7 off in the muck. Action back on Brian Rast. The 3-bet here is to 275. Rast
Feels to me that was like an isolation 3-bet. You know, like you don't want to just raise bigger or jam to get Rast all in because you still have heart behind you. You know, if there's no player behind you, maybe you just say, okay, Rast, we're all in. You know, let's play for your 15 big blinds or whatever it is.
575 all in.
All in.
575
Total
all in
525?
for Brian Rast.
75.
I believe.
575?
Mirage
I
Leon.
think at this point you just have to call.
Yeah, priced in
Look,
for
yeah.
sure. Mirage Leon looking good against high cards, not looking so good against pocket kings. Brian Rast here looking for a nice little double up with 1.2 million in the middle. Huge spot right here for Brian Rast. Erik Seidel is the one standing up, Donnie.
It's the Poker Hall of Fame sweat, you know?
All right, Mirage Leon looking for a 6 to end Brian Rast's run in
No
this
limit.
event.
5K no
This would
limit.
be a great pot for Rast to win. Would get him up over 30 big blinds if he can hold here.
27.
Got the good old TV table sweat going on. Players generally not a fan of the delay, but we gotta hype it up, and here comes the flop. It is 9 deuce 3 2 spades. Rast has got the spade, the higher spade. Morashlian looking for a 6 and a 6 only to send Rast to the rail. 5 on the turn, opens up a backdoor straight draw. 6 outs now for Morashlian. Rast not happy to see the additional outs pop up on screen. Here comes the river. It is the queen of clubs, and Brian Rast fades a few outs there to secure a rather comfortable double up here on day 3 of this event. We are down to the final, I want to say we're 27, 25, somewhere in that range. We will cover this event until the day is done tonight, so if you're just tuning in, better get that popcorn ready. Might be looking at a stacked final table tomorrow, which will be on PokerGO.com.
Morashlian, excuse me, was able to absorb that hit, having so many chips, so not the worst blow to him. We'll know when we get down to the final 24 players, because they will do a 3-table redraw. So once the tournament staff comes up here and pauses things, that's when we know we're down to 24. Still above that mark right now.
Went right in there. Went right in.
I'm sure these players really didn't want to see those kings hold for Rast. I mean, given that guy 30 big blinds to work with here, I'm sure he's going to be quite the handful now going forward. Probably going to start things off right here with this ace-6 of clubs.
Raise to 80.
Brian Rast, 25.6 million in career tournament earnings, 8.9 million of which came during the World Series of Poker. But with today's result, no matter where he finishes, he's going to eclipse that $9 million mark.
Winner of the first ever Super High Roller Bowl. $7.5 million for that one.
Little quiz question for those watching at home. Who was at the final table of the first ever Super High Roller Bowl? 500K buy-in back in 2015. Donnie and I were there on the floor providing updates of that event. Surreal experience. At the time, of course, behind only one drop, the second biggest buy-in in poker history. Back when there was a dress code, Donnie.
Yeah.
And they were all wearing button-up shirts.
I know.
No,
I like
no hoodies allowed. We should bring that back.
For an event like that,
Yeah.
you know, you could certainly make it nicer, dress it up, no pun intended.
Much love to everyone in the chat. We're going to try to answer your questions. If you have those, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel and turn on the notification bell, because we have daily highlights from the WSOP. We have 2 shorts a day on our channel, especially focused on the 2024 WSOP. And Donnie and I will be doing almost daily commentary here on YouTube of some of your favorite events. Of course, a little blend there between PokerGO action and action on our YouTube channel. So today's aim, 1,000 likes. Let's see if we can get there. I'm pretty confident that we will.
Another pair here for Morocco, this time 5s. Heart calls in position. Let's see if Rast decides to come along or not from the big blind.
Just under 2, you start?
That's pricey for Rast. Only needs to call 1 big blind to see a flop here 3-handed. 3 ways, I should say. 10-6-9, 2 diamonds on the flop. Rast does connect with this one.
26 or 25.
Donnie, when you connect on a board like this in a 3-way pot, how do you assess the situation? Because being out of position, it is probably still easy to get carried away here, because ultimately,
Texas.
you know,
I'm
your
from
hand
Texas, but I live in Colorado.
is not a made hand yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to approach it with some relative caution, not go
It'll
too
be my first
crazy.
time.
Starting things off with a check
Is it
is
good?
certainly fine. Once this ace comes down on the board, I would imagine Rast is
That's what I hear.
probably
That's
done
out,
with the hand. Heart, as we can see,
Not
takes the
pairs, huh?
lead. Morashlian does have that 5 of diamonds in his hand. He was the original pre-flop raiser, so see if he wants to take a stab or if he's just going to continue to shut this one down. Looks like he is going to take a stab. I like this. That's a good card for him, you know, for his range, for where he was coming in with the raise. Still has some kind of emergency outs with that 5 of diamonds there. Hart makes the call. Rast, I would imagine, is going to get out of the way here.
Now, when you're Mirage on here betting, Donnie, what's your game plan? Because of course, the ace is also likely to be part of the ranges of your opponents.
Yeah, and I mean, your game plan's probably going to depend on what sort of river card you get, right? Rast is still thinking about this one. Rast might be thinking Mirage Leon should bet this card, and he did, right? You know, he should bet an ace on the turn like this in a lot of spots. So that's kind of expected in a way. But then he's got to factor in Heart made the call in position. So what's that guy doing with it? Do I want to turn my hand into some sort of bluff here? How do I want to go with this? He ultimately decides to give it up. I feel like he had like the spidey senses going, you know, like this I could maybe do something here.
River card is the king of spades. Hearts ace is going to be best here. The question now is Mirage Leon going to try and send it here on the river? Does it make any sense to stab again here, Donnie, or is it too likely for your opponent to have some sort of ace here?
I would probably shut it down.
Check, check.
Check, check. Pretty
I
quick
pair
check
five.
back from Heart.
Got an ace. What I do if you do your old famous 285?
Good at what?
I said, I don't know what I do if you do your old famous 285.
I know what you do.
Snap.
I know what you do.
What do you do? What do you do, bro?
Probably likes to call.
Snap what?
Same thing.
Snap what?
Call.
Snap fold.
You said 285?
Yeah.
It's not call,
Interesting
bro.
that
I don't know about
Shit.
snap fold.
Heart didn't think about that one a little bit longer. You know, possibly think about a value bet.
600, then
That's different.
I might be
285
pretty
was
safe
it.
in that
280 I
spot
might
against
call.
A
285.
queen jack doesn't have one. You hold the jack, so you're blocking that too.
280 I'm out of
Leon
here.
has the pre-flop raiser. I would guess might continue flopping an open-ended straight draw. Not that he ultimately needs to bet the hand, but just the fact that it was a snap check back, right? Another pair, back to sixes for Mirage. He's just going to get a pair every hand, I guess. Sixes 2 hands ago. He doubled up Brian Rast. Then he had fives on the last hand, lost the pot to Brent Hart. And now he's got a couple of sixes, races again. Hart's got another good one, this time a little bit better. Ace Queen.
Raise to 175.
Gonna elect to 3-bet this one. Mirage Leon made it 80,000. Hart kicked it up to 175,000. And Brian Rast finds Ace King off in the small blind.
Donnie,
Rast working on 30 bigs here.
when the good players get the good cards, it somehow feels a little bit unfair, but yet here we are. Brian Rast finding ace king, facing a 3-bet from Hart. Rast out of position. What's the most likely scenario here, Donnie, for Rast as far as sizing goes?
All in. I mean, I can see a non-all-in 3-bet, maybe at some frequency, but 30 big blinds. Fine with ace king off. Ace king suited, maybe he chooses something different.
Rast very deliberate as always. Bit of a glance, bit of a stare, looking at stack sizes, and he does move all in. And Grax with ace jack of hearts again, folding the pocket eights earlier.
Yeah, it's a couple. It's like Grax is like, you know, he's been playing pretty snug, and he just hasn't been able to get involved. And then when he does pick up a hand, there's all this crazy action in front of him. He can't play.
But it's kind of lucky because if his position is slightly different, he does get involved, and it's costing him a lot of chips.
Of course.
It's close. It's close.
This is probably a bit too much here for Hart to call off. Rast all in for just over 1.2 million, so just over 30 big blinds. Represents, what, 60% or so of Hart's stack. I mean, this would be a very, very big call in the hopes that he has. I mean, you're hoping that he has like 2 jacks and you're flipping. I mean, what else can he really have here?
Pocket 10s over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he's hoping.
Is this where a player like Brian Rast gets a benefit from being Brian Rast and people thinking, oh, this guy is a top pro, this guy must be aggressive, maybe I still have a flip here.
Jacks.
Yeah. Look at Brian Rast. I think Brian Rast knows that his opponent isn't that strong, and he's like trying to get a call in a way.
Get to see it later.
That is true.
Why you tell me now?
Yeah, it's easy to think, you know, you get any sort of experienced pro at
read
your
that,
table,
yeah.
especially someone of Brian Rast caliber, and you just think like, oh, they're just putting a
Easy
move
to give you a
on.
little
They're putting a
crazy
move, you know, and you
thing.
can talk yourself
Nah,
into
that was
to
not a courtesy tank.
making some
That was
calls
a-
that are out of character. Or, you know, you do things that are just generally out of
A6 could have been
character.
good.
Sometimes the best approach against
Look at that king
very,
queen
very
suited.
good players is just to kind of keep it straightforward. Not trying to get too galaxy brain with
Were you
things.
suited?
And a lot of times, listen, good players can get hands too, as we saw
Got-
there, as
sure
we
got
saw
a lot of
earlier when you picked up 2
questions,
kings.
but Not many answers. I ain't got an answer yet, bro. I've been fishing all day. Unanimous
what you got.
responses. I'll tell you later. Right? Later is come and gone.
I asked as many questions as you
Yeah,
did.
later
You
has
asked me
come and
one
gone.
question. Do I have 10s? And I replied with
It was a
question.
general statement,
You
not
have
just for
jacks,
you.
you
It
know?
wasn't just for you.
Sounded like maybe you're, you know, jacks beat 10s. Like,
That was my
You
thought
know?
too, bro.
that was the first thing I thought of.
You definitely get
I have
the
a feeling
sense
it
that
wasn't jacks though,
Heart's
because I
comfortable
think
at
you
the table,
probably
comfortable on
Like,
this
we'd
stage.
be seeing some
this deep
cards
in
if
the tournament.
they're your jacks.
I would have folded Jack.
For sure.
We're optioning on here under the gun. King 10 suited puts in the raise to 8,000.
Can you get kings that close to each other?
I mean, it's difficult but possible.
You guys get some big fucking hands.
Anyone can do it.
I'm looking for like 8s over here.
You ready for that basketball
Says the
game?
man
You ain't
who
worried
doubled
about
up with the aces.
Hey, the hand before, I doubled him
Yeah.
up with 7s.
this. Big lay
I
down.
doubled up
Big
on
lay
the last
down.
400,000.
Big lay down.
What happens in tonight? 8:30?
Usually around 5 something. Yeah,
Try to listen
Eastern
up
time.
some of this table talk. Donnie,
Right?
I get a sense
5:30.
that this table,
I have no
for the
idea.
most part, has been playing together for many hours.
I know I have minus
Yeah.
6.5 even.
Man, you trying to get some action, man.
Thomas did defend here. Good flop for Marashlian. Flush draw, also his
I'm waiting
king
to
and
watch
center
the.
both
I'm
overcards to the
waiting to
board.
watch the softball game.
75.
The softball game.
Oklahoma and Texas national championship.
He's a softball dad.
Yeah.
He's all about
This
it.
has to be right for softball.
Yeah,
You got action on it?
number 1 versus 2. You know what? I don't think they allow you to bet on it, but the line would probably be about minus 300 for Oklahoma today.
Oklahoma, I think, has won the softball World Series 3
You
years in
want
a row, going
-325?
for their 4th. I believe I heard that stat the other day.
Joking,
Thomas
right?
decides to call.
I'd take it.
6 clubs.
I'd really take it.
Going to give the check
Texas
mark to
number 1.
Marashlian here. He makes that flush right away. Curious if Thomas has
It should let you bet on it.
tricky aspirations here. Given this sort of texture, this might connect with a
That is
big
a lot
blind
of big-
flatting
lot of
range.
big
He does
action.
come with a lead here, but he's going to step
That
right
should be
into it
solid
because
530,
his
right?
opponent has a king
Probably
high flush.
545.
He's got a good poker face right now, does Marashlian, but
They're
this
gonna-
guy,
they
I'm
would
telling
do
you,
the thing,
he's
right?
doing cartwheels
I don't think
inside. Like, oh my God, he's leaning
Like,
into
a
me
few
right
minutes,
now.
few minutes.
Let's
11,
go.
12 minutes late. I think this one's a little slower.
Marashlian just praying
Take
that
the
somehow
max
he
plus
has like a
10,
7-6,
plus
a
7.
9-6. Maybe he has a straight with a
I would
club,
too,
you know,
yeah.
stuff like that.
Really?
I think they're getting blown out, but +7 even. 11.
Now, I know you're a big
Max
fan
gonna get
of
blown tonight?
building the pot,
Like I said,
Donnie,
I have minus 6.5.
but this feels
Oh,
like
at
one
7,
of those
I'll take
scenarios where
it.
slow playing is the name of the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, and it's, you know, you have your opponent that is doing the betting for you. No need to scare him just yet. 5 on the river here. good card for Marashlian because there can be some 4s and some 8s in the range of Thomas. He can also represent 4s and 8s more so than Marashlian as an early position raiser probably can. So let's see if Thomas continues to try and tell this story.
I'll take my house plus 6.5.
You know, if Thomas thinks that Marashlian could have a hand like ace king with the king of clubs, ace king with the ace of clubs, stuff like that, then he might just barrel off here once again.
Figure it out. We'll be in time.
Nothing crazy.
From Thomas's perspective,
From the
Donnie,
sweat.
Here he comes. And you could even put hands like, I mean, let's say Marashlian has like 2 red jacks. I mean, it's a really tough spot, right? So,
wow, absolute dream scenario here for Marashlian. Thomas, who had a absolute pile of chips earlier, doubled up Erik Seidel, and now caught with his hand in the proverbial cookie jar as he bets 375.
he's only got 800 behind, so Marashlian certainly could just ask for it all here.
All in.
There it is.
Disaster for Thomas, who of course wasn't winning at Showdown no matter what, but it must be deflating having to surrender this many chips this late in the tournament. And look at this, the stack sizes right now. Thomas now has fewer chips than Erik Seidel.
Yep. I mean, I don't hate the idea there from Thomas. You know, I think he's trying to take advantage of a board he probably feels like connects more with him, having cold called the raise out of the.
I didn't know you were that savage, man.
Early position pre-flop raiser, but of
Said I
course,
need third
Marashlian
place,
with the
man.
flush.
All right, go
Remember, I need
check
third
this
place.
out. Scan the QR code on your screen and start your path to poker mastery. A fun, social, and affordable way to learn poker. Join the growing Octopi tribe at octopipoker.ai. Nick Schulman and Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, 2 of the main brains behind this operation. Let me tell you, you got to go check it out.
else
A
am I
great way
supposed
to
to do?
learn
Raise
to
queen
become a
suit?
better poker player. Donnie and I are both signed up,
Nice spot.
and I must say I am very impressed.
I don't know if I can fold that.
Back to the table here. Blind still 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. If you're just tuning in, let us know where you're watching from. My name is Remko Rinkema.
shouldn't
Donnie Peters
fold it,
alongside me in the
right?
booth. We're going to cover
60%
day 3 of this event until the night is done. When that'll be is up in the air because they are playing down to a final table of 8, or they play a certain amount of levels. We'll see which point we reach first. But for now, lots of poker left to be played. Thomas, fresh off of losing a big one, finds 6s in the small blind. Wouldn't be surprised to see him move in here on Seidel's big blind.
All in.
All there it is.
Announces all in. Seidel with 1 overcard.
safe.
It's so funny, Donnie, and we see this a lot covering these tournaments. Seidel and Thomas have very, very similar stacks. However, from a mindset perspective, they are in sort of opposite corners of the room right now.
Yep. Seidel lost some chips early and then got a double up, so in a way he's feeling on the up and up. Thomas, on the other hand, failed bluff attempt, excuse me, a couple hands ago, so he might be feeling like things are going the opposite direction.
8 of clubs is going to be the blind. 8 of clubs.
I wasn't 100% sure, but I felt like it was not a picture.
So, 80 clubs.
8 of clubs.
Players are in money. They're collecting about
Deep in the money.
deep in the money. They're collecting about 20 to 25K right now as we are awaiting the redraw for the final 3 tables.
Yeah, the top 124 players placed in the money in this event, 823 entries to start. Just shy of 10K for a min cash. And then as Remko mentioned, these players here guaranteed $21,468 right now. walk here for Marash Leon. Had some deep runs by some notable players. Jeffrey Farnes, 36th place, former WSB main event final tableist. Ian Matakis, the reigning WSB Player of the Year, took 37th place. Remko knows this next person really well. Kenny Hollard.
Oh, yeah.
39th place for Kenny. Ethan Yao, a.k.a. Rampage, got 47th. Adam Hendricks, 53rd. Ryan Reese, 57th. Right after him, John Juwanda.
Wow.
He's been out here grinding. 56th place for him. Jake Schwartz, 66th. And then Nick Schulman, 69th among those to finish in the money in this 5K.
Did Juwanda bring his almonds today?
Keep looking at
Good
this
question.
thing
You know what, though?
like
He
this.
hasn't been playing with the mask, which he normally plays on, so it looks a little weird at first.
Huh.
Because he always would have the mask when he plays, you know?
Yeah. John Juwanda once told me, and this is probably, this might be 15 years ago that he told me. He said he would bring 8 almonds when he goes to play a tournament, and that's all he would eat for the day during play. And I know, Donnie, you're a big fan of, not having big meals or eating heavy during play to keep your brain fresh. But Juwanda was the first one to ever tell me that this is how he stays focused.
Yeah. Raise here from Thomas, 80,000 out of the cutoff seat. Hart's got King Jack off from the
80?
big blind. Yes, sir. Gonna defend. King 9-6 with a couple of clubs. Hart connects here. Top pair, Jack kicker. Not much there for Thomas. Thomas might want to continue on this type of texture, though. We'll see. $220 out there. He comes with 75,000. Check raise from Hart. Hart says, you know what, let's just try and get this money in now.
300.
Thomas just continues to see his stack dwindle, just can't really make anything happen. Again, can't really fault anything that he's done so far. It just hasn't worked out his way. The jam from the small blind against Erik Seidel would have done that. He loses to ace-king. He runs into a bigger hand. Don't mind the bluff that he tried to pull against Marash Leon. There, I think that's a type of flop that you're just going to see bet with pretty much everything that you raise pre-flop with, and he just runs into top pair good kicker. So it's like, what are you going to do in this spot?
Sometimes things just develop in a way that you find yourself committed to making certain moves, and so far things not working out for Thomas. But hey, still got chips, still in this thing.
Raise 80.
Seidel out of the cutoff, queen 6 suited. Comes in with the raise. Feels a little interesting to see Hart put a 10-8 suited into the muck, given earlier he called out of the small blind with queen 6 suited. Soverel is going to come along from the big blind with a couple of ducks. King 5-3 flush draw for Seidel.
These guys both very similar stacks. Soverel probably the unhappiest with the flop. It's hard to be happy when you have deuces. And he quickly lets it go, allows Seidel to chip up some more, and Seidel has been hovering around the 20 big blind mark while Soverel has been trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, those two are going to have a lot of experience playing with each other. They're regularly in the PokerGO studio battling against one another. Brian Rast will have some experience as well, but he's not in there as often as Seidel and Soverel are, but you know, he'll still have plenty of experience with those guys.
Yeah, I do.
It definitely flashed.
I still don't think Sebastian Grax has entered a pot yet. We'll see if that. He had two decent hands. He had ace jack once. He had pocket eights once, but with the action that had occurred in front of him, he had to get out of the way. So not entirely his fault. He just hasn't had the opportunity to get involved yet. Mirage Leon push the action here.
If you're Mirage Leon, with the big stack that you have, would you encourage him being more aggressive, or because you have this many chips, you don't really have to force the action, you know, because there's stacks surrounding you that have opportunities to reshove?
Yeah, I think you're fine to just drive the action. You know, no one's been going too crazy at this table, so as long as things open up in front of you, people get out of the way, especially when you have something like this in late position, I think you can get involved. Here, given how deep Hart is, maybe he calls this. I know it's not the most ideal thing to play out of position, but he's going to give it up. Keep in mind that is twice now that Hart has 3-bet Mirage Leon. He did it with the ace-queen off earlier. That's when Rast ended up finding ace-king and jammed. Hart ended up getting away from it. There he did it again, so Mirage Leon probably making a little mental note of those two occurrences, you know. A couple of times I tried to open it up in late position, and this guy to my direct left is coming with the 3-bet, so ace-jack off for the 10-time WSOP gold bracelet winner, Mr. Erik Seidel. Makes it 80,000. Hearts in there with king 10. Soverel out of the way, but not before shooting Seidel a little look there with the ace-5.
Grax, who, like Donnie mentioned, hasn't entered the pot yet and remains patient, which of course is one of the virtues in the game of poker. Well done by him, not trying to force something at this stage in the event. Heads up here as Jack 8 delivers in the best possible way for Erik Seidel. The only thing missing from Seidel's hand is the ace of spades.
Very, very small here. About 20% pot from Seidel. Comes with 50K into 260. Nothing there for Hart. He's out of the way.
Seidel casually back up to over 1 million chips. If you're with us in the chat, please let us know who you are rooting for at this table. You can only imagine we have our fair share of Rast and Soverel fans, maybe some Seidel stands as well.
Yeah, we do also have Sammy Beshahead still in the tournament. Sammy was the winner of the NAPT main event at Resorts World last year in November, I believe, when they returned. Nate Silver is still out there battling. Yeah,
Mr. Stats himself.
Yeah, had a big stack coming into today. He is still out there as well. Eddie Ochana's still playing one of the bigger stacks. Eddie Ochana has been around playing WSOP events for quite some time, often playing PLO, but here he is in a 5K no-load hold'em. He's made some final tables. Taylor Black is out there as well.
600, 650.
At some point, we're either going to redraw when there's 24 left, or they're going to rotate tables. You know, do the rotation of the tables for gaming regulations, so we're not just showing one table and everyone's hole cards. Like to mix it in so it's more of an even playing field for everyone.
But Donnie, how could you upset the viewers like that by moving one of these top players off the featured table?
Well, maybe they'll come back.
Okay.
You never know.
Grax, by the way, the coolest name at this table,
I'll tell you where else if I'm not
decides to limp in. Perhaps just wanting to see at least the flop here on
Yeah.
the feature table.
Thomas probably going to jam here.
You like PLO, right?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Good times, huh?
Yeah.
There it is. Once again, Grax is just denied at trying to enter a pot. I mean, he just hasn't had the opportunity to get in there at all. This guy could be the best player in the world, and we
Yeah.
just have no idea.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
Brian Rast, Poker Hall of Famer, just picking up monster hands. Meanwhile, to his direct left, the Frenchman not being as fortunate up until this point. Christy says, I can't decide between Rast or Seidel. Well, you don't have to choose just yet. You can just root for both players at this point.
Higher variance, that's right.
Yeah, much higher.
Sutler Creek Live says, 1 week out until I join the fun. Let us know in the chat if you're coming out to Las Vegas this summer. Let us know where you're playing. Let us know what your schedule is. And please, if you make a deep run, let us know about it. We are on Twitter. We are always rooting for our fans to do well.
5 card is
And if you see us in the hallways, please do not hesitate to give us a shout.
too much fun for anyone's good.
Right.
Brian Rast, 10-7 of hearts. Wasn't 10-7 Daniel Negreanu's favorite hand back in the day?
I'm sure everybody here has played
I believe it was 10-7 off, too. I don't know why I think that, but yeah, 10-7.
Back in the day, when favorite hands were still a thing.
Online.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably going to see Rast start to open things up a little bit more. You know, he's got some chips now, so
I have 6 card now, too.
as long as the
but
situations
Yeah.
present themselves, Rast should get active.
I want to say Hard Rock offered it. They had some sick games. Seminar.
6 card Omaha? 6 card PLO, yeah. I never heard of that. They had a 6 card tournament a while back.
This six-card Omaha thing continues to like get into my orbit. The other day when I was playing a tournament, British guy at my table was talking how 6-card Omaha has been a thing in the UK and that's like all anyone plays. Got a DM from John Shorman because we talked about it on the podcast. He's saying that in the UK they've been playing it for like 30 years. Wow. Now they're talking about 6-card Omaha here. What? 6-card Omaha sounds like a brutal game to play.
That sounds like roulette to me.
On the Play Money apps.
Endless possibilities.
If you're just tuning in, Brian Rast, the big winner on the live stream. He's up almost 1 million chips. This game about as far removed from 6-card PLO. Only playing the catalog here. Little 2-card action, no limit hold'em. Action on Erik Seidel with ace-4 of diamonds in the small blind. Big opportunity here potentially. Moves all in from the small blind. Marashlian with Jack-6 offsuit. He is gonna let it go.
I get those too.
Let us know in the chat if you've played 6-card PLO. A little bit out of my range of games that I enjoy.
Sounds brutal.
I feel as though if I were to play 6-card PLO, I'd spend like 40 seconds just staring at my cards trying to figure out all my options. One time in the PokerGO studio, Donnie, we streamed a Poker After Dark session, which was short deck PLO. I believe Ben Lamb was in the game, and a bunch of other characters.
Not this year.
That game to me felt
Not yet.
the same. Like every single hand was all in. It was just super, super random.
Another pair. And sixes once again. The third time we've seen Marashlian get a couple of sixes. This time he's in the small blind. Action folded to him. He's only got a battle with Heart in the big blind. Heart's got an ace.
Go for it.
Marashlian, for those new to the stream, pulled a $1 million bounty at the 2023 Mystery Millions. However, Donnie, he says his biggest accomplishment is rescuing animals. I am now rooting for Marashlian. That's a man after my own heart. Hart comes along here, makes the call with ace deuce. Jack hits on the turn. It's a limped pot between the two big stacks. By the way, blinds have gone up, playing 25K, 50K. Look at Hart just like snap checking back with his ace high, perhaps thinking that ace high is going to be good enough here at showdown. Check, check, indeed. Again, Donnie, are you surprised that Hart just goes with the idea that ace high is going to be good here some of the time, not even considering a bet to get his opponent off of perhaps some small pairs?
Ace high is probably going to win a lot of showdowns there. Fair amount of time. Don't hate it.
Little wide angle shot here of our feature table, seeing the other tables there in front. Once we get down to the final three tables, there will be a redraw. Earl Sulling asking about the delay. We started with a longer delay, which allows us to chop out some of the breaks to give you guys a better viewing experience. So please avoid spoilers, both for your own enjoyment and for ours.
Rast starts this one off with a raise. 100K. Blinds are up. 25,000, 50,000. The price of poker's going up.
Appreciate that.
Soverel in the big blind 9-7 offsuit. Doesn't have a ton of chips left, about 12, 13 big blinds here. Already has 100K invested in this one.
Hello players, welcome back to the tables. 4.5 minutes left.
Soverel does make the call. Understandable here, Donnie?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think oftentimes, you know, people can kind of get scared away from defending out of the big blind when they're very short, like Soverel is, you know, working with 10, 11 big blinds. But I think it's fine to defend here. You already posted big blind ante in the big blind, so if you're facing a min raise, you're getting a pretty good price overall. And you can possibly flop something, and you're going to have a lower stack to pot ratio, so you can kind of just get your money in and have a good spot to double up. Does go check, check. Soverel's got the best of it with that 7.
Soverel not looking to play for stacks with his 7, but would not be opposed to seeing a showdown here. There are, of course, plenty of hands in Rast's range that do not beat his pair of 7s at this point. Rast looking over at Soverel's short stack, probably realizing that if he bets here, unless it is extremely small, he's almost going to price himself into making the call. Does decide to check back, and a deuce of diamond hits on the river. Donnie, is there any way in which Rast can get Soverel off this hand?
I think it'll be hard just given the action. know, what would Brian Rast be representing here?
Soverel pausing here, looking down at his chips. And he is
And
reaching.
Soverel might feel relatively comfortable here with his hand. I mean, given the way that this one is played out. I think that's 275, yeah, so half pot here. Probably trying to get called by, you know, the ace kings, the ace queens of the world.
Yellow players, 2 minutes warning. Just under 2 minutes left on the break. They're all welcome back.
Brian Rast said something there, couldn't hear him. Maybe, kind of sounded like he said nice bet, but not sure.
Yellow players, less than a minute on the break. We'll make the regular take.
Rast giving some serious thought here with ace high. These guys probably have tons of history, so a little more things to consider, but ultimately,
I think the longer Rast thinks here, the more confident Sam Soverel believes in his hand. Really likes this spot now, I would imagine.
26 left. Yeah, 26. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Oops.
Rast does lay it down.
important chip up here for Soverel, who's basically been folding for quite some time here at this feature table. He is still down a few chips since we started play on our live stream. Also hasn't had many chances to chip up. Sometimes it's just about survival in these tournaments. You just gotta continue to stay afloat. By the way, much love to everyone in the chat. The ex-Moda says, nice to hear Remko again. Nice to hear myself again on the call here. It's been the first time in 15 years that I missed basically the first week of the WSOP.
I think, taking my chances that you're actually value betting worse.
Got to adjust my sleep schedule again back to the good old WSOP routine. Donnie, what time have you been going to bed lately?
It's been all over the place. Anytime between 12 and 2.
Oh, that's not too bad. You know, back in the day, we used to do our grocery runs after work. Vegas is not the place it used to be.
No. I miss the 24-hour grocery stores.
We're actually on 9-8 of hearts. What a beautiful looking hand here, raising it up to 100K.
Twice now, Hart has elected to flat and open with King 10 off.
I mean, you said this before, Donnie. Hart just wants to get in there, and I respect it. I love watching players that just want to mix it up, see if they can perhaps outsmart an opponent, perhaps outflop them. You're not going to get to the final table just sitting back. Sometimes you got to make it happen. But yeah, I set the goal for 1,000 likes on today's video. We're approaching 300, so don't forget to hit that like button if you're enjoying the show today. We're going to be with you until we get down to the final table. King 6-6 on the flop here, and as I mentioned, Hart, sometimes you just got to outflop them. In this case, of course, his king high was already ahead, but he's going to feel a whole lot better knowing that he has top pair to play with here. Marashlian visualizing the 7 of hearts, hoping for some improvement on the turn, but he is going to stab by the looks of it. Shout out to Jason Zambricki in the chat. Appreciate it, my friend.
Hart makes the call pretty quickly there. Rast out of the way.
Now, Donnie, how much influence or how much of an effect do you think these prior hands between Hart and Marashlian will have on the way Marashlian approaches this? We've seen Hart very quick and eager to call down and check down with ace high. Does that affect the way Marashlian looks at this? Does he have the confidence to perhaps say, hey, I'm going to keep barreling because I know my opponent might be light?
I mean, just given the way that this one is shaking out, given the holding that Marashlian has, given how he played that hand earlier when he had the ace-jack, for example, I think Marashlian's just going to shut this one down. For one, you have a 9-8 in your hand, so you're blocking 8s and 9s if he's calling with an underpair of the king. Yeah, he could have 7s. Yeah, he could have another underpair. Maybe he has 10s sometimes. But I think it's key that you're having the 9 and your 8 in your hand. I mean, does he have a 6? I mean, maybe he has some sort of 6, but it's probably most likely he just has a king, and I just don't think Hart's a guy who's going to fold a king there.
Right. Well, there it is. Hart with the bet of 100K. Marashlian does let it go, and Hart chips up. Now sitting on 2.3 million.
Marashlian staying on the gas here. Notice those chip counts at the top of the screen. Marashlian and Hart are much closer now. Less than 200,000 separating them. Sam Soverel finding a couple of 6s on the button. Soverel with just about 15 bigs. Probably going to elect to go with this one. Also have to factor in that Marashlian, table chip leader, has been opening it up pretty regularly, so there it is. There's that jam.
Soverel risking it all with 6s here. 725 into the middle. Looks as though this is going to get folded back around to Marashlian.
740.
Donnie ace 10 offsuit, is that good enough to make the call here?
I mean, I think it's close. There's going to be some pairs, of course, that Soverel's jamming, like these 6s, you know, 7s, 8s, 9s, etc., that you are flipping with, which isn't the worst spot to be in. He might have some king, queen, king, jack suited type of stuff in there that he's jamming which you're then ahead of. Your most concerning things, of course, the ace kings, the ace queens, the ace jacks of the world, so Marashlian also, if he's aware of how he's been playing, that can also factor into things. If he's thinking, well, I have been opening it up quite a bit, so then if I know that, it's likely Sam Soverel knows that, so if he knows that, is he a little bit lighter than normal? Like, does he have an ace-5 suited here type of thing?
Perhaps a small added factor as well is, do you want to double up one of the best players at the table?
Yep. There's the call.
Oh, he does make the call. All right, Soverel's tournament life on the line here, and look at this. Trademark Soverel frown.
I think Soverel's a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I think so too. Sam Soverel looking for his 6s to hold up. Did he say, I went a little wide? or that he went a little wide. Either way, sixes in the middle here. King, 8, king.
Counterfeit outs.
One of the saddest ways to go is when your pair gets counterfeit. Marashlian now with 9 outs to send Soverel to the rail. Turn is the 4 of spades, still safe for Soverel. 1.5 million in the middle. This could be a big dent into Marashlian's stack here. Soverel looking to fade some cards here, and the river is the 8, and the counterfeit comes in. Sam Soverel eliminated from this event, and Marashlian rakes in
the dice you play to make them all.
a big one up to 3.3 million.
Yeah, Soverel taking 25th place, $21,468 for him. That'll bring us down to 24, and that will bring us to the 3-table redraw that I believe we'll be getting now.
They made them all 4 times. He made it once, D. Jones made it once, our other buddy, and some random dude.
Did someone else bust?
That's sick, bro. You lucky to make it twice in the trip.
We're missing out, huh?
24.
Shit.
Oh, someone else busted.
I don't feel that bad. He only made 100K.
Yeah.
Because it was.
Shit, and that ain't like him.
It was at
He
26.
bet big.
Oh, he going hard. We hit him for $500,000 a couple trips
not a
ago, though,
redraw.
between 3 of us.
You did?
Yeah. I made them all back to back.
Man.
Same
Roll?
roll. Back
Oh,
to
wait.
back.
Oh, you rode for an hour.
Huh?
You rode for an hour.
About 45 minutes. But you heard at Aria they had a 2-hour and 45-minute roll.
Really?
About 3 weeks ago.
I rode for an hour and 32 4 nights ago.
Oh, yeah? Where?
Here.
Here. Hour and 32? What you, about 60K?
40.
Yeah, that's a good lick.
I kept going up and then taking down, going up, taking down.
Yeah, you couldn't believe it.
Couldn't believe it.
4 hours and 45 minutes. Dude, the big player at the table won like 400-something K.
Wow. 2.5 hour roll?
Yeah, 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh, we redraw?
That's what I said, 4 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Looks
Sick,
like
bro.
we're listening in a
Can't
bit
believe
of
they
crap
made them
talk,
all right
Donnie.
now 4 times. What's crazy?
I like
Even
it.
if it's
Redraw
4 times
here
since noon, that's insane.
in this event, which means we are down to the final 3 tables. If you're just tuning in, we're going to continue coverage
I
tonight
have 100
until
on each one,
the
too.
final
I mean,
table
25.
has been reached.
25 or
Oh,
100.
we bet 100.
Yeah.
And then we playing the high limit game when they let you
players
bet
remaining.
200. Sometimes you go
Interesting to
550
see
across.
who will be at our
I
feature
don't.
table after the redraw.
627, you'll be up here on the feature.
Quick little intermission here. A reminder that shop.pokergo.com has all your official PokerGo merch. Go check it out right now. Shop.pokergo.com. We got some cool stuff in there. Cool hats, t-shirts, hoodies, and a whole bunch more stuff. Whether it's for yourself or for a friend, the perfect gift sometimes is something that you can actually wear at the poker table. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me, and there it is. This is what I mentioned earlier. Our delay is dynamic, which means we can chop out some of the breaks, and we are right back with the action. And Donnie, good news for the viewers. Brian Rast and Erik Seidel are still at our feature table. They are in seed 1 and 2. Got a whole bunch of new players to get introduced to here as we are down to the final 3 tables.
As long as they touch, they don't have to be there.
Yeah, Brian Rast. Well, Erik Seidel, Brian Rast. Sammy Beshahead, I mentioned him earlier, the winner of the NAPT event in their return to the U.S. back in November. Eddie Ochana, Andrew Ostapchenko, professional poker player. Mark Terich, Taylor Black, another up-and-coming pro. Adam Saven as well at this table. Fairly deep at this table overall, which is good to see. Should see some fun pots.
Nick Davies tuning into the chat. He's asking, do they still do the November 9? No, we do not. We are streaming the main event final table live on PokerGo. There is 1 day off for the players after reaching the final 9, and then we will have live coverage of that final table on PokerGo.com. So go check it out. PokerGo.com subscriptions are available. We have monthly, quarterly, and annual subscriptions available. We're balancing things between our YouTube channel and our PokerGO channel as Brian Rast finds King Queen of clubs and he raises it up to 100K. Wow, look at this. 7, Jack, 10 with 2 clubs. Taylor Black flopping an open-ended straight draw. Brian Rast flopping an open-ended straight draw as well, but he has the clubs to go along with it. Since we are back at a full table, Black's head is blocking out Rast just a little bit here. 275 in the middle, Rast with 1.2 million. Clearly looking to build this pot here. Rast bets 225, action on Black. Taylor Black, 38 years old, from Las Vegas, Nevada. A poker pro with 4.4 million in career tournament earnings.
Second in the Colossus, 2017. Winner of the WPT 5 Diamond.
Wow.
Once. Also won Party Poker Millions up in Canada. Both $1 million scores for those two.
And
here we go.
Look at this. A massive pot developing as Black moves all in. Brian Rast with the snap call. And Donnie, with just king high, this is about the best case scenario for Brian Rast.
Yeah, Rast loves it. I think we heard him say there, oh baby, because he knows what's on the line here. More than 2.6 million out there. An absolutely huge clash. And no one's got a pair.
Wow. Brian Rast.
4 players are standing.
All 4 players are. Wow, and look at this. The turn is the offsuit king, and all of a sudden, a sigh from Brian Rast as he needs a club to survive on the river here. River card coming. It is the queen of diamonds.
That is a very, very dirty way to go for
Wow.
Brian Rast.
I'm speechless. You can hardly get it in better than the way Brian Rast just did. And look at Black, up to 5.7 million. What a disgusting way to go out for the Poker Hall of Famer Brian Rast. Was a clean run it away from being one of the bigger stacks in this event with 24 players remaining. And now he is on his way to the payout cage. That was gross.
Very, very gross there for Brian Rast. Nothing he can do. Got his money in an incredible spot for a ton of chips.
Wow.
I did. Yeah.
God, that's a long walk back to the car, Donnie.
Oh, yes.
Did it on purpose?
Obviously. I want to thank John. Skip.
All right, Brian Rast now out the door. Erik Seidel still in the event, but he sits on just 20 bigs. Needs to make something happen himself as well.
Raised to 150.
McKeith in the chat says, whoa, 2 dirty eliminations to probably the 2 best players. I mean, tournament poker, man, it breaks your heart every single day. This means we are now down to 23 players. The goal of today is to play down to a final table, which will stream live tomorrow on PokerGO.com.
Raised
So you get 2 days coverage of this event.
500.
3-bet from Black. Just going to stay on the gas here.
I was just going to say, Taylor Black is probably going to try to run over this table, and we might be in for quite the show. And I'm here for it. I love to see chip leaders attack.
Big table.
Black now up to 6 million chips. Absolutely massive stack. As Donnie mentioned, this man is a closer. Has done it on prior occasions, most notably winning the World Poker Tour 5-diamond event back in 2021. Ochana here with ace jack of hearts coming in for the raise. Donnie, at this stage of the event, how much do pay jumps matter to these players? Do you think anyone in this 5K is paying attention to what's coming up, or is that simply too small to be worried about with 660K up top for the winner?
I mean, I think pay jumps are certainly going to be in the minds for a handful of these players. I'm not sure exactly which ones, but not that they're going to like just completely lock it up and not play a hand and just try and get pay jumps, but you're going to be wary of it, yes. I think a lot of players are conscious of the money that is at stake, trying to make the best decisions, which ultimately can affect the financial outcome of your tournaments. Three ways here, Jack, 9, deuce, rainbow. Ochana was the pre-flop raiser, flops top pair, best kicker, backdoor hearts. Terich called in position. He's got 2 overs. Seidel came along from the big line. Steady Eddie, 130K continuation bet.
Stay living. Jared, Fox, Cleveland Dam, the other top.
Terich is going to make the call. He's got 2 overs to the board. He's got that 10 for a gut shot as well.
Where's base for you?
Here.
Seidel gets out of the way.
I was looking the bear for quite a while, and that's how I got the.
I'm sorry.
You know.
Sam, 10 years for me. Skipped. Too weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but yeah, the price is the main one that drove.
4 diamonds on the turn. That's clean for Ochana. Still very much the best of it here.
2 bigs.
Yeah, having not been there in a while, I'm sure it's gotten worse in some ways, especially like.
275 is the bet.
They were ahead of the curve on that. Now I'm sure they're just even more. Oh, so, where did you move there?
Downtown San Francisco.
Oh, man.
Terich elects to give it up. Took his shot on the flop there. Didn't like what he saw on the turn. Faced with another bet. Got out of the way.
Just tuning in. Final 3 tables of this 5K No Limit event at the World Series of Poker. Almost 4,000 of you watching on YouTube right now. Very much appreciated. Also, shout out to everyone watching on Pluto, Freevee. We have a bunch more platforms that we're on these days, Donnie. They want us everywhere.
It's good. It's good to be wanted.
Absolutely. If you are watching us on Pluto, please don't forget to also, follow us on the social media platforms, whatever your preference has. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, we're everywhere, and we post daily clips. So if you're a big poker fan, just make sure you follow us on those platforms, because you will be getting all the latest updates from the 2024 World Series of Poker all the way through July 17, meaning the end of the main event, meaning someone winning. I'm going to just guess 10, 11, $12 million. No big deal.
Oh, yeah.
It's all going to be happening on PokerGO and all of our adjacent channels.
1, 3, and change.
Quick little fact about Mark Terich per his bio sheet. I mean, this is too good not to read. Once crossed the Atlantic Ocean with a sailboat.
No stop. No way.
It's what it says.
How? Wow. Okay.
How long did that take?
First of all, that took forever. Second of all, don't mess with a guy who crossed the ocean on a boat, on a sailboat. That guy must have nerves of steel and not be scared of anything.
Oh, yeah. Could have a clash here. Ostapchenko comes in with a raise, 2 9s. Gets hit with the 3-bet from Saban.
I can see some Jacques Cousteau vibes from Terich here. I can totally see it. He's wearing that watch that suits a sailor. Jack 10-4, 2 diamonds on board. Saban with the overpair. Ostapchenko perhaps, Donnie, getting saved here by the Jack 10 on board. However, does have the diamonds and the backdoor straight draw.
Saban, 34 years old. Now resides in Reno, Nevada, but originally from San Diego, California. He's going to come with a bet here. Ostapchenko gets out of the way. Not too much thought there from him. Adam Saban, nickname Cobra Strike.
What?
I love it.
Cobra Strike?
I love it.
This is great.
Saban working on his 10th World Series of Poker cash, has 2 previous final tables at the series. Has 1 kid, married to his wife Bianca, has 1 kid named Max. Says his hobbies are losing golf balls, cleaning diapers, and hogging the remote. I'm very much about those last 2 things. I don't golf, but cleaning diapers for sure. Definitely always hogging the remote whenever I can. So.
Yeah, but your nickname is not Cobra Strike, so
well, yeah, I'm clearly not that cool.
You're always losing.
We have a guy who crossed the Atlantic Ocean in a sailboat, and we got a guy nicknamed Cobra Strike. I mean, it's just a great table.
The table keeps getting better and better.
Besha head here. A small blind ace, king of hearts. Ostapchenko raised it up with queen jack off. It's going to be hit with more aggression fired back at him.
Raise 400.
Ostapchenko quick fold. You guys might recognize Sammy Beshahead's face. Pretty well-known dealer from Hustler Casino Live.
Oh wow!
Recently left, a couple days ago. Was his last day dealing Hustler Casino Live. He has had success playing poker. He won that NEPT event last year in November. He also has a WSOP circuit ring. He won the WSOP circuit ring in Dallas or Choctaw, something like that. About $270,000 for both of those scores. So, very good poker player is Sammy. And now, leaving the box, he's going to take things a little bit more full time. He's doing so well so far with a deep run here. He's got more than 2 million in chips. I actually got to play with Sammy on that NAPT day 1. He was right next to me. Played some fun pots. He was an absolute handful to play with. Very, very good player.
Are you saying that if things would have, broken differently, I would have been here on my own and you would have been playing?
Definitely not. I'm not that good. Sammy's way better than I am. Ochana calls from the small blind. Ostapchenko checks in the big blind. Both these players have a whole bunch of nothing, but doesn't mean you can't fire at a pot, and that's what Ochana's going to do and take it down. Eddie Ochana was at one of the first ever final tables when I first started working for Poker News in 2008.
Wow.
He took 3rd when I was covering that. That's when I first was like, that's Eddie Ochana.
You mean Steady Eddie?
Steady Eddie.
We got nicknames galore
Steady Eddie.
at this feature.
I mean, he looks like a Steady Eddie.
Oh,
it's
definitely.
It's great.
I love it when players have long histories in the game and those random facts about you covering them back in 08 is just crazy.
Can't forget about Erik Seidel. He's in there with king 10 off, coming in with a raise. Besha head here with a couple of 5s. Elects to give it up. Erik defends from the big blind.
Check.
Lets it go. Seidel gets to take one down and continues to nurse his stack in that 20 big blind range. Erik Seidel, of course, has closed out many events in his career. This man will never panic, will never lose his cool. It's going to be interesting to see if he will be presented with some good opportunities. And Jake says in the chat, as a former poker dealer, I am rooting for him. Besha head will have a lot of supporters. I know that dealers definitely run in tight circles, travel the circuit sometimes, or are known locals. From time to time, you'll see a dealer make it big. Of course, one of the best examples from back in the day, Mike Matisow, used to be a poker dealer.
Raise 100.
I feel like that always was the thing on the old school broadcast.
Yeah.
Like they'd be like, oh, and he either is a dealer or he was a dealer. A lot of people got their starts this way.
I mean, you deal all year, and then you take your shot at the WSOP. That used to be a thing.
Of course. Good spot here for Ostapchenko. Ace, king off. Besha head came in with a raise with the king jack of diamonds.
Raise 260.
Sounds like 265 from Ostapchenko in position against Besha head.
Much out back? 5, a little under 6.
Not much room for creativity given the stack sizes, Donnie.
Yeah, and king jack suited. Pretty hand, but wow, he's going to
Wow,
jam.
he does go for it. Little unexpected in my book, but gotta love the aggression. Now let's see if
9-8 and diamond on the flop.
the aggression will pay off.
9-8.
Ostapchenko just wants the sweat.
Yeah. Just don't throw me dead though.
That's fair.
All right.
Ostapchenko's been enjoying a good year. He won the Bay 101 Rising Star 5K back in March. So
Wow. I feel like with that kind of run, you're not scared of a big all-in showdown, as he is even giving him a chance with a sweat. However, the flop bringing ace 8-5 has Besha head as close to dead as possible here.
yeah, that's just not a sweat at all.
This guy's money.
Oh, yeah.
Turn is the queen of diamonds.
Little bit of a sweat. Little bit of a sweat here.
He's doing reverse psychology to
All right. 2 10s left in the deck, as you can see in the top left corner. Besha head looking for Broadway. River card is the king of clubs, and while it looks scary, it results in a double up for Ostapchenko.
Right?
Yeah.
What, you
Yeah,
believe
nice
him?
pot there.
The way
He's
he
going to
said it, I
move
don't
up
care.
over 1.8 million in chips.
Huh?
860.
I mean, I don't care either, but just I like the way he said it. Who gives a shit?
Besha head down to 1.325 million. Still healthy, but does have to absorb that dent.
No, Jack, no Jack.
Andrew
Oh, he got me.
Ostapchenko from Long Beach, California,
Clearly.
playing poker since 2010.
See, look, dude. Reverse psychology with
Had
the
a
cards.
deep run in the main event back in 2017, finished 33rd. Nothing beats a main event deep run. I know we're still almost a month away from the main event, but I'm already buzzing with the idea of the main event being massive. We've seen numbers early so far looking very much on par with last year. We're seeing slight upticks across the board, and that can only make me think that for the main event we're going to see something similar, Donnie.
Yeah, so far, I mean, numbers have been very much in line with what we saw last year. I would say it's like 7 or 8 events are up a little bit. They're not up a whole ton, but still up is good. And then 5 events are down, but also not down a lot, down a very little bit. But everything is just pretty much on par with last year So if that trend continues throughout the entire summer, I mean, we're looking at 10,000 runners again in the WSB main event. Last year, 10,043, not only setting the record that had stood since 2006, that was 8,773 entries back when Jamie Gold won it, but absolutely shattering that record. So I would say 10,000 is very much in play again this year. You're probably safely going to get over 9,000 for sure. And then if things break a certain way, maybe crypto rises. Who the heck knows? Maybe we're pushing 11,000. Anything between 9 and 11 is like in no way, shape, or form surprising to me. I think that's where we land. And that's an incredibly healthy, very, very good number.
Ostapchenko here involved right away again. This time his king dominated by the king jack of Ochana. And speaking of a king, both players now with top pair.
That could be trouble here for Ostapchenko, the inferior kicker.
Neither player with a club, Donnie. Does that make it more likely we're going to see a raise here?
Not necessarily.
Cool.
125 was the continuation bet from Ochana.
Oh, wow.
Ostapchenko calls and bam, 2 pair.
2 pair, third club out there. Perhaps players now a bit risk averse. Giving some credit for the clubs as both players, as the kids these days say, unblock clubs. A little double check here from Ochana. Value to be had here with 2 pair.
Yeah, that check on the turn there from Ochana, pretty nice. Might allow him to get some additional value here. Maybe he wasn't going to be able to get all 3 streets from Ostapchenko, but now he can certainly come confidently firing here on the river. It's going to put Ostapchenko in tricky spot. Does have top pair, decent kicker, you know, not the best kicker, of course. There are better kickers out there. Let's see if he can sort out this puzzle. Bet is 450,000. A little bit under half pot. There's the call, and Ostapchenko's going to see the bad news. Wow. Top 2 pair for Ochana.
Well done by Ochana, getting some nice value, and Ostapchenko almost back to square one, fresh off double up now, giving a ton of chips to the player on his immediate right.
Been very active so far since coming up to this table. Has Ostapchenko been involved in quite a few pots so far? Taylor Black remains the chip leader at this table. I believe also the chip leader in the tournament with nearly 6 million, but Eddie Ochana now up over 3.6 million after that pot there. So Steady Eddie is surging. Eddie is 50 years old, out of Chicago, Illinois. Been playing poker since 2006.
200. Raise to 100.
Terich
You said 200? 200, sorry, excuse me, 200.
raising to 200,000. Okay. A little bit of extra juice there. 4x raise. Don't see that all too often, but definitely going to get some eyebrows frowned here. Players trying to interpret what this means, the larger sizing. Maybe Tarch has been doing this all day. We're just seeing him play for the first time.
I don't want anybody with aces to bet, you know?
Huh?
The kings are as good as the ace doesn't show. You know?
Saban asking him why so much.
Don't be greedy. Rule number 1 in life.
That's not what they said on Wolf of Wall. That's not what it says on Wolf of Wall Street.
Actually, that's a good. Wall Street, you shouldn't be greedy, you know? You can make a lot of money, but you lose a lot too.
Mario asking in the chat, is Nate Silver still in? Yes, indeed. He is still in the tournament.
Yeah, maybe we'll get him up here next.
That'd be great. Didn't we have him at a limit hold'em final table last year?
We did.
Was it a 10K limit hold'em with Josh Aryeh? I'm trying to remember. I feel like they all start to blend together a little bit.
Heads up.
Queen, 10, deuce, 2 spades here. Besh ahead, potential trouble brewing for him as Seidel flops both a pair and a flush draw. Seidel betting 50K. Besh ahead makes the call, and a spade hits on the turn. Erik Seidel makes his flush, and unfortunately for Besh ahead, he also hits a flush. Besh ahead also gets the action check to him. Donnie, Seidel is setting this up perfectly.
Yeah, this is likely going to be a big payday for Seidel.
Besh ahead, as you can see on the screen, not drawing dead. The 8 of spades would give him a straight flush. Seidel giving it some thought. Donnie, what sort of sizing are we looking at here? Lots of options here for Seidel, of course.
Here we go.
Raise. 450.
450 is the raise. Now, if you're Besh ahead here, oh, and he moves all in right away. Seidel with the call, and Besh ahead drawing to 1 card, and if he hits it, we're about to go viral on the internet because that would mean he hits a straight flush.
8 of spades.
1 out. It is a live out. 8 of spades still left in the deck. Seidel with a bit of a smile here, knowing he's 1 card away from a massive double up.
He doesn't want to talk about it right now.
Besh ahead doing the prepay. Erik Seidel looking for a big double up river. Is the 8 of spades? It's a straight flush, and Erik Seidel is eliminated.
Oh my!
1 outer on the river. The Poker Hall of Famer.
Are you serious?
What is going on?
That's insane.
That is disgusting.
Wow.
She had 1 out, the 8 of spades.
I mean, it's a cooler either way, but
Of course, yeah. That's what
Oh
we
my
should
God,
just
I
think about
am
it.
stunned.
If you think about it, it will come.
Yeah.
Besh ahead rakes in a massive pot, sends Erik Seidel to the rail with a straight flush.
Let's get you a lottery ticket today. Let's get you a lottery ticket today.
That is right. Holy effing, you know what?
Swap with you.
Is right.
Lottery tickets.
Oh my God.
Wow.
The chat is going absolutely wild, and deservingly so.
They just know how to do it.
We've just had our hand of the summer so far.
this hand is gonna be.
This dealer is a pro.
He's my boy.
How do you do that? It's his guy. That's
Besh ahead up to 2.2 million. Erik Seidel on his way to the payout cage. What an insane hand.
I can't believe what I just saw. Oh my.
Raise. 100.
you don't really have to put here the card now.
The chat is saying we're going viral, baby. And I think we are.
Be careful, guys. The last time I won a tournament, he was sitting. You can confirm. So, you guys are drawing dead.
You just missed the most insane hand. Against Seidel.
Heads up.
Blind versus blind river.
Against Erik Seidel, too. Brutal stuff. 9-4-7 as the action continues here. 2 clubs on board. Black flops a pair of 7s. Ochana decides to check with King-Queen.
150.
I need a shower.
Bigamous in the chat says, my first ever hand watching live poker is a straight flush. You tune in at the right time.
Yeah.
The only way right now is down from here.
I am already. Just kidding.
I don't think
Marcus says Seidel took that super well. I mean, he's Erik Seidel after all. He's seen it all, but probably hasn't seen this happen all too often.
We're good, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
King Queen for Saven. As we are 6-handed at our feature table, we are playing down to a final table of 8 tonight, unless we go too late, at which point we'll decide to pick the action back up tomorrow. Regardless, tomorrow, final table of this event on PokerGO.com. 660K up top for the winner.
Seidel's elimination was 21st place, bringing us down to the final 20 players. Seidel took home just over $26,000 in prize money. I'm not sure I would believe that hand if you told me the hand history. You're like, you're not going to believe how Erik Seidel busted, and then you told me the hand history. No, but we got it on stream, so I believe it because I saw it with my own eyes.
Sorry.
Raise to 100.
Besh ahead, raising it up with 10-9 of clubs. Ochana with ace-queen coming in with the 3-bet in position.
That's what they said. Or that's what Rast said. Seems like the kind of guy
He does seem like the kind of guy who knows what he's talking about.
Tarek in the big one, giving it some thought here with Queen 10 of hearts.
What do you say?
I said that was another ugly one.
Is he going to get spicy here? Our sailing champ.
The old school pros are in trouble.
They're outplaying us. You're just getting lucky.
They are. Over and over, getting it in with one out.
Oh, look at this, Donnie.
Looks like we're getting spice. Here we go.
Now,
I hated his side.
Besh ahead might not have been as interested just going heads up here, but now all of a sudden, you got a major price.
He made it 225 to 275 as a C-bet.
Yeah, with the way he's running, he'll just make another straight flush. No big deal.
Oh, man. All right, 3-way action here. Lots of connecting cards. We could see some fireworks. And 5-3-6 is about as far removed from these players' cards as they can possibly be. Card removal and all, of course, contributing to the fact that we're going to see some of these flops sometimes.
Chana going to continue to represent here. About a third pot, 325.
It's funny, Tarek taking the opportunistic route here, calling before the flop, was hoping for cards that would get him into trouble, which is kind of a funny way of looking at this.
Sammy there on his phone, telling all of his friends, or maybe they're telling him, holy crap, what the heck just happened? And, you know, he's like, yeah, I need to go to the bathroom and clean myself up because...
He's texting his friends. He's saying, hey, guys, watch the stream. Watch the stream. Don't look away. There's a big hand coming up. Me versus Seidel.
What a hand. What a river. Saving here. A couple of sevens under the gun.
Raise to 100.
And Ochana finds aces now. And he's been pretty aggressive, so could get Saven in some trouble here. Ochana winning that last pot did move him up over 4 million.
275.
There is the 3-bet, 275,000.
Ochana on a bit of a roll here as everyone gets a pocket pair.
Really need Terich to get the pocket fours for the sailboats, just because he crossed the Atlantic on the sailboat. Like, that's just what we need to happen. Savin's in there with a call.
Ace, queen, 10, 2 spades. Top set for Ochana.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Savin just did not connect with that flop and underpaired to the board. Bet there from Ochana, takes it down.
I mean, Ochana up to 4.4 million very casually as Black remains our table captain with 5.9 million. But ever since delivering that bat beat to Brian Rast, Black has been rather quiet.
Famous now.
Ochana balancing the range a little bit here after receiving aces. He now gets 7 deuce.
Okay. Same here.
Action over to Black.
Same with me.
It's been pretty quiet, just chilling over there, getting his massage. But here in the small blind ace-9 hearts, we're certainly going to hear from him, and we do. 3x raise, 150,000.
Call. Heads up.
Queen, 5 deuce, 2 clubs on board. Savin flopping top pair.
$125.
Black continues here. Savin won't be going anywhere. Flex to raise. I think Taylor Black thought he just called and wanted to throw his chips in closer to the dealer so the dealer could pull him into the pot, but it is a raise to 300,000. Taylor Black gets out of the way, and Savin takes that one.
Dealers, please turn hand. Players will be on a break, 15 minutes.
All right, little intermission for the players here. Quick reminder that you can play in the PGG Championship $1 million free roll. There are multiple ways to win your entry. Go to pgg.com/dream for ways to win. This is a limited time offer. You'd be pretty silly if you don't check out pgg.com/dream. We are sending some people to play in this $1 million free roll. And it's a free roll, so it's free. So yeah, just got to get lucky. Wow, look at this look.
Pretty nice.
Look at this guy.
You love it.
God, he reminds me of a cartoon character.
Reminds me of Yuri Zevalevsky.
That okay? Yeah, fair. I get that too. What's the cartoon character that is he a pirate or a chef or whatever he is? Someone in the chat is gonna have the same thought.
And I can picture exactly what you're.
You know what I'm thinking, right? Yeah. Either way, strong mustache, good glasses.
Where am I at? I'm in 12.
As
Yeah, it's like almost 6
I'm gonna go with Circo, and someone in the chat is gonna correct me. As Carnero lets it go. We got a new table here. No break for you guys watching from home.
Get Nate Silver.
Nate Silver at the table. Mr. Stats. Brent Hart back at the table as well.
I was told I was supposed to shout out Mike Perrone. My brother texted me and said you better give him some love, so there's your love.
Oh, wow. We got a new table if you're just tuning in. We have to rotate tables in fairness.
You're like so far away from
the
table.
game.
Nate Silver bagged up chips last night. I believe he was 4th out of the remaining 41 players. Went home, however late that was. Wrote a blog post on natesilver.net titled "Don't Be a Nit."
Oh wow, that's a good advice.
An important lesson on and off the poker table. I read it, very good. A lot of good stuff over there. He is working on a book, Nate Silver, called The Edge.
Oh wow.
It's all about gambling, risk-taking. He's really been working on that hard for the past couple of years. Kind of one of the reasons why he's been out playing much more poker in these recent years.
As always, Joseph Mileta coming through with the cartoon characters. He says he looks like the bad guy from Strawberry Shortcake or Dr. Eggman from Sonic. Yeah, Dr. Eggman from Sonic, that's what I was thinking of. Fantastic. Shout out to Joseph Mileta, always on the controls, cutting the clips you see on social media. Jack, 7, 3, 2 diamonds. Heart flops 7. Yankov flops flush draw. Krasimir Yankov from Sofia, Bulgaria, has a degree in chemistry.
Oh, okay.
75.
Finished 3rd in the 2018 World Series of Poker main event Europe in Rosvedov for $546,000. Just going to come along here, make the call with the flush draw. Yankov also finished 64th in the 2018 main event here in Las Vegas, so no stranger to large fields. Deuce on the turn is going to give him a flush. Action goes check, check rather quickly. Heart here, potentially with a bit of a decision, as Yankov is likely to bet out here with his made flush.
Flush? Nice one.
After winning that hand against Erik Seidel, Sammy Beshahead took to Twitter. That was likely why he was on his phone. He said, "I just got the luckiest I've ever been in my life in a hand against Erik Seidel. Flush over flush, all in on the turn. River 1 out for straight flush."
Our social media guy Dylan just said, "Cleared for takeoff." We're on Twitter. That clip is going to get some views. By the way, much love to everyone who is tuned in right now on our YouTube page. Please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. We have daily highlights as well as shorts and a bunch more clips, and of course our live streams. So if you love the game of poker, you better subscribe. Austin R says, "Donnie, worst shout out ever."
Listen, I'm not working with much here, okay?
Oh man.
All I said was that I have to show Mike Perrone some love on the stream. That's all I got to work with. What am I supposed to do? I tried to give some love, man.
Carnero, a.k.a. Dr. Eggman, is going to come in for the raise here with Queen Jack offsuit.
He looks like a villain.
He does look like a villain. He looks like the bad guy.
You know who's sporting a stash kind of like that, even a bit longer? Steven Chidwick. Been rocking a super stash.
I thought you were going to say Tim Duckworth.
Well, no, Tim's is like straight down. It's not like, you know, curved out.
Tim's mustache has like meat to it. Like, I'm surprised he's even able to eat with that thing. Carnero here making it 120K. Action on Yankov with ace-5 of clubs. Donnie, Jason is asking in the chat if there's any PokerGO discounts going around this time of year.
Christy, our mod, just hit him with. We have commands, by the way, now in the YouTube chat, so you guys can take advantage of those. ! PokerGO, and you'll see the discount. WSOP 24YT, and that'll save you $20 off your first year of a new annual plan.
Look at this, Yankov with the favored ace-5. A hand that has become a lot more popular recently. Comes in with the 3-bet. Gets it done. We are down to the final 3 tables in this event. In case you have just tuned in, we are trying to get down to a final table of 8, which is streaming live tomorrow on PokerGO. Then there will be 660K up top. Nate Silver, our biggest name at this feature table, Mr. Stats himself, 538, of course, the blog that he created. It's kind of cool that he does an actual written blog about his poker play.
Oh yeah. Don't really know how he finds time, but very cool, yes. Cut off raise here from Yankov.
Nate Silver, by the way, 820,000 in career tournament earnings. Could eclipse that $1 million earnings mark with a deep run at this event. $7.55 on the flop here between Yankov and Perron. Perron or Perroni, Donnie? What are we saying?
You tell me.
Depends where he's from, I guess.
Is a bracelet winner, 2021, in the 1K Super Turbo Bounty.
Back when you and I joined the poker industry, Donnie, it was pretty doable to have sort of a 95% type grasp of bracelet winners. Nowadays,
No shot.
like impossible.
I don't have a 95% grasp on who won bracelet to this World Series.
Right.
Who won the Turbo the other day? You know.
Wait, weren't you pretty close?
75th.
That's in the money.
But in the Turbo, trust me, it felt very close.
You were 2 hours away from a
I
bracelet.
know. I was like, damn.
How many players are in that thing?
2,600 and something.
Wow, that's crazy. 75th. Is that your deepest run?
No. Last year in the 2K No Limit, I think I got 47.
Wow. Well, there was a lot more skill involved in the Turbo, of course.
Oh, for sure.
Did you deliver any bad beats?
Well, if you ask the gentleman that my Ace King beat his jacks in like level 3,
okay,
yes, it was a bad beat.
For sure.
Because he was not happy. Somebody, the hand before, somebody got it all in with Ace King, and he commented, that the person who had the Ace King busted, he commented to the table after the player left like, wow, why'd he just go crazy with Ace King? The next hand, I get Ace King. It's a raise, he 3-bets. I look down and see Ace King, and I'm like, oh, here we go. I already knew that, like, I'm going to deliver a beat on this guy, or I'm going to beat him in this hand, and he's going to, like, go mad at me. So I jam. Other guy folds. He thinks for, like, 30 seconds, calls his 2 jacks. No reason to you know, nit roll me like that. Right. King on the river, and he's just, like, totally frustrated.
Love it. When you turned over your Ace King, did you say, I just have a drawing hand?
No, but I definitely thought it. And like at no point, it was one of those, just given what had happened the hand before, at no point did I think I was going to lose the hand.
Right.
I was like, okay, it didn't come on the turn. It's for sure coming on the river.
That's so funny. Well, Donnie Peters making some runs at WSOP. Love to see it. What's your next event?
Probably play the Gladiators at poker tomorrow.
That is a multiple flight type deal.
Yeah, it started today. I should look what it had. So last year, fun fact, that tournament, the 2023 WSOP Gladiators Poker, which has a $300 buy-in, 4 starting flights, and you can fire a maximum of 3 bullets per flight. Last year had more than 23,000 entries, became the 2nd largest live poker tournament of all time, behind only the WSOP Big 50, I believe, in 2019. So massive field. You know who's out there going towards the money? Our photographer, Antonio Abrego.
No way.
He's out there. He's battling.
That's awesome. Got a hand developing here. Ved with the raise to 120. Yankov coming over the top to 300K. Action pulling back around. On Ved here in the 1 seat, taking over that cursed Erik Seidel seat. Kartik Ved from Pune, India. So we got India in the house. Love to see it. Had some Indian players make deep runs in the main event last year. I have some contacts in India that are involved with a platform called PokerBazi, and they are basically telling me that we are an Indian player at the main event final table away from the Poker Boom in India. They're saying everything is brewing, everything is ready for a Poker Boom in India. Maybe Ved will be part of it.
We got close last year with Nikita Luther.
Exactly.
She was crushing, and then things just went the wrong way for her at the end, but she had an incredible run last year.
Speaking of Big 50, Donnie, this guy, Kartik Ved, finished 29th in the Big 50.
Wow. That's a run.
This game one, right?
Imagine outlasting 20,000 players. It's just
I know, right?
ridiculous.
First quarter.
That's
Sick.
that's quite the heat. Yeah.
Ved Kartik, a specialist in large fields, also finished 3rd in the mini-main event, a 1K event back in 2022. All right, if you want to sharpen your game, scan the QR code on your screen or go to octopipoker.ai. Sign up right now and start your path to poker mastery. A fun, social, and affordable way to learn poker. Join the growing tribe right now. Nick Schulman and Lucky Chewy, 2 of the brains behind this operation. A great way to learn and improve. Just get in the mix, octopipoker.ai. All right, back to the feature table here. Nate Silver still taking center stage as we are down to the final 3 tables of this 5K event. If you're enjoying the show on YouTube, please hit that like button. Let's get us up to 1,000 likes on today's video. Donnie, I know you always like watching the stuff that I put out on YouTube. Have you been watching the top 100 hands of all time?
Yes. We were actually watching them as a group the other day, just like in the back here, like sweating them, you know, reminiscing about those hands and stuff like that. So yeah, really good fun. Really good fun.
Yeah. So if you're
there's obviously there's a lot of hands in that countdown through those series of videos that you remember, but there's also a lot that you like forget about. And then you see it again and you remember, like, oh yeah, I forgot about that one, or I forgot about that one, or I forgot exactly how it played out. So yeah, great stuff.
absolutely loved putting that together with Joseph and Sean. We've been going back and forth for many weeks before we settled on the top 100. And of course, there were hands that we forgot, but we will be doing a close but no cigar type compilation, probably after the WSOP, of hands that almost made it.
I mean, the hand is just absolutely going viral. It's just absolutely incredible.
Oh, sir.
If you're joining us a little late, I would advise you to go back to watch Erik Seidel's elimination, because it was absolutely one for the ages. My Lord.
We got Will Jaffe in the chat. Look at this. Even encouraging the fans to hit that like button.
And like the true professional that he is, Erik Seidel is already in the 25K high roller, sitting down, getting a massage. Just a one-outer just does not phase the legend. Absolutely unfazed. Right over there, plops down another 25K and is back to battle.
Donnie, you don't get into the Poker Hall of Fame by sulking and eating your way through the pain of a bad beat. Simply not a thing.
What do you think the conversation's like? He sits down, people maybe have seen the stream, they've seen the clip on social media. So, Erik, how you feeling over there? Carnero with a couple of jacks, and Ved finds 2 aces.
Wow, jacks and aces, 2 big hands clashing here.
Yeah. It's a long way
Also,
down.
button versus small blind, so dynamics here of these positions certainly going to come into play.
Yeah, for sure.
Blinds are 30, 60. Carnero min raise to 120.
I mean, whatever. That's great. More to play with tonight. So my mom doesn't ask me why I have so few chips.
No, it is weird that they're so quick to color up, right? Like it's fun to have like a big stack.
Yeah, there's like a happy medium that they get closer to striking. You know, we got some chips on this table, just not over here yet.
Raise.
But yeah, they're very aggressive about it.
There it is, raise. Pushed forward here by Ved from the small blind. Donnie, button versus small blind, Carnero.
I mean, if you're Carnero, you're feeling great. You're like, oh, he probably just thinks I'm raising from the button and he's coming at me with something, but I actually have a really, really good hand. So this is a perfect spot for me.
All the red chips.
So lo and behold, the ace is over there for Ved.
Can he cash out? Why didn't you cash out?
Well, my parents have literally, they're like, yeah.
Dr. Eggman.
I had like 450K and day 2 of some.
Probably thinking this is a great spot for me to double up. He's got 1.4 million. Lines at 30K, 60K.
My family's they're pretty with it.
And there it is, all in announced. Ved's going to come with the snap call. This is going to be an absolutely massive showdown with 3 tables remaining in this 5K no limit at the 2024 WSOP. 3.1 million is at stake. Ved has his opponent covered. Carnero on the brink of elimination unless he gets lucky here. Martin Carnero, 1.1 million in career tournament earnings. He's going to need some serious help here. Here comes the flop. Deuce, 8-6 rainbow. No help for Carnero. No backdoor draws. He simply needs a jack. Carnero stoic, realizing that this could be the end of the line for him. 10 of diamonds on the turn. We are now down to the river card. River is the queen of clubs. Looked spicy there for about half second, but Carnero realizes that his run in this event is done. And Ved
like more than 5%
chips up to 3.5 million. Donnie, we've been blessed with some exciting hands here at this feature table.
We have.
It's at least 8, right?
Can only hope that they continue, but with the way things have been going, I imagine that they are. I do have to touch upon Erik Seidel one more time. Okay. That 25K that he got into, he's now out of.
No way.
Gets it in with queens against Steven Chidwick, who has ace of diamonds, 8 of hearts, king, jack, 6, all diamonds, turn ace, river, 10 of diamonds. So flushed out of another tournament is Erik Seidel. Guessing he'll be off to the cage once again to re-enter. So maybe he just goes home. Maybe he says, you know what, listen, I've seen this enough. It's not my day. Hey, I'm going to come back tomorrow.
People, if you're watching this from the horseshoe somehow, leave Erik Seidel alone.
Yeah, seriously.
Get out of the way. Hold the door open for him. He's not having a great day. It's a long summer. Erik Seidel will never let up or give up, but that's a tough day, man. Ved with some freshly won chips is going to raise it up on the button here as we are slowly approaching the final 2 tables. 6 players at this table. 3 tables still in play.
Man, I'm so glad I prepaid that last longer with Andrew.
Yeah.
Just exit, don't have to do the circle of doom by bust.
Look at this, Hart with the 3-bet.
Yeah, good recognition there. Staying aggressive, attacking that button open from Ved, getting it through.
Heavy.
Oh.
Yankov here on the button. Pretty looking 9-8 suited.
Raise 120.
What'd you start with? It's a little hard to see from the side.
2.4.
Oh yeah, it's low. Okay. I'm digging it. Sorry.
Almost 7:30 p.m. in Las Vegas. I'm starting to get really hungry. Producer Aiden has promised me tacos. please let me know in the chat what you're having for dinner. I'm in that mode right now where all I can think about is food. Someone called Donnie the Pizza Lord earlier in the chat. I thought that was really funny. I went for pizza last night, actually.
I actually, right before the summer, I was at the Wynn playing a poker tournament, and somebody said that they went to, what is the new pizza place? Now I forget the name.
Yukon?
Yeah, exactly, because of you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and they were showing me pictures on,
good,
on their phone.
I like that.
So it is not lost on the people. And the pictures, normally, you know, you take pictures of food and it kind of doesn't look,
right.
No, this looked incredible.
Yeah, I know. This might sound weird to pizza purists out there, but the kale and sausage pizza at Yukon is one of my all-time favorites. So good.
Hart here, his turn on the button. King 9 off.
Raise 125.
125,000. Silver's got a
All in.
3-bet candidate, and there it is.
Wasting hardly any time here. Nate Silver moves all in with ace-4. Love to see it. Haven't seen him involved just yet at this feature table, and he waits for the spot. The spot comes, and he finds a way to chip up a little bit. Daniel J. in the chat with one of my favorites. He's having Greek food tonight. Oh, I love Greek. Tomorrow, so my dad's in town. He was sitting here earlier, Donnie, listening in on our commentary. My dad's a simple man. He likes his meat. I asked him last night, what kind of pizza do you want? He goes, just as long as there's meat on it, it's fine. Tomorrow we're going to the Argentinian Steakhouse.
Okay.
In Henderson on Eastern, not too far from where you live. Have never been, so I'm very curious. I will report back on the stream the next time we are live. I think you can never go wrong with food and drink chat on the broadcast when we get the opportunity here as Yankov with King 9 of Diamonds raises it up to 120K. Perone or Peroni? I think Perone sounds cooler in my brain. Let's go to the King 10, even though he had his opponent outkicked. And Cierco, man, curious how the French say this. Definitely not the way I just said it, that's for sure.
You would know better than me. You're the one that's from Europe.
Yeah, but this is a okay, this name sounds like he's a Roman emperor from back in the day. Ace-4 of hearts. The type of spot where you can just move it in.
How much to start with, please?
1 million.
1 million, thank you.
Jack 7 deuce rainbow. Donnie, how do you like Cierco's move here to just call instead of getting it in here with the ace-4 of hearts?
Yeah, I think I prefer to flat these suited aces like this out of the big blind and just play them post. Different positions, maybe out of the small blind. Maybe you're, on the button or in the cutoff facing a raise, then
You get a green tea lemon on them and a Fiji water.
can jam in those spots. But here, I think this is fine. He does check over to Yankov. 90,000 here. I am kind of surprised to see him just quickly fold there. I mean, there was one heart out there, and the heart is a deuce, so working with your backdoor wheel draw as well. Maybe could have peeled one there.
Little help, little help.
Maybe if you're feeling ambitious, you come in with a check raise.
Players, of course, acutely aware of looming pay jumps and the idea of making a World Series of Poker final table. That alone, for some, is worth a bit of caution. Action folds around to Sierko in the small blind. Jack 6 up. He's going to consider perhaps a little steal here. Tara in the chat says, I'll be asleep to your voices soon. I guess we are.
Until we hit another straight flush on the river, and we'll wake you up.
Raise 160.
And Sierko tried to see a flop, but Fed not allowing it. I'm not going to say that there's tension in the room, but players are definitely focused right now. We're getting closer and closer to the final 2 tables. Of course, pay jumps becoming more and more important. Just to give you a little bit of a breakdown here, 16th through 23rd all get the same, 26,000. Then we go up to 32 for 12th to 15th, and then 10th and 11th get 40K, and then 9th gets 51, and from there on out, we'll see some steeper increases.
Raise 120.
Sierko coming in with the raise, getting involved for the 3rd straight hand, this time on the button with Jack 10 offsuit. This time he is allowed to win one. He's among the smaller stacks in this event. Peroni, however, is our actual short stack with fewer than 10 big blinds. We haven't even mentioned it yet, but Taylor Black has been removed from the table. He is our current tournament chip leader, somewhere out in the room collecting chips. Nate Silver, pocket 5s. Was it the speed limit? What do we used to call this hand?
Yeah, speed limit.
Well, this is going to be huge. Nate Silver flopping bottom set. Brent Hart flopping top 2 pair. Hart with the quick point at the bet made by Silver.
You're also given the wet texture here. Yeah, I think Silver's the one who bet. So apologies for our graphics, but the wet texture here I think is going to lead Hart to do just that. Check raise right away. Try and get this money in. Don't necessarily want to have any free cards come off or some cheap cards come off that can, and there's the jam.
Wow, bet sizing is reversed here. Nate Silver all in. Brent Hart makes the call. We got top 2 pair versus a set. Brent Hart looking for some help, and as we can see on the screen, 110 already folded. Hart only with 3 outs.
Like 175 or something.
The day has been full of excitement so far already, and Nate Silver now 2 cards away from having 3.3 million.
Oh
And a
my!
jack on the third.
Time, baby girl.
This is not real.
Wow.
Yeah.
Brent Hart stands up, calls the one time.
Nobody move, nobody get hurt.
And Nate Silver down to just 1
Nobody
card.
move, nobody get hurt.
The 5 of hearts.
For the sweat.
It is not there. And Nate Silver has been eliminated in dramatic fashion. This table just keeps on delivering, Donnie.
I have no words. I mean, what the heck am I supposed to say?
For the 10? Why you didn't tell me?
Wow.
You don't want to deflate me? Deflate me, man.
Wow. Sheesh. What a disgusting bad beat for Nate Silver.
No change, sir. Keep all that, man. Keep all that, brother.
Heart's feeling great. Just keep all the change, sir.
That waiter came at the right time.
Oh, yes.
The waiter was lingering and hoping for the player he had drinks for to win a big pot. Respect to that guy.
We always get bangers at these tables on the horseshoe. I mean,
what you need?
First the straight flush, now that?
Which denomination is what?
Just an absolutely excruciating exit for Nate Silver.
I got a feeling that you got it.
Man, the funny thing is,
gets his money in there in a
I've been
great spot.
All tournament. I had quad fives in day one.
Thank you.
Had a big stack with
Nate
fives
Silver
against
bowing
queens
out in
day
18th
two.
place, $26,007
So I didn't like
for
seeing
him.
that 5. I said that's what I get. That's what I deserve.
17 players remaining.
Good timing for that, man. That's a. You'll remember that one forever.
Hello.
Regardless of what happens. Yeah.
Hello.
Yep. Peekaboo.
The streets.
Back to the action here. Vet finds ace-king offsuit, and he's reaching for chips. The big pots just keep on happening here at this feature table, and we're not even at the final table yet.
Whew. Won't he do it?
Hart with a bit more pep in his step now, understandably so.
What's your name?
Elisa.
Elisa? Oh, see? That Lisa in it was good luck. That's my wife's name. Yeah. Elisa. Not the Lisa, but Elisa.
Vet made it 125. Peroni moved all in for 395, and he'll see the bad news as he will be looking for a 6 or some hearts. Can't really fault Peroni. He's been waiting for a hand for a long time. The World Series Poker Bracelet winner looking
Corey,
for
when should
some
I
help
stand
to
up?
survive, or else
Not
Vet
yet,
will
right?
chip up
I gotta
some
wait.
more.
Oh, God.
Queen, 10, 8, 2 clubs.
Not looking good for Perone here.
Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Peroni down to just 3 outs.
With the way it's been going, I fully expect a 6 on the river.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, he does the stand-up. He knows the drill, but it doesn't work for him. Jack of spades on the river. We'll say goodbye to Peroni as we
Redraw?
get down to the final 16 by the sounds of it. Looks like
Parfait, je prends le redraw, j'allais passer de Big Blind. Salut. Santo, enchanté.
looks as though we are down to the final 2 tables, so that final table
ça, j'avais
approaching
Big Blind,
pretty rapidly, Donnie. I did not expect it to go this fast.
No, kind of a subdued start. You know, not too much was happening, but
wow.
Why not, huh?
then the doors got blown off and all hell has broken loose for the past, what, 45 minutes or so?
Oh, that was a sickie. I said, oh.
16 left.
Did I run into that? And then he bet his set.
Wow, parce que
Players are reorganizing and perhaps re-energizing as we still have quite a bit of poker left to be played. The sun is setting in Las Vegas, but please know that the 2024 World Series of Poker is live on PokerGo. Over 300 hours of live streams. Subscribe right now. Use promo code WISFE24YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Today we are free on YouTube. Tomorrow, the final table will be exclusively on PokerGo. So as you're getting acquainted with these players, please know that tomorrow's final table will be live as well. All right, back to the action here. We chop the break out for your viewing pleasure. That's the beauty of the dynamic delay that we use, giving us a chance to fast forward just a little bit. All right, we have new players. We have 8 players at this table. We are 8 eliminations away from the end of the day, Donnie.
Okay. Okay.
As we are getting acquainted with some of these new folk, let us know in the chat who's been impressing you the most so far today.
How are you?
Donnie mentioned it earlier, but Tarek here in the center of your picture just a few seconds ago. This man sailed across the Atlantic. I would never bet against someone who has that kind of, I guess, lack of fear. Donnie.
I mean, I'm not doing that.
If I
no
can't-
chance in hell.
If I cannot touch the bottom when I'm in the ocean, I'm out. I'm swimming back to the shore. Stan in the chat says, gotta get Remko out of the booth. These bad beats are too bad.
1.5.
Okay, it's hot in here. Wow.
That feels
Very
though
hot in here.
the World Series Poker has waited for my
Yeah,
arrival
yeah, it's bright.
to
There it's cold.
get some
Yeah.
crazy
Fine over
hands
there.
going.
These hands have been outrageous.
And better hot than cold. You know?
Good for you, hot and cold.
3 weeks ago, I was in Alaska, freezing. Then I
Now
came
you're here, 110-degree weather.
Donnie, do you think play will tighten up a little bit now that we've gotten down to the final two tables?
200.
Yeah, I mean, new cast of characters too. You know, obviously at this point, you're now one table away from the final table. Terich is back at this table, and notice the sizing here, greater than 3x, 200K at the 60K big blind. Ostapchenko electing to just flat.
I mean, we saw Tarich make it
4x earlier.
4x earlier at the 50K big blind.
Yeah, he had 2 7s when he did that.
That's it.
10-9 deuce.
Wow. Tarich gets what he's looking for, hits a set. And Donnie, if you're Ostapchenko, you know, this is not the world's worst flop.
No, I mean, it's going to depend on, okay, Tarich checks. I was going to say it's going to depend on sizing. Given the larger sizing pre-flop, I was going to say that if, you know, Tarich comes with like almost full pot, then Ostapchenko can probably get away. Here instead, Ostapchenko's going to stab at this one, 165K. There are, of course, draws out there, diamonds, straight draws, who are unblocking that 10. There is the check raise. Quick fold from Ostapchenko.
How do you feel about the check raise here, Donnie?
I think it's fine from
Check
Tarich.
raise, huh?
I think I probably would have leaned
like it.
to
Yeah.
check the flop if I was Ostapchenko. Just given the way that I kind of get a read of
It's coming to
Tarich
me.
playing, like I feel like
Founder.
you're going to get hit with stuff like that and you're just going to be unable to continue. And
It's right
with
on the
that
floor.
10 of clubs being out there, I would like to try and see a turn, given my hand, the ace queen of clubs.
25
No,
for
this
small
is-
blind.
Someone.
And 25.
A little
Either
update
one there or one
from
there.
Nice.
the outer table. Taylor Black still our overall chip leader with 5.3 million. So Ochana at our table here on the live stream is actually second in chips. Brent Hart on the outer table is third with 4.1 million. Kartik Ved, who is at this table, is fourth in chips. And then Marash Leon, who was at our feature table to start and who is now back, is currently fifth in chips. The shortest stack in the tournament right now is Cade Venkatsan, who has 625K. So he's going to have to make something happen real soon. We are down to the final two tables. We are playing down to a final table. So stick with us here on the YouTube channel, or if you're watching us on Pluto, very much appreciate that as well. all you have to do if you're on YouTube is please like the video and subscribe to the channel. We got tons and tons of poker action still to come here during the 2024 World Series of Poker. 16 left.
Raise and take it there for Ochana.
What is that? Oh.
Marash Leon, we mentioned it earlier, but if you're joining us a little bit later, was one of the 2 lucky players in last year's World Series of Poker Mystery Millions event to pull a $1 million bounty.
Donnie, how does it work when
He finished in 138th for $8,500.
Oh, wow.
But it's just crazy that like you just have that shot to pull such an insane prize, and like you can ultimately not go. I mean, you go deep, yes, but like you're still so far away from the ultimate prize of winning the tournament. Yes.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering is, when you sell action for a mystery bounty, do you like disclose or sort of tell people like, oh, you have the same cut of the bounty? Is that how it works?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty standard to have the same cut of the bounty. Haven't heard otherwise. Personally, as somebody who does buy action from time to time, I would not buy action of anyone who said, oh, you don't get anything in the bounties. I'd be like, okay, you can go F yourself. I'm definitely not doing that. And maybe, you know what, maybe that's why some of these winners, these $1 million bounty pools, aren't as excited. You know, because there's been a lot of talk. The bounty winners from this year, not the most excited people. The one we remember from is a couple of years ago. Matt Glantz went nuts, right? You know, but
that's how it should be.
Yeah, but Matt Glantz maybe has 100% of himself. Maybe these guys sell action, and you know, you're not that enthused because maybe you're splitting it 10 ways or something like that, right? Maybe that's the reason. I have no idea if that is the case, but maybe that's a little bit insight into why these players aren't as excited as they are. Either way, I'd still be going crazy myself personally.
Absolutely, same.
Ostapchenko here, King Queen makes it 175,000. Speaking of Marash Leon, he's got King Jack suited, makes the call. Action now over to Ved, 5-3 off on the big blind. He gets out of the way, so heads up here. Ostapchenko is dominating Marash Leon, but Marash Leon is suited and does have position. This could be a fun flop here. Jack, 10-6, 1 spade. Open-ended and 2 overs for Ostapchenko as the pre-flop raiser. Marash Leon flopping top pair. Good kicker. He's also got backdoor spades.
160.
Ostapchenko comes with 160,000 into a pot of 500. Marash Leon is the covering stack here. He calls. 8 of hearts on the turn. Almost about a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio here. 975 back for Ostapchenko, 820 out there in the middle. Another bet here from Ostapchenko. Looks like 360,000.
Get some water over there. Where?
Garçon. They don't come so.
Rashleon with a call once again. Going to the river now, more than 1.5 out there. 6-15 back for Ostapchenko. 5 of clubs here. The king-jack for Rashleon is best. He was dominated going into the flop, but flopping that jack has the best hand here. As long as he does not fold, if this goes to showdown, he's going to be taking the pot. We'll see if Ostapchenko wants to continue here.
Check.
Ostapchenko checking. Rashleon checks back, and he's going to turn over his king-jack and rake in that pot.
What was that king jack?
Solid pickup there for Rashleon as he moves up over 4.6 million in chips. Ostapchenko now
I think his tip was twice as big as those
tumbling down the leaderboard. 615,000 for him. Just over 10 big blinds left for Andrew Ostapchenko. This is day 3 coverage of event number 16, $5,000 no limit hold'em here at the 2024 World Series of Poker. A little bit of some bonus free coverage on PokerGO, on the PokerGO YouTube channel, and on select fast channels, including Pluto TV. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in, no matter where you are tuning in from. Terich here starts this one off with an under-the-gun limp with a couple of 6s. Burlaku, ace, king of clubs. Plan today with this stream is to play down to the final table. The remaining players will then bag up their chips and return tomorrow. That final table is available to watch on PokerGo.com. Raise to 240. Rashleon gets out of the way with 2 7s. Terich also giving up those 2 6s pretty quickly. Borlaku takes that one down. I see Austin B in the YouTube chat asking if you can play bracelet events from New Jersey/Michigan online this year. Are they the same pool as WSOP Las Vegas? Well, WSOP Nevada. So Nevada, New Jersey were linked heading into the summer. Michigan joined that player pool. So now all 3 states, Michigan, Nevada, and New Jersey, are linked into the same player pool. WSOP did announce 30 gold bracelet events this summer on WSOP.com. 2 or 3 of them have already been completed. I believe 5 of them are a hybrid online to live format. So if you are in Nevada, New Jersey, or Michigan, you can hop online to WSOP.com and get in on some gold bracelet action. And then I believe Pennsylvania's WSOP.com, which is not in the same player pool, but they will have their own separate online gold bracelet events. We're actually on back on the gas here. King, queen suited. Raise and take.
Looks like your Celtics are off to a good start, Donnie.
Did they win?
That's what I've been seeing in the chat. They blew him out.
I like it. I like it.
When's the last time you went to a Celtics game?
When Ray Allen hit a game winner over the Chicago Bulls.
Wow.
Several years ago.
That's a while ago.
Yep.
Did you growing up? Did you go a lot?
No, never went.
Damn. Kristaps Porzingis.
One, they're expensive tickets.
Right.
The Boston sports teams are not cheap to attend.
But yeah, Porzingis back in the mix. 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big question mark. Is KP going to be good to go with that calf, lower leg injury, whatever the heck he had? You know, was he going to be good to go? Were they playing it coy? He did, you know, I think it was listed as like a 4 or 5 week injury. He was out for 37 or 38 days or something like that. So it seems like quick highlights that I saw, he looked good. So if he's back and the Celtics are the well-oiled machine that they are with Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and then Kristaps Porzingis in the mix, I would imagine the Mavericks have a hard time beating them. But when you have Luka Doncic, when you have Kyrie Irving playing as well as Kyrie Irving is these playoffs, I certainly don't think that it's over. And the Celtics have been known to kind of sleep at times. So good game 1 win, of course. I'm sure Bill Simmons is happy wherever he is. Probably went to the game.
Would you say the Celtics have momentum?
Yeah. I mean, you know, got the momentum.
Shout out Mickey Doft. Florida Panthers. Shout out.
Yeah, the Stanley Cup too, huh? Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah.
I almost bet on the Oilers.
When?
Like at the beginning of the playoffs, just because I'm like when you're as good as Connor McDavid and that team is offensively,
right.
Of course they have their issues defensively and in goal. At some point, you're just going to break through. Right? I mean, like, come on. I mean, and Connor McDavid is, like, not a human player. I mean, it's just not. He's an alien out there.
God. It's so funny. I'm, of course, a big Golden Knights fan being here in Las Vegas. I watched every single Golden Knights game in the playoffs, which admittedly weren't that many. But I have not watched a single second of hockey from the moment the Golden Knights got eliminated.
I love hockey playoffs. Underrated, I believe.
We got aces clashing here. Ace 8 and ace 10 to be more specific. Ved with the race to 120. Call has been made by Burlaku. Deuce 3-3 on the flop, both players with ace high. $75K is the bet from Ved. Burlaku does have the ace of hearts, a little bit of backdoor action. There it is. Call has been made. We're going to see a turn card. Seven of diamonds on the turn. No pair still for either player. Burlaku watches his backdoor draws die a quiet death here. But if you're Ved, Donnie, are you supposed to slow down here? Or are you supposed to continue firing? How do you assess this?
I would probably slow it down. I mean, I think here, if anyone's going to have threes, it's probably the big blind. Ved does check it back. 4 on the river. I'm also not so sure I see Burlaku betting here. Ace-high, good showdown value here. If you do bet, you're really just turning your hand into a bluff. What worse calls you in this spot? Check, check.
I mean, Ved is going to be very happy to take this one down.
Split.
No split. 10 plays.
All right, so Vet chips up. He's on 4 million. He's among the chip leaders in this event, along with Ochana. 2 tables remaining in this event. Final 16 of this 5K no limit. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We're calling the action for you all night until we get down to a final table. That'll be on the stream tomorrow with 660K up top. Quack on Buoy says, we have a Real Madrid fan right there. Yeah, Vet supporting Real, of course.
Is he a supporter of the...
I mean, yeah.
Phil Hellmuth wears a Real Madrid track top, but I mean, does Phil Hellmuth know anything about Real Madrid?
No, there's no chance. It is definitely funny when someone wears the kit or the outfit of the best team in the world or the best club or whatever, because you can never automatically assume they actually support the team. Ostapchenko here with a shove, gets it through.
Shout out Jude Bellingham.
I feel it the same way when you see someone wear Lakers. Like, are they really a Lakers fan, or like New York Yankees is a good one. If you wear a Yankees hat, what are the odds?
I think the Yankees are better suited for this, for like just a random fan, than the Lakers. There's actually a lot of diehard Laker fans.
Right.
And the Lakers are huge.
How many?
Along the lines of Real Madrid, I would say Manchester United.
Yes.
Is probably in there. Even as of late, Manchester City, for example. So yeah.
Does the NFL have a team like that? The Raiders, I guess. Is the most.
I might say the Cowboys.
Oh yeah.
America's team. Let's go.
Here's a question for you in the chat. If you ask a random person on the street wearing a Yankees hat, how many players can you name? Like, where do you set the line?
I like those. They have those social media videos where like somebody's wearing a T-shirt of a band.
Right.
Like, hey, do you know who sings this song? It's the person that they're wearing. Who is that?
Right.
Who is what you're describing in poker?
Oh.
Who's like the New York Yankees of poker?
I mean,
like, is it Phil Hellmuth?
I almost want to say it's Negreanu.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
He is easy to root for. He's a big name.
I mean, he's just super popular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to the action here. So now this is interesting. Terich, who has been basically 4Xing it on his last raise, is also limping under the gun with sixes. Now, very standard raise, 125,000. Arash Leon maybe picking up on the sizing thing here from Terich, because the way Terich has been playing, I'm not so sure I would be 3-betting him a lot. But again, maybe the sizing is a bit of a tell here. And Arash Leon says, I'm going to kick this one up 400K. Terich does give it up. I like what I've seen today from Arash Leon.
Yep.
Been played very well.
Absolutely agree. People in the chat setting the line at 2 or a half or less than 3. I think for the Yankees players, that's probably a good one. Donnie, are you like enough of a fan of a team in each major U.S. sport that you would never own, buy, or wear a piece of clothing of a different team?
No. These days, I'm like more of a fan of like players, which I think, I think it's like, like I could wear like a Luka Doncic jersey because I think the guy's just an incredible player. Like I have no problem with that, or like a Nikola Jokic jersey, that sort of stuff. Like, but like I like the Celtics. Ostapchenko here, King Jack all in. That gets through.
It is that time in the tournament where a simple shove and a few folds can just give you so much more life in an event like this. We're playing 40K, 80K with an 80K big blind ante, so just, picking up a casual 200K is really helpful for all players at this point. I'm not going to say that the structure has made them shallow. I think there's still a lot of play left, but there's a lot to fight for every single hand. If your favorite player is not at the table but still in the tournament, they will be at the other table. We have 2 tables still left in play. A few players here yet to get involved, most notably Hopkins, who's now in the small blind. Have not seen him play any hands. Donnie, Mr. Burlaku reminds me of Jason Sentai.
Yes, I could totally see it. Crossed with Adam Owen.
Yes.
Roshli on here. Couple of aces in the late position coming out of the cutoff. Over to Ved. He's got king 3 off in the big blind. Elects to give it up. Deeming that one not good enough to defend. Mirage now up over 5 million in chips.
Let us know in the chat if you're chip leader in a tournament with 2 tables left, how much do you value just making the final table? Is that important to you? Do you care about that? Are you taking it into consideration, or are you able to and focused on the play at hand and just taking it as it comes? I feel as though, especially the WSOP, just making the final table is already a huge thing.
How much is that?
It's 125. 2 red.
It's for sure very important.
And
it's undoubtedly a great accomplishment to make a World Series of Poker final table, but I think it's also important not to forget that you should be putting yourself in the best position to win the tournament. Definitely putting yourself in the best position to make it to the top 3. So just getting the chip lead with, let's say, 16 players left or so, you're down to 2 tables. Yes, you can taste that final table, not just like lock it up and fold into there, because then the next thing you know, you're out in 8th place. When maybe if you had played a little bit more aggressively, you put yourself in a real position to get a bracelet, and that is ultimately what this is about. The bracelet, the first place prize money. Terich here with a raise under the gun. Ace 8 off. Ochana defended from the big blind. Queen Jack 4. Ochana flopping the best of it with second pair. Check bet call of 160,000. Ace on the turn.
Wow, a bit of a table turner right here as Tarj hits the ace and
goes right to his chips.
Yeah, goes right to his chips. He is confident. Bets 150. Very small bet here, Donnie.
Listen, I'm not the biggest live tell guy.
I believe you.
But what I'll say is that Terich bet the flop
Ace.
and then put his hand on his mouth, which can sometimes be construed as you're bluffing when you're doing that. And then when he hit the ace and bet, both of his hands went to hold his cards, maybe protecting, subconsciously protecting his hand. Again, I'm not the biggest live tell guy, but that did stick out to me there.
Wow, Donnie, Mike Caro Peters here.
That's right. Possibly something just to pay attention to going forward.
I like this.
And we'll see how that works out. Now, he's probably going to do it on the next hand, and it's just going to totally blow up what I just said. But, worth noting. I think I remember talking with Alex Foxen once about how you should just be paying attention to everything that is going on. Now, maybe that specific thing doesn't work out, what you just observed there. But maybe it does, right? Or maybe it means something different. It's just It's more about like the all importance of paying attention to every single thing that you can. Meaning, put your phone down, pay attention, watch every single player when it's on them. You know, every sort of thing that you can pick up and use to your advantage as information can go a long way in a poker tournament. Action here on Ochana in the small blind. Ace King off. 325,000.
I don't believe you, but
You don't believe me?
no,
But I believe you.
respect you.
Here, you don't believe me? Now you believe me, right?
Steady Eddie here showing the Ace King.
Yeah, a little bit of advertising.
I
Listen now,
believe
I'm
you,
not
so
messing
you
with
don't
you. I
believe
had
me.
it. I had a
What
hand.
is this? I'm kidding.
No, it's okay. Where are you from?
Chicago.
Not too far.
You?
Miami.
Miami. Awesome.
Action folding around to vet in the cutoff. 10-4 off, also hitting the muck. Now on Ochana. Nothing for him either, but perhaps we can see him get involved here.
Easy game.
Easy.
Ostapchenko receives a walk with pocket nines. That is not what he was hoping for. After all that early excitement, looks like we have a bit of a lull in the action as Marashlian finds King Queen of clubs. If you're enjoying our coverage on YouTube, please don't forget to hit the like button. Our goal for today is 1,000 likes. We're slowly but surely closing in. Now seeing a few folds. Action now on Burlaku in the big blinds, and he's going to just surrender here with 9-7 off. No surprises there. On our table chip leader with 5.3 million. Throughout the course of today's coverage, he's been very steady. Almost no bumps in the road for him. If you're just tuning in, we will be streaming until the day finishes. Whether that's a set amount of levels, we are unsure at this point, but the goal is to play down to the final 8, which will be streaming tomorrow on PokerGO.com. Got a few smaller pots here back to back to back. Let's hope for another big clash. And if you've missed it, speaking of big clashes, go to twitter.com/PokerGo. Erik Seidel was eliminated earlier on in a truly epic hand. Ace King of clubs here for Burlaku. Speaking of epic hands, he's going to attack from the small blind, hoping that Marashlian finds something to play with in the big blind.
Yeah.
Raise to 220. Action on Marashlian with King Deuce of diamonds. And look at this, Marashlian making the call here with King Deuce. We got a little bit of potential here. Clubs versus diamonds as the flop rolls out. King, Queen, Deuce, 2 spades. Both players with a pair of kings, but Marashlian flopping 2 pair. Potential disaster here for Burlaku as the Marashlian train keeps on rolling. Very interesting to look at Burlaku's sizing, as there are some draws out there on the flop, so Marashlian might be looking at blowing this pot up a little bit. If you're Burlaku, this is exactly what you want. You've got top pair, top kicker, backdoor clubs. And the bet is 205,000. Action now on the chip leader. This could be an absolutely massive pot. With 16 left in this event. Oh, and he moves all in. Snap call from Burlaku, and he's going to see the bad news. King Deuce versus Ace King. Burlaku from Romania is needing some help here. Ooh, Burlaku is not happy, understandably so. As you can see on the screen, he is supposed to have 6 outs, but already 2 cards folded from those cards. So 4 outs twice here for Burlaku, or he will be headed towards the exit. And it's an ace on the turn, and Burlaku takes the lead, making the better 2 pair.
Wow.
Absolutely gross turn card after they got it in on the flop. River is the 10 of spades, and Burlaku finds a massive double up. He will now have 2.9 million, and this is the first dent in the stack of Marashlian. We are getting so many crazy hands today. Epic stuff so far. Marashlian can afford to pay off his debt here and still sitting on a big stack, but wow, that would have really been one that would separate him from the rest of the field. Chad is saying best hand 1. Well, wasn't the best hand when the money went in.
Didn't expect to see 2 pairs when you got to go all in.
Just a little speed bump, Donnie.
I mean, these hands remain to be not real. I mean, they're awesome. It's great entertainment.
All right, action continues. Still 8-handed here at the feature table. Marashlian getting involved again here, limping on Savin's big blind. Savin's been a little quiet as of late.
Have a fun one here. I know it's a limped pot, but Marashlian flopping top pair with a gut shot, and then Savin is open-ended with that 7. Bet of 100,000 from Marashlian and a call from Savin. Jack on the turn.
Gush in the chat is saying he's steaming I don't think Mirage Leon is steaming. I think he's seen it all before.
I don't think you're allowed to steam for like 7 years if you pull $1 million bounty. That's like the, you know. Check on the turn. 5 comes in on the river. That makes a straight, excuse me, for Saven. $125,000 is the bet from Mirage Leon. Quick call from Saven with that straight, and that is going to be the winner.
We have 10-9. Yep.
Another dent in the stack of Mirage Leon as he's now sitting just above 3.5 million in chips. Saven with that pot up over 1.8 million.
Ray, 160.
Eddie Ochana up to 160,000 here with pocket threes. Are playing 40,000, 80,000 now. Hopkins in the big blind, ace 4 off. He's going to defend. Heads up here to a flop. Jack 6-5 with a couple of diamonds. Hopkins checks. Hopkins pretty short here, has 490,000 behind. 100,000 is the bet from Ochana, and Hopkins gets out of the way. Hopkins now working with just over 6 big blinds. Ochana now finds ace 3 of diamonds under the gun. Raise it is, 160,000. Terich with king jack of diamonds. Terich puts in the call.
Me and you, my friend.
Always between friends.
sure.
Ochana versus Terrets here, heads up.
Check for my
8-4-3 with a couple of clubs. Quick check, check. Deuce of
for
diamonds
my
on the
friend.
turn. Quick check, check once again. 4 of hearts on the river.
I check.
Check, check, and Ochana's ace
You're
3
lucky, no diamonds.
is going to take it.
My
That's
friend.
right. You're lucky,
Right?
no diamonds.
What happened? That was so quick.
Then we're friends.
It will have killed me.
You can definitely tell that Eddie Ochana
wait for
has
a second, it's
experience
over.
playing live poker, chatting with his opponents, keeping things light and comfortable. If you would like to be comfortable, you can take your game to the next level. You can take your wardrobe to the next level with official PokerGo merch. Shop now at shop.pokergo.com. You probably likely have forgotten out there, but Father's Day is coming up. If your father likes poker, this is a great place to get him a good gift. Shop.pokergo.com.
Last one. I figure, you know what? He has so many chips.
Then we call.
He called with pair of nines.
And then you go all in?
Ace. I mean,
You're ready all in.
yeah.
It's not your action.
So,
Hey, come on, they're talking.
Yeah.
sorry,
friends.
sorry, guys.
I thought he was big blind. I'm sorry.
Terrets and Ochana deep in conversation here that
He took all of
slowing
us
up the
out.
game a little
9,
bit.
10.
Wow, that's poker something.
We're actually on here with ace 10 suited.
Happens.
Yeah.
That's why we play the game.
Yeah.
Raise 160.
Deal, players, you're welcome back to the table. Still 20 times under the dinner break, just under 7 minutes. You are welcome back.
We having dinner?
Yeah, in 35 minutes.
Let me tell my wife.
Double down.
Me too.
Raise and take it there for
double down.
Marash Leon. Pretty busy day here at the 2024
good double
World
down.
Series of Poker,
So my hand
both
poker is
at
kinda
Paris
better.
and at Horseshoe.
It's not good. 3-8's not good.
Of course, we have this
7-4.
$5,000 Nolan
Playable.
Hold'em event playing down
Defend.
towards a final table. There's an $800 deep stack event that had 4,700 entries. They're down to the final 2 tables. $1,500 pot limit Omaha event that was very big is also trying to play down towards a final table. 10K limit limit Hold'em championship is approaching the bubble. The $300 Gladiators of Poker tournament kicked off. That drew almost 3,800 entries today. There's a $25,000 high roller going on that's looking like it's about to top 100 entries, and then $1,500 deuce to 7 triple draw also going on. So lots of action, lots of variety,
160, raise.
tons of things going on here. We're very much in the thick of it, just over a week in to the 2024 WSOP.
We'll just start with like 1.67.
On 8.
Saving here. Makes it 160 with King Jack, and that gets through.
All right, tacos are dealt with, Donnie.
Oh yeah? How are they?
They're good. A little spice to it. Can always do tacos. We had a funny situation at a Mexican restaurant a couple nights ago. My fiance is gluten-free. She loves corn tortillas, and she wanted breakfast tacos. There was a breakfast burrito on the menu, and there were also corn tortillas on the menu. She ordered breakfast tacos, and the lady said, "We don't have those." And like I was like, "Wait, you have all the ingredients for breakfast tacos, but you don't have them?" So then she
Can you just make us one?
So she ordered a breakfast burrito without the tortilla, and she ordered a side of corn tortillas. I thought it was hilarious. Oh, someone's getting a
I can't
call.
talk to you now.
perhaps some help from the sidelines here as Hopkins is all in with ace-4.
Yeah, yeah.
Ochana here with ace-7 makes the call. He's going to have Hopkins dominated here. A battle of the smaller aces. Can Hopkins find a way to double up?
Chop it up. Will do.
Okay, so what happened? What's too short? No, it break for 1 hour in 35 minutes. An hour.
Huh? I didn't go to Bahamas.
The same
Here we
place
go.
we had yesterday.
Hopkins at risk, and Jack 7-4 rolls off the deck. Hopkins pairs his 4, but Ochana pairs his 7, and Hopkins now looking for a spade to make a flush. He's still got some outs on it. This is not the worst case scenario for him.
No, not bad at all here. Spade or a 4. I think the 4s are dead though.
4s are indeed dead. Hopkins with spades as outs, or else he will be our 16th place finisher. And it's the Jack of Hearts on the river, and Hopkins indeed will become our 16th place finisher.
Heads up. Yeah.
Hold.
So top.
Yeah.
All right, we are down to 15 players. The goal is to play down to a final table of 8. As you can tell from recent play, the action has slowed down quite a bit.
People want more money in the. I feel like final 2 tables is so fucking hard to get.
Yeah.
This is day 3 of this 5K no limit. These players have been battling for 3 straight days for a chance to make a World Series of Poker final table.
Yeah, this is technically a new event on the schedule this summer.
Yeah, ace 4, huh? Wow.
WSOP did not bring back the $5,000 half no limit, half PLO event, but in its place they did add a 5K PLO, which had a huge field, and then they also added this 4-day 5K no limit hold'em event, which also had a huge field, more than 800 entries here. A couple of kings now for Ochana, with a raise in front of him from Ved. Ochana not going to get cute and just come with a 3-bet right away, up to 475.
You want like 5 million?
I think so.
Okay. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, about over 5 million.
I didn't want it to go into the mic. Just chomp, chomp, chomp. Well, all right. Sorry, guys. What? Best chips in the world.
Fed gives it up after a little bit of thought, and Ochana takes that one. Continuing to climb, approaching 6 million is Eddie Ochana. Poker pro out of Chicago, Illinois. Nicknamed Steady Eddie.
About 6-15 behind.
Tarek throws ace-jack into the muck. Oh, no, sorry, he still has his cards. Okay, maybe we see a 4x raise then instead.
175.
Tarek makes it 175. Marashlian with ace-7 offsuit, giving it some thought here, but I feel as though players are aware of Tarek's tight approach. Tarek, one of the last players or last people remaining on planet Earth who still has a ringtone on his phone. Gotta give him credit for that. Deuce, 5, deuce. No pair for either player.
300.
Tarek takes this one down, and I feel as though players do give him the respect he deserves. This guy does not mess around a whole lot.
This is not our clock, is it? This is a different clock.
No, this is our clock.
It's ours?
No, it's not. They changed it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's 4,700.
Excuse me. They changed our clock here. That one's not ours.
I'm looking, I'm like 4,700 entries.
Oh.
Oh, we make a lot of money at 5K. Final table.
Be nice.
Yeah. All right, they
This
owe
player's
us.
already guaranteed
4,700 entries.
quite
Do the
a
math.
nice
Well,
payout.
5,000 buy-in.
So that's our
20
10.
million. Okay.
Right, 10 minutes.
If you're just
No?
tuning in,
This
this
is
is
not
the
the right
final
clock. They put some
15
clock, I
players,
don't know,
all
10
guaranteed $32,000. The final 11 get 40K, so no pay jump for the next few eliminated players.
I got OCD. I check everything. Be careful.
Really fast, I'm on the table. Okay, by the time I come, it's 20 minutes.
255.
Yeah.
Marashlian with the unknown cards, 255. A little wild card hand action here potentially as Saban finds ace jack offsuit in the big blind, and he's going to surely get involved here.
How much?
And he moves all in. Now we get to see Marashlian's cards, and it is king queen offsuit. Donnie, give us some analysis on the shoving and calling and whether this is within range.
1.9?
Feels like I would lean fold. I mean, that's a good portion of your stack at this stage of the tournament. Marashlian does correctly get out of the way there.
Donnie, what hand are we supposed to be calling with there if we are Marashlian?
I mean, you might stick it in with the king queen suited. Even that feels like it might be on the closer side. Not sure I prefer raise folding like that with the king queen off. Maybe starting things off with a limp. Maybe just open jamming it myself for whatever, how many blinds Saban had there. A couple of queens for Tarch.
Tarch continues to pick up very, very exciting hands here as he makes it 175 again. Action quickly folds around to Saban. He's going to have an easy decision.
You got a peppermill patch for me or what? You got a peppermill patch for me? Yeah. Do you? Oh, give me that thing. Let's see. Let's go.
Tarek will be rather
a cigar off?
unhappy
Nice hand,
taking
buddy.
down such a small pot, and he shows the pocket queens as he rakes it in. Tarek with 2.2 million, still sitting pretty comfortable, but would not have minded some action. Ostapchenko with ace jack of diamonds. He is our short stack at this table. He's going to move all in for 615 and hoping for a call because ace jack diamonds, that's ahead of the calling ranges of some of his opponents.
Good spot here. Ostapchenko, we'll see if he can make something happen. I feel like pretty much all day nothing has kind of been going Ostapchenko's way, but could be a good spot here. Well, that's going to get through. Of course, not terrible to just get a shove through like that, but when you're shorter, sometimes you don't hate a call, right? You know, you want to double up. You want to get that full double.
Ostapchenko now back up to 10 big blinds, but as you can see, he is one hand away from being back in the big blind, which is going to cost him 160K. Seeing a lot less post-flop play in the recent orbits, which can only mean one thing, that final table is indeed looming for these players.
Can I be friends with you guys?
No, but you gotta play your hand. If you flop,
No,
we're friends.
We
You guys all wanna be, we're all friends.
We're joking, you know.
We're just joking.
First mistake. You were just the first card face up.
Oh.
Like a home game, you know.
You win, my friend, you win. Good hand.
That's yours, right?
Chad is saying that he folded queens.
Bottom
I was
take it.
reading the payouts when this must have happened. I missed this, so we might have to roll back the tape here to see what happened, but I can pretty...
He's too dangerous.
He's dangerous.
Pretty sure to say
Yeah,
enough
he's
fold
dangerous.
queens,
No, not me. Not me.
I was into
No,
the
the
payouts,
guy
so
in the
I missed
hat.
that one.
That one?
Thank you for keeping us honest in the chat.
He's
Much
not dangerous.
appreciated.
Was that funny?
Looks like a pussycat.
Yeah, a bunch of friends, huh?
160.
Raise 160.
Berlaku here, ace-3 of spades. Just going to raise it before the flop and take it down. Donnie, the vibe at the table has changed completely. We're seeing lots of raise and take.
Yeah,
We're
they
seeing
changed it again.
much more passive play.
Nah, it's
Do you
not.
feel as though
yeah.
that's going to be the
Yeah,
theme until we get down to the final table?
No,
It's a big one.
14.
Yeah,
14.
I mean, I feel like these players are
It's a break, right?
sensing
No,
the
Yeah, 18 minutes.
closeness
No, the
that
other
they
one's a
are
break.
to that final table.
Yeah. That's not
Pay
even
jumps
ours either.
getting more
How many
meaningful
it
at this point.
18.
I don't know
Where do you
what
see
they're doing.
18? Yeah. Look at the clock.
Can we put the clock back on
The
our
yellow
thing?
one.
You got a different tournament on again. They got a different tournament on these clocks. We don't care about the deep stack.
Yeah, why is the deep stack here?
No big deal.
Donnie,
It's
you mentioned
okay. No problem,
the
right,
deep
Anthony?
stacks being held in a different room. Describe to the audience who's not been at the World Series of Poker perhaps this year and last how the World Series of Poker has changed moving from the Rio
As
to the
exciting as that
Horseshoe,
is.
and you will be able to answer that question after this hand because Ostapchenko finds ace-king offsuit. He's going to get a quick fold. So back to you about sort of how the, I guess, layout and blueprint of this giant event has changed.
All right, then
with
we'll
the
do it like
move
this. There's
to the Horseshoe.
4,700 entries.
Yeah,
They're
so
done at
at the
17,
Rio,
so 5K. Figure the
We
math.
were in the Rio
Yes,
Convention Center, which
figure
was
the
very
math. We're
big,
playing
multiple rooms
4,700
over there.
entries. There's 17 left.
The most important room that you're ultimately were trying to get to was the Amazon room. The pavilion room was the biggest of all the rooms. You also had Brasilia, you had Miranda, but they were all in the same convention space. Now we're split across 2 properties, albeit those properties, Horseshoe and Paris, are connected. You know, it's like a 6-minute walk maybe from one main ballroom to the other main ballroom.
Very irritated.
But much more space here. The Paris ballroom over on the Paris side, that main ballroom is massive, absolutely massive. Bigger than anything we've ever been in before for the World Series of Poker. And then here on the Horseshoe side, there are 2 big ballrooms. The second of which is like in the back, I'll say, is where we are right now, where the main set is for PokerGO, for the WSOP stage, excuse me. And that's ultimately what you're trying to play to. So currently playing across 2 different properties. It does help when you get fields like what kicked off today in the $300 Gladiators of Poker tournament, where you have thousands and thousands of players. Ultimately, that one's probably going to top 20,000 entries. So you need this much space, right?
Two friends.
Another thing that the WSOP did this year, previously you had satellite tournaments and you had the daily deep stacks tournaments playing out across either Horseshoe or Paris in the various rooms where the bracelet events were being held. This year, they have newly renovated conference rooms that are up above the main poker room, which is sort of at the front of Horseshoe. So if you were to go to, it's called the Hall of Fame Poker Room. If you were to look to the right, go past the little cafe, up the escalators, there's a set of ballrooms up there that are very nice, and that's where the daily deep stacks are playing. So, you know, those fields regularly get hundreds, if not thousands, of players. So those are all separate now, and they're out of the way, which allows much more space for all the bracelet events. It allows things like the Gladiators, like, you know, the Mystery Millions, whatever it may be, to not have to play 10-handed. You know, a lot of these tournaments are able to play 8 and 9-handed, which is great. Makes the play a little bit, have some more action. The players are obviously more comfortable, all that sort of stuff. So
I think we don't.
He was playing Ruzetsky, and Ruzetsky
it's good. I know there was obviously, you know, a lot of questions. We even had them, what would the move be like from Rio to Paris and Horseshoe? And I think overall it's been good.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. I totally agree.
Food's definitely better here. There's a lot more options.
So many walkable options. No more freakouts over Hash House of Go-Go being closed. Back to the action here. Still playing 40K, 80K with an 80K big blind ante.
Yeah, boy.
And there it is. Ostapchenko all in for the 3rd time. First it was ace-jack, then it was ace-king, now it is deuces.
But now he's trying to become my friend. But like when he has nothing, he checks real quick. So like he's not gonna.
Brent Hanks approved.
But I can't be like. I mean, it's okay to be friendly, but I know where I'm at against him. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I gotta. There, I try to bluff him and say he calls him.
That
Okay,
shove gets through. Ostapchenko takes it down again.
Happy to report that PokerGO photographer Antonio Abrego made the money today.
What? No way.
I think he's still in the Gladiators of Poker tournament over there. So his first WSOP cash popped his cherry in that regard. Well done, Antonio.
Is that his first ever Hendon result?
Good question. Antonio's usually in the chat. You know, while working, has the stream up and is chatting away if we're doing things on YouTube. Hasn't been in the chat today, but for good reason. He's grinding that Gladiators of Poker.
So locked in. So locked in on the action. I guess Antonio and I are now tied with 1 WSOP cash each.
Yeah. He has 2 previous Hendon Mob entries.
Wow.
Cash in a $60 Sahara tournament and a cash in a $130 Orleans tournament, both in 2021.
He's trending up.
He is trending up, that's for sure. He's in there.
Probably. Yeah,
she won the Wimbledon.
Let us know in the chat if you have a Hendon Mob page.
Big achievement, like.
That is sort of one of those things that If you have a Hendemont page, you're a poker
Wimbledon
player.
and Roland Garros. It's completely different.
Yeah.
If you don't, you're a cash game player, which
You can be good at one.
is a different realm.
It's hard
It's a
to
different
win,
universe
to win your goals,
altogether.
Yeah.
I think especially like for a woman.
Saving
Yes,
here with a
yeah.
limp,
The
4
grass
deuces
is
spades. Ved's
very
got king deuce
fast, the ball
in the
doesn't
big
bounce
blind.
very high. The Roland Garros is completely
checks.
opposite. Slow and high. That's why Nadal does so well.
Sorry. Yes, I'll have dinner
Ace
break
Jack
in
9
like,
with 2 diamonds.
I have something at me. Yeah, but we can stay, spend the time. You are playing something or?
14 people left, I can't read it.
Yeah, 14 people.
GG. No,
Save
bro.
and take.
I
Almost
hope
done
I'm
there.
not.
11 more minutes, we go down.
Yeah.
GG. Okay, no. Oops. Imagine if these are aces and I'm not here.
We got some updates on the pocket queens, Donnie. There's a
You got a red in your greens.
potentially not an improper scanning of the cards on the previous hand where he did indeed have queens, and the system held on to that, and that's how it got displayed incorrectly on the second, on the
I'll have in
following
like
hand,
10
I should
minutes
say.
will be the break.
Ostapchenko
I know.
looking
I
to
was the showdown.
chip
but
up some more
I think
here.
it's a good fold.
This time he's not all in, raising with ace-8 of clubs, and Ved finds ace-jack offsuit
early,
in the small blind.
early.
Donnie,
I was
playing
like
against a
low jack.
smaller stack like Ostapchenko, how do you approach this when you're Ved in the small blind with ace-jack?
Would you play differently if you open like almost 3x?
It gets tricky because
Yeah, almost 3x.
of the position in respect to Ochana there in the big blind.
Raise 425. Fold.
Quick fold from Ostapchenko against that 3-bet from Ved. Kind of a similar spot to what we saw from Marashlian earlier when he had the 2 6s up against Brian Rast. He had a big stack in the big blind. He elected to
Do you play also?
3-bets.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
kind of sort of like in isolation, and then he would
Not
ultimately
lately, except
play
for the
all in
Nets.
versus
It's pretty
Rast.
rare.
Similar thing I think would have happened there had Ostapchenko ended up shoving, but of course he quickly folded. So
Marashlian, after losing a pot worth 2.6 million chips, which all belong to Berlaku, who is sitting on his right, has been a little bit quiet. Now comes in with the raise with ace-7.
It's very tough on your joints. You know. It's very tough on your joints.
Yeah. Tried once.
Eddie, Edward. You?
Mark.
Is shuffling chips tough on the joints? Is that what we're talking about?
not for me.
I've shuffled chips for so many hours on end back when I used to play online poker a lot that my hands actually started hurting.
Raise 160.
Berlaku raising with ace-10 offsuit. Ved 9-6 of spades. Always a little bit tempting there with the suited gappers. Ostapchenko makes the call from the big blind.
Action flop here, especially given the stack of Ostapchenko. And there he just open jams. Berlicu beats him into the pot with top pair, top kicker, and Ostapchenko's going to need to find a 9, a club, or a queen.
Some dead cards as showing at the top of your screen, but still Ostapchenko 54% to find the double up here. He's going to need some help here against Berlicu. Berlicu, by the way, if he wins this, quite the turnaround for him. 8 of spades on the turn. Ostapchenko 14 outs. Still got a chance here for the double up.
Ton of outs here.
River card. It is the 8 of hearts. That is not one of the outs. Ostapchenko eliminated as Berlicu rakes in another big pot. He is now up to 3.5 million.
Ostapchenko going out in 14th place, $32,000 for him. Right before that, we did lose Sammy Beshahead on the other table. Sammy, who of course knocked out Erik Seidel with that 1-outer straight flush on the river. Beshahead's run ended in 15th place, followed there by Andrew Ostapchenko, and the field is now down to 13 players.
I play some tournaments, but not a lot, just like main event. I've been there before, yes, many times.
They have good tournaments.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they have one.
Every 2.5
Action continues here with Mirage Leon, King Jack offsuit.
Poker, right?
Getting in the mix.
Raise 160.
Coward Letterer says too many outs. Sometimes you just have too many outs. That is correct.
Gonna balance? We're at 13, so I think we play like this.
Oh, we're 13. I thought we were 14.
Yeah, 13 left, 6 players on this table, 7 on the other table.
We're burning through these eliminations rather quickly. I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, I mean, hey. Been some incredible hands.
Final table's 8-handed, right?
9, I think.
They're still 9?
Final table combines for 9. Official final table is 8-handed.
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
People love to bitch about that.
Saving here with a raise under the gun, king, queen off, 160,000.
Not me. I said we are 13.
Mirage Leon in the big blind, 8-7 off.
Ace-8, Ace-Ace-3 here as Saven with King High is out in front.
Saven takes it.
All right, so 13 players left. Tomorrow's final table of 8 or 9, depending on how long it goes. Will be on PokerGO.com. I'm having issues loading my chat, Donnie. I'm hoping that you're catching all the good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they're chatting away.
Ochana, by the way, making it 160. Savin in the big blind, calls with threes, going for that set value. Sean is asking, I need to see that Seidel hand. Twitter.com/PokerGo. We put out the clip.
Are we removing all our
Deuce 5-6 on the flop here. Threes for Savin. He's still ahead with his pair, but if Ochana applies 2 streets of pressure, he might be able to get this done. Maybe he only takes 1. Who knows? Look at this. Check raise with the threes. Love to see it. Savin takes it down. Looks like we're approaching a dinner break for the players.
It's dinner break next, right?
Yeah.
We had to cut out so many breaks for all these redraws that we've had, so we are actually forced to take a break ourselves, which gives you a chance at home to perhaps get some snacks going. Donnie and I will be back after the dinner break with more coverage of this event, of course. Berlaku, King 10 off. Just going to apply that pressure. After the break, the blinds will be 50K, 100K with a 100K big blind ante. As you can see, players are about to make their way to one of the many restaurants here on property. All right, players are going on a dinner break. We will be back shortly. We'll post the exact return time in the chat. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back really soon with the continuation of this event as we play down to a final table of 8. Very much appreciate you all. We'll see you back in about 1 hour. See you soon.
The chips are safe here, right?
Appreciate you.
We're going to come here.
See the chips? Chips are good? Chips are good?
And back to the table we go. Jeff and Jesse did a great job with that yesterday.
Aces at risk. You got ace queen.
If you won the million, would you be like Valentine? Would you just act like you've been there before?
Stoic, no emotions whatsoever. A lot like Castellan right here. Feels dead inside with ace queen looking over at 2 aces for Tito.
Eugene Tito, the most tournament success
Ace
at this
queen
table
versus aces.
with 1.2 million in lifetime earnings. I've actually played a lot of poker with Eugene. When I first came up in the LA area.
Okay. Clear the board. I'm going to run for it.
Now, Eugene Tito has been an LA grinder for many, many years.
Looks like a legend.
Oh my gosh.
Always a sweat.
Oh boy.
Come on, clear the board.
Jack.
Dude, if you crack aces twice like that, it is so disgusting.
This
Beat my aces, beat his aces.
Yes!
The board pairs Tito back up to an average stack of 82 million. Castellan back down to 56 million. Correctly, he got fired from his job at a local casino because he had an accident?
Yeah, he had an accident. He, an unfortunate bowel movement at work was let go.
On TV when there's a
all in. By the way, I'm not
So
sure
he let
how
go.
this trainer, or excuse me, yes, trainer, our chip leader in the big blind, did not realize the second hand in a row was positioned. He's already thrown his hand in the muck.
Let's go!
Oh, so Brown moves all in.
Best comeback ever.
Okay, that's interesting. So last hand he thought he was in the big blind. This hand thought he was under the gun. He must.
Right, he must.
You hear that all the time, but you know if somebody means it or not. You know.
Always root for somebody.
Maybe some nerves for the chip leader here, and certainly
thank you
understandable.
really very much, man. That's what we need is more class at the tables, guys. Really. And people need to stop treating dealers like crap.
The wheels are like oily. If it go downhill, it's like, man.
Castellan's going to go with it.
60 miles.
On the button and see what Song does. Here's Junho Song. This guy's funny.
Quadruple up.
Hey, man. I don't know how to dog in this fight, but I'm kind of cheering for him.
This guy's a
Let me have the little one.
Yeah, because you have the attitude.
I just want to hang out with y'all. I'm just happy to be here. Especially you, dude. You're a cool dude, man.
Thank you, man.
They're all just coming
you were
in.
legit yesterday when I was on my run, too.
You guys are both the only two that brought an entourage.
Hey, man. Sorry that people like us, dude. You know? So that's what I can win?
Oh, yeah.
This is what you're going to win.
That's what I'm going to win?
Yeah.
He said that's what I'm going to win. See, that's what I'm talking about.
No.
That is 40 million.
Yeah.
Plus.
Ace, King, 10 flop, 2 diamonds out there. Song with 2 pair. Brown in bad shape.
That's my isolation.
Arbala. Hadasal all in.
How strong are you, brother?
2 pair.
2. Oh, fuck.
Yep.
I'm done. It's over, boys.
זהו, נגמר. הוא היה משוח.
Jack, Queen Jack for a chop. Everybody loves a chop chop.
That's actually one of them.
That's actually, yeah, because the 10.
I
don't know.
Chop.
That's it.
That's it, right?
10.
No, we can do a 10. We can do a 10.
10 chops it.
10
one out.
The case out for a 10. My favorite hand is pocket 10. Case out. Keep State Farm alive. Like a good neighbor. State Farm is there. Yeah, it was a pleasure, guys. It really was.
State Farm was not there.
I want more of this guy.
Yeah, no, I do
Why?
too.
Don't bust him. Come on, Brown.
Honestly, it really was, guys.
Nice hit there.
Definitely, man.
Okay. Average stack also remarkably short.
11.5.
Could be in for a quick one.
קלפים שלי, שורי?
Carson Richards, 33 years old, with just 32,000 in lifetime earnings. Gonna bump it up to 12 million. Castellan really short. And he's got the snowmen.
All in.
And he is all in. No fold equity here. By the way, worth noting, players will get bounties now as well.
50-50. Oh, it's a race.
I think, if I read correctly,
Ace
they're
King
all
versus
1K
pocket ace.
bounties left.
Yes.
I got Ace King of Hearts.
Oh,
man. Look, man.
Yeah, the bounties at this point of the tournament are fairly irrelevant compared to the prize pool.
Eights are solid, no doubt, huh? Eights are solid.
I deserve this win against you, though.
Nah,
After the
solid.
aces, yeah. I deserve it.
Oh, fair fight here. Ace King
I like
versus
Ace King, I
eights.
don't know why. It's a group 1 category.
Let's go.
Same category as pocket kings, pocket aces, pocket queens. Ooh,
Well,
that's a good
eights are
flop for
still
player
good.
King. King me.
King of club. Just make it interesting.
No. Just a king. Just a king.
Uh-oh.
It's not a
That's
king,
not
and it's a
good.
bad
I have
card
lost
for
outs now.
Richards.
Yeah,
Third club out there.
Ace of
Castellan with
diamonds.
the 8 of clubs.
לואו יש צבע.
King of diamonds. Come on.
שלא אוהב טלטל. אז קינג לא טלטל. לא טלטל.
Come on. Ace of diamonds.
Spade.
Ace of diamonds.
Oh my gosh!
Called it.
Ace of diamonds.
He called his shot. That was Babe Ruth-esque.
He just calls his shot. Castellan out of here. No problem, Mr. Miller.
All in, wow. Miller all in for 26 million, and unfortunately for him.
14, 15.
Song gonna play coy. Just a decision whether he calls or re-raises.
Miller under the gun, perhaps thinking this might be the best opportunity he gets. Could sneak it through and get folds, but not when you walk into 2 kings.
Yeah, he's got to be. He's just worried. I mean, the next hand costs him 10 million.
Right.
So That had to be a big factor in putting it all in with 8-5.
Good luck, gentlemen.
I mean, essentially, he's either all in here or next hand, right?
Oh my gosh. 8-5 versus pocket king.
8-5 נגד קינג.
All in
8-5 בסיכון.
has 8-5 of hearts. The one who called me.
Don't count out Miller, Florida Atlantic graduate.
But 5-8
Used to be an underdog in most sports, but they often pull out the upsets.
5-8 hearts is all in.
כן, אני יודע שאני הכי קצר, כי הבליינים אכלו אותי.
The guy
לא קיבלתי
right
קלפים.
here in seat number.
הכי טוב עכשיו ג'ק 9.
Who has the best?
Final 14, by the way, took Florida Atlantic a couple years ago. Here we go.
Well, he is in bad shape here.
רוב הסיכום זה נגמר.
Equity's down 2%. You can see that in the bottom left corner of your screen.
8-5 suited, not 6-5 suited.
ואין לו כלום, אין לו זוג אפילו.
Yeah, 8-5 of hearts.
Miller needs a miracle.
Flop 10-3-2 spade.
נגמר.
Well, hey, listen, if Florida Atlantic could make the Final Four, then Michael Miller can find the 4.
Need a 4.
Very fitting.
A red 4 will do here. He's not picky. That is not a 4, my friends. Jack of diamonds, and Michael Miller's day is done. His previous best cash,
good game.
$34,930.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is going to be a tough one to top. $144,000 for Michael Miller.
Recently had hip surgery.
All in.
He did. And funded by the wonderful poker community to help him cover the cost. Just a great story. All in here by
Good luck.
Mirasuli. Here we are.
Yep, on the call. Trainer.
Pocket sixes.
See if he can eliminate another player.
We're racing versus blackjack. Sixes versus ace 10.
Here? Amir Mirasuli, known as Sean, certainly one of the forces at this table, and you don't want to see him getting chips.
Well,
for sure.
especially against Malcolm in the middle here.
כן, שיחזיק, שלא יבוא
Chip leader.
I have
down under.
They're rooting for me as well.
Pocket sixes. Voilà. Go.
What? Pocket sixes against ace 10
in
offsuit.
danger of getting knocked out.
You gotta tell the cocktail waitress to come over here. We can't do it.
Oh, really?
Because we're dying.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Huh?
ירדתי לאיזה 40 מיליון.
Oh, ace 10.
אני גם ביג, שמאל.
The one that all in and pocket sixes.
Oh, ace 10.
47-year-old Mirasuli.
The one
Looking for a little bit of help here. He's got ace 10.
יד אחת, אחי, זה
The guy
פאקינג
next to him, he's the one with ace 10.
18 ידיים.
Yes. No, C3 is ace 10.
This is Mirasuli's third career World Series Poker final table. And he needs help.
Okay, sixes is
Boy,
ahead.
this will be the last hand of this one.
He's got back to hearts.
3-4 ג'ק.
Oh, there's two hearts. He's got the ace of hearts. There's two hearts.
Jack of clubs, no help whatsoever from Mirasuli. Mirasuli down to the outs on top of your screen. Any ace, any 10.
Last time you just called it.
That's what he needs.
Nope. 5 of clubs, no help. And Amir Mirasuli, Sean, 47-year-old, eliminated. His biggest cash before, $123,000. Here he gets out in 6th place, takes home $186,000. His biggest cash ever. Also his third final table.
Raise will accomplish just that. Now, Jack 8 suited, we can see, he will do.
Why?
The enormous jam. Just putting the whole table all in.
Yeah.
All in call.
All in a call.
Oh.
Ace queen.
Ace queen.
Jack 8. ואני שתי
Ashram makes the call here with ace queen.
Jack 8 suited. Yeah. Ace queen.
Trainer a 2-to-1 dog.
Jack 8.
But it's
Ace queen versus Jack 8. Ace queen is the one who has the lower stack. They both have clubs, so there's no flush chances. The guy from Israel and the guy with the massive stack.
The guy
the guy from Israel has the ace queen. The short stack has the ace queen. The big stack has the jack 8.
40K.
Table talk, very, very robust at this table. And I should say players to the rail. There's a flop, King 7-7. Nothing there for trainer.
King 7-7.
$97 million chips in the pot.
Oh no!
Now you need the ace of diamonds.
Oshriazron.
You got to call for it, though.
Fist bumps. Carson Richards looking for some help, does not get it. And they are falling like flies. Trainer now up to 447 million chips. And Ostron gone in 5th place. Oshriazron.
Okay, I call.
Tito makes the call. This is great news for Richards. Richards on just 3 big blinds could ladder up.
Okay, we're ahead.
9 of diamonds.
Ace 8
of hearts. Jack 9 of diamonds, ace 8 of hearts.
Jack 9, I need an ace.
The guy who's
ace 8 of hearts
is a short stack
versus Jack 9 of diamonds.
So we want Jack 9 of diamonds here. What?
Jack 9 of diamonds, I have ace 8 of hearts. You got this. Here we go.
So his facial tick, I knew.
No, ace 8.
Tito's
I know.
tournament life on the
if
line.
we double up, we're
It's
second
such a hard
Peter.
spot.
Diamonds.
Tito and Tito's rail rooting for him. Everybody else in that room is rooting for trainer.
Okay, there we go. 7-5-3.
1 heart, 1 diamond.
Clear the board.
1 heart, 1 diamond.
Clear the board.
If you're Tito, don't screen pair the board. You just want an ace.
Yeah, just give me an ace and end it. Put the ace of spades out there and be done with it.
Clear the board, low ball. There we go, pair 5.
5 of spades. Trainer will eliminate
And
Tito
clear
with a
the
jack
board.
or a 9.
Yes, deuce.
He needs a jack or a 9 to knock him out, and otherwise it's done. 6 out, so it's probably...
Clear the board. Yes!
10 of diamonds, Tito. A risky play. $95,000 difference between 4th and 3rd. He said, I'm willing to die to live.
You gotta love those hearts.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Eugene
What a
Tito.
call off. Now back.
I mean, the song's already in there for a big blind. With the big blind ante, you can't fold, right?
It's difficult. It's more than half his stack to call this all in, and I assume he just has to.
I have
Saul
ace
called
king.
quickly. I think he's got something
What's he
good
got?
as well.
Jack 8, here we go.
Ace king.
Come on.
Jack 8, ace
All in.
king.
I don't know.
This is a big one.
Ace king versus queen 8.
Just you know,
By good, he's got
aces on
jack
the
8.
flop.
So Cartazan,
I have ace king, he
Cartazan
has
versus
jack 8.
Song.
One time.
He has jack 8, so
I'm
he has
just
2 under. I have ace
noticing the
king.
pants.
No, Jack 8's at risk.
I have ace king.
Jack 8 at risk.
Jack 8 versus ace king. This is ace king.
Come on, no jack 8.
For the record, I never had a math teacher
I
nearly
haven't
as
used my
cool
one
as
time.
Richards.
Have I?
I decided.
Oh, he used his? Oh, okay.
I'm putting the back on.
Carter's
You're putting the bag on, too. All right.
The smallest stack.
Double kill. It's okay.
Ace king has more chips.
We're good. Ace, just end it.
9. Put a 9
Give me an
out
ace.
there.
End it.
9.
Or a king.
Ace of diamonds again.
42.8 million chips in there.
Making my favorite card.
It is Richards who's at risk.
Ace of diamonds.
Always a sweat.
Straight draw.
He picked up a straight draw.
You need a 9.
Jack an 8 or a 9.
You have extra outs.
He needs a jack, an 8, or a 9. I
You have 10
need any
outs.
other card in the deck.
20%.
Ace of diamonds is what I want, though. Come on. Hold. Very important hold.
It's a 10, and the ace king does hold.
Good game, man.
Good game.
He's not. Song is not out, by
Just
the way.
double check.
Just playing with you.
Oh, okay. So Song's chip count was off. He actually had less chips, which makes the call automatic, right?
That all makes sense. Yeah.
Now it makes more
definitely
sense.
wrong.
So the call was
Song
automatic.
was covered.
Okay, so it was super close. They're going to double check this right now, but we do believe that Song is out.
I think they've.
Richard's still in 3rd place, but is now locked up $407,000.
Oh, I understand.
All
Yeah,
these
Anderson
players
blocking
now
the
still
RFID.
looking for first place, $1 million, the bracelet, all the glory. How much fun is it? These guys have to be having so much fun. What a moment for all of them. Blinds, by the way, 4 million, 8 million.
40.
So we just have a solo big blind this hand.
Oh, my.
Oh, my goodness.
So Tito raises Richards with aces. Now, Richards only has 43 million behind.
Yes,
so
he's raised it up to 40 million. He's essentially committed himself. And rather than moving it in, this could be a mistake by Cardazard. If he jammed, I think Tito felt committed and would have called it off. But maybe now we sound the alarms.
Well, I mean, Richards only has like 3 million behind.
I don't think that that's
It's not
entirely accurate.
Okay, fair enough.
Come on in.
Call.
All in, call.
Well, there it is, an all in and a call.
It's going to work out regardless.
Work out anyway.
We're done. Ace-6. Pocket aces.
I got aces. I have aces against ace-6. You need runner running 3-5 for a straight. I have aces. I have pocket aces.
So we don't know exactly
Unless
how
he hits
big
a running
this pot
3-5,
is,
I
but
win.
It's
the only way
probably close to
it's definitely
running
close.
3-5.
What
So
we're
like a
saying.
less
Might
than
be
1%
6 million, 7 million
But
off.
yeah, it's
Not quite less than 1%, but
The blue chips,
less
by the
than
way,
5%.
100,000. So we know each stack of those blues are 2
how about
million each.
How about another 10 or
Let's have a sweat here.
king?
Tito just asking for a sweat.
Just not a 3, not a 5.
If it's not a 3, a 5, or a 6, it's over.
It's over.
It is.
You might not be out.
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's
think you
correct.
haven't
I still
covered.
have more.
Yeah, you have more chips than me, I believe.
Correct.
But
Hey, listen, he's going to be fine. He's got $400,000 in the bank already. I mean, this is.
Okay.
He's got a
All
ton
you
of money.
can eat.
All you can eat, he said.
I love buffets.
call.
Richards calls.
I don't know. He's not all in.
I said call.
You said
I said
call.
call. Yeah. Yeah.
We have Queen Jack. Queen Jack only.
I believe Tito has
44.
revealed his hand for the world.
Well, no, he revealed it to his
He's on the
his
rail.
rail,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
trainer didn't hear him.
You don't think that was loud enough where
It was loud for us, but I don't
players
know.
could hear?
I don't think
He
so.
raised the big blind.
All right.
Wow,
well,
trainers-
you have to have it. I have an ace-7. I'm folding
Isolating. This is kind
Okay.
of a weird
We
spot.
have 2 overs. 2 overs.
Richard's
8-7.
wife and mother there on the rail as well,
Where's this Queen Jack?
supporting
We have Queen
Cardazard.
Jack. With the Queen Jack.
that. You want him to stay alive so you can keep taking my money.
That's
See how it is?
exactly right. That is well
See
observed
how it
by
is.
Richards.
The short stack has a queen jack offsuit. The big stack has a 7-8 offsuit he raised me with. I don't know what he's doing.
So again,
He has a
$129,000
7-8
difference
offsuit.
between
I
third and
folded an
second.
ace-7.
and
Okay, just a picture. A picture is fine.
I think
7-8
Richards
off.
nailed it on the head,
Eugene's
right?
got queen jack. That's correct.
I have 7.
Either trainer wins or, okay, we continue on three-handed. I'm okay with either.
Yeah, they should be able to get the cards pretty fast.
I mean, he's all in on the blind. Even if he wins this hand, he's all in blind again. Yeah. So
Yeah, there we go. The first one is. There we go.
yeah, that it's questionable. But if it keeps him alive, it means he can keep stealing chips.
Would
from
that be
me
the good time
because
protection?
of how ICM works. He actually wants him to stay
Come
alive.
on,
and get more
picture.
chips.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
wow.
straight on the flop.
Oh, my.
Oh,
It's
my.
not over though.
When it's your
still have a
day,
10.
it's your day,
What's
Brent.
funny? I don't want to win that hand. I want to lose this hand.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Well, I mean,
Does he? Oh, he
I
can have a 10,
understand
yeah.
not wanting to win, but it's always nice
There
to
we go.
get the
Good game, good
guaranteed
game.
money jump.
Good luck.
Yep.
Good luck.
Good game.
Eugene Tito, an absolute Los Angeles legend, with his
Ah.
biggest score here at the
Good
World
luck, man.
Series of Poker.
Good luck.
$407,000.
down here is
Now I wish I just called.
Card is on better. I'm going to
Yeah.
go with it.
I call.
Whoa. What,
Wait, first hand. First hand, we're all in.
My turn to suck out with 6-7.
Oh, my.
Ace
It
king
could be
versus
over
6-7.
right
Ace
here.
king.
Come on, baby.
Ace king versus
Give me that
6-7.
6-7. My 6-7's coming.
Trainer about...
I have a 6-7 of spades.
I'll
He
say
has
about a
ace king.
2-1 favorite. No,
My
3-2.
6-7's coming. 3-4-5.
I wasn't expecting this.
I like this from
That could be
Richards.
good.
Call me crazy. High
3-4-5.
variance. Maybe feels like
3-4-5.
trainer's so good.
Ice in
This
the
is how
window.
we get into it.
Oh, what a
is this?
Two
flop.
spades. Give me a spade.
2 spades.
One spade. Only one. You can't give me two.
Trainer with top pair.
5.
Richards
5 of diamonds could be good.
with a flush draw.
Come
Trainer
on.
has the ace of spades. 316 million in the pot. This could be it.
5
Oh,
of diamonds.
my.
There we go.
He
Now we
has
need
the
the 4
5
of
of diamonds.
hearts.
How does
No,
he
Any
do it?
spade, any 4, any
He's got
9.
an open
I have
ender
so many
and
outs.
And a flush draw.
Richards outs
Come
on the
on.
top. He does have so many. 14 of them.
No way.
To be exact.
Come on, baby.
Trainer 1 card away from winning his
Give it to
first
me.
ever bracelet.
Spade, 4, 9.
It's a deuce of spades. The trainer will have to keep battling if he wants to win a bracelet, and what looked like an inevitable.
Oh, that's crazy.
What would look like the inevitable trainer winning his first bracelet. Now we got a match.
Heads up
It's
is so volatile.
Is there another way?
Option. What about that thing everyone's doing now? The no free ads, but Ozempic. You know, Tuck. Maybe I could just try that.
I mean, listen. Give it a shot. Let us know. You be the guinea pig.
I think there's a lot of guinea pigs out there. Oh my, we've got
10,
a
9, 7.
development.
Yeah, we could for sure.
Between these two guys, they have a tendency to just go nuts.
Richards has got a pair of 9s. Trainer open-ended. And looks like Trainer is going to raise right away.
35 million.
I mean, you have any idea what Richards could do here? He could call. He could shove all in. I don't know.
Buddy, I have no clue what to expect.
It makes him dangerous.
These guys are just out here swinging for the fences, playing long ball.
Again, they're playing for $464,000 and the bracelet. That's the difference between first and second. They both locked up over $500,000. Richards just calls. Oh, ho ho. The 9-6. Richards has made 2 pair. Trainer has made the straight. Oh my. Now Richards had Trainer covered going into this hand.
And he is reaching for a pile, it looks like, just under half pot.
Yeah, it looks like 45 million.
This might be perfect sizing.
45 million.
Richards is kind of stuck, can't do anything but call, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect a fold ever. A shove would have been a disaster, but we have outs.
That is not one of them. 5 of hearts in the river, 190 million in the pot. Trainer will regain, I should say, the chip lead after this hand. Just a question of how many more chips he gets.
For Trainer, it's really, what is the perfect price? You absolutely want and must get called.
Are you sizing it up so it looks like a bluff or the nuts basically, or the straight? To try to get called by this? And look at that, there's the call.
Yeah. Wow.
That's such a.
That was 140 million or 130 million?
I think it was 140 million on the river.
135, I'm thinking.
Should have shoved the flop. I knew I should have shoved the flop.
I believe we have got an all-in and a call.
Yeah, they're going to get a count. What's the exact number? Trainer trapping on the button, limping in. Richards moves all in.
Oh, cool.
There's the call.
Here we go. What you got?
There we go. King Jack, Queen 10.
What is it, King Jack?
King
Seems like a fair fight.
King Jack.
King Jack versus Queen 10.
King Jack versus Queen. He has King Jack. I have Queen 10.
Yeah.
So this is Trainer's second chance to win this. He had Ace King versus 6-7 earlier. Didn't work out for him. Deuce of spades on the river.
Two
Save
tens.
Richards.
2 10s in the flat.
Now we
go.
got King Jack.
I was just
Queen
counting.
10. Once again, Richards tournament life
Give
on
me
the
that
line.
10. Give me that 10. 10.
A lot of clubs out there. Nobody's got a club in their hand.
We still need a 10.
No clubs.
10 of clubs would be best. Come on, 10. 10. 10. 10. Oh, it's over.
And there's a king. And that's it. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Wow. And Malcolm Trainer has just won the River Irrelevant. $1 million. His first ever World Series of Poker bracelet. Event number 5 in the books. The 1K Mystery Millions goes to Malcolm Trainer. Wow. There he is. Big smiles all around. And he deserves it. He holds up his bracelet proudly. And I think he's got an ace on his sleeve right there.
Yeah, you might want to get a king on the other arm because that's the card that sealed the deal.
That's right. The king on the turn sealed the deal and gave him his first ever World Series of Poker bracelet and $1 million. What an amazing final table. That was a lot of fun, as you might expect, here at the World Series of Poker. So much fun. For everybody here at PokerGO, for Brent Hanks, I am David Tuckman. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time here in Las Vegas. Is there a bracelet you covet more than the rest?
I think the 50K PPC
Yeah.
and just a PLO bracelet would be extremely rewarding for me. I've really fallen in love with PLO. It's so fun, and I'm enjoying playing those. So that would be, you know, springs to mind in the fun kind of rewarding way. But honestly, any of them, you know. So cool to get every chip. Not
Ace
really
king for
the ace
Jaka.
king type flop, yeah.
No, this is
okay.
A little bit better, a little bit of a hope now. Mammut with a pair and a straight draw. Queen could get dicey for him. Check, check, and there's the ace.
It's interesting in the face of check bet. I don't know if Mahmoud feels compelled to turn this one into a bluff. Perhaps it doesn't make a ton of sense. Maybe something like 6 queen. He's just going for the sort of confusion bet. Not that he's confused, it's just a confusing type spot. And for Jaka in the face of quarter pot, I think we're compelled to raise, even though it's, you know.
He does raise. So 75,000 more over to Mammut.
Not really sure what the idea was from Mammut on the river.
I mean, it's a value bet, right? We're targeting a 6 or a king high.
No, maybe fold out a shove. I don't know. Oh, look at this. That's the idea.
Wow.
This is pretty sick. He's kind of, maybe the EV of the initial bet is unclear, but this was clearly the plan. This is really, really intriguing from Mammut. He did it quite quickly as well, so he really sort of had the plan to have the block bluffs ready to go.
Down.
Are they all in?
I just
want you to wait. I believe they're all.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Action continues here live from Las Vegas. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me as we go into the final stages of this World Series of Poker 5K event. Contrary to what it says on the screen, these are not highlights. We are live. We'll have our graphics team adjust those shortly. We've been with you all day to find out who will make the final table of this event with 660K up top for the winner. Right now, we've had a table change. Venkata-san in the 1 seat is our short stack at the table as Sierko moves all in here on the very first hand after dinner. He's all in for 825. The plan for tonight is to play down to the final 7. So we got quite a bit of poker action left to be played. As right now, there are 13 players remaining. And Donnie Brent Hart here with ace-queen off makes the call. We're still awaiting to see Sierko's cards here, but I'm going to lean towards Hart having the best of it here.
Probably. There we see Jack 7 of spades. Live. Plenty live.
All right, so here comes the flop. King, 8-5, 2 clubs. Sierko needing some help, ideally. Maybe like a 6 of spades or something. Turn is the 8 of spades. Still, that adds a lot of outs, and he looks rather pleased with that card. Still, Sierko needs help on the river, or else he will be eliminated. River card is the 10 of hearts. That is not going to do it on the very first hand after the dinner break. We lose a player as Sierko gets eliminated in 13th place. Anthony Sierco takes home $32,059, and we are now down to the final 12, 2 tables of 6. Short-handed action is underway as we are once again getting one step closer to the final table. By the way, much love to everyone who is still hanging out with us, enjoying the stream, watching our coverage. Seeing some new players at our feature table here that we haven't had on the stream before. Right now. Looking at Daniel Geba from India. Strong haircut, sir. Very strong. I wish I had that much hair. Taylor Black earlier at our feature table was the one to bust Brian Rast. He was up to 6 million chips. Things have not gone as well for him since. As you can see at the top of your screen, Brent Hart on 7.3 million. He is our overall chip leader. Ace, queen, 7 on the board. Black hits a queen. Donnie, look at the names at the top of the screen. We have Black, Heart, Queen. Those are some interesting.
It's going to be the run out.
Exactly. What about the Black Queen of Hearts? Is that a thing? No? Okay. Let's move on. Venkatasan is the short stack in the big blind. Only 225K left behind. He's got quite a mountain to climb, especially investing basically half his stack here from big. Got some graphic delays here in play. We'll look at resolving those shortly. Hopefully this hand won't turn into anything big. But yes, ignore the graphics on the screen. Those are not correct.
All in?
And look at this. We've got an all-in situation here.
950.
Yep.
Black facing a shove, having to call 950. Let's go. We'll move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Our table chip leader, Brent Hart, coming in for the raise to 220. Still trying to get these graphics sorted. Bag of Holding says graphics still on dinner break. Yeah, exactly. We gotta get these graphics back in the room. Looks as though we have an all-in here. Hart raised it up to 210. Venkatasan moved all in with ace-5, and then Yankov called from the big blind with 7-8. So Venkatasan looking for a triple up here as the flop brings out ace, jack, 4, 2 diamonds. Excellent flop here for the all-in player. Hard bets 100K. Yankov folds, and here it is. heart with only 2 outs to reduce the field down to 11. Best case scenario here for the all-in player. Only having to face one player here with 2 cards to come. Turn card is the 4 of clubs. Doesn't change a thing. Still 2 outs for heart. River card to 3 of clubs, and action will continue.
I want to see you go, but not like
with
that.
2 full table or 2 tables of 6.
Never a doubt.
Chair.
Never a doubt. No. It wasn't coming.
We've seen our share of
That's what Seidel
bad
said
beats
about the 8 of spades.
in this event so far today, but not on this one.
That's pretty nasty.
Benkata-san continues to
And we were
be
all
in the
stunned.
hunt for a spot at the
Were you
final
dealing?
table.
The dealer was stunned. They were just they like kind of waited to do something. So they're just like, maybe I should wait till he leaves.
Geba, one of our chip leaders, finds ace queen, and Yankov here with aces. Yankov just shy of 2 million chips. Bit of a blind battle here developing. Excuse me, small line versus button, of course. Donnie, as far as sizing goes, on 19 big blinds, are we just shoving a lot of the time here?
I like this flat here from Yankov, keeping his hand disguised. Hoping not to lose a button raiser. Of course, we can see that Geba does have a good hand.
Been a nice flop for us.
10-9-6, 2 clubs.
It always comes
Nothing
one
out
way.
there
We
for
have
Geba.
clubs. We just have one club.
He had offsuit hand.
Offsuit.
Action goes check, check. Turn card, the 8 of spades. Of course, a 7 would make a straight, Donnie, but not
Like 2 million.
too many reasons for Yankov to be concerned about a 7, right?
I mean, I think there's probably a fair amount of 7s in Geba's range. I
Maybe short
mean,
over
he's
here.
raising on the button. He can certainly be pretty wide here. Maybe not electing to bet that flop with some hands that contain a 7, just because if you do have one, you can just take that equity to a turn card. Don't necessarily get check raised or blown off a hand.
Action does get checked to the river. Yankov with the check mark with his pocket aces. Sound like 375 indeed. Yankov betting 375. Geba with the quick fold, and Yankov gets to take this one down. Had probably hoped for a bit more with aces, but hey, gotta appreciate the small pots as well.
Full house. Full house.
No.
Donnie, do you think that Geba
Full
will
house? Interesting.
Do you think that Geba will often shove if Yankov 3-bets there from the small blind? Or does it look too strong?
I mean, I think he might. I think he also might call it off if Yakov just decides to rip in 19 blinds.
Yeah, that seems like a likely scenario as well to me. Ace, ace, queen on the flop here. Neither player catching a part of the flop. King of diamonds on the turn. Jack of spades hits on the river. Keeping this one small.
Hart makes the call. He's going to see the bad news. This black does have the straight with that 10.
Kate Van Katasan, 21 years old. That's not something we see all that often. Turned 21 last summer, played his first WSOP right when he had a chance to do so, and got himself cash in the $1,500 Six Max event. What a way to start your journey as a poker player, by just cashing at the WSOP at age 21. Giva here making it 200K, and Hart finding kings, making it 550 to go. Giva lets it go, and Hart picks it up without showdown.
What amount I got here? Same with bets. You want to get them as close as possible.
Looking around
Still
the
know if
table
it
here,
looks
lots
weird
of
for the
big blinds
stream
up for
anyway.
grabs. Stacks are still deep. Payouts are continuing to increase. Could be here for a while as these players are slowly approaching the final table. I always assume that after dinner break, some players will just get it in too light, perhaps have eaten a bit of a heavy meal, a little bit of brain fog.
Surprise!
Oh, look at this.
Oh.
Ben Katasan all in with Queen 10.
Oh, you got good one.
And Queen has jacks, just to make things a bit more confusing. Alexander Queen, who goes by Argentina Boy from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Longtime grinder. Here comes the flop. Ace, deuce, 3, 2 clubs. Ben Katasan needs some serious help here. A queen and a queen only, or backdoor cards, or he will be our 11th place finisher. Turn card is the 4 of spades.
Chop it
Down
up,
to 3
dealer.
outs. A queen and a queen only will save the 21-year-old.
Do that. I had 6.
River card is the 8 of spades, and that will do it.
Good luck.
Kate Van Katasan eliminated in 11th place.
He knew I had jacks.
Excuse me, 12th place.
I said he knew I had jack.
As we are now down to the final 11.
Pretty unfortunate for that gentleman.
Alexander Queen rakes this one in.
Andy, final table is 9 or 8? 9.
We can do 10.
It's redraw, or do they just like break into redraw?
Everyone's handed, right?
Mikado-san collects $32,059, and now we have a pay jump. The next two players will receive $40,201. Yankov with the raise, ace-4 of diamonds. Players will combine at a final table of 9 and then play down to the final 7 tonight, which we will stream on PokerGO tomorrow.
Love it.
Gave a defendant from the big blind with queen deuce. 10-10-9 rolls off the deck. Let's see if Yankov continues here. Yankov did continue for 125. Geba doesn't seem like a believer. I mean, you don't become the holder of 5.6 million chips without following your gut sometimes. And look at this.
Raise.
This looks like a sizable check raise here with absolutely nothing, Donnie.
Oh yeah. That's gonna get it done. Had the opportunity to play with Geba a couple weeks ago. Absolute freaking handful to battle.
Really?
Oh, this is a nightmare. It's torture. Very good player. Student of the game, says that he pretty much plays poker, eats, and sleeps.
Wow.
That's it. That's it.
That's awesome. I mean, that is the way to do it. It's hard to make a living in this game. So you might as well just live it. Live the game.
Raise. 1.9 you have?
Yep. King, queen for queen. He raises it up. Perhaps a little post-dinner nap here. Turn the hand. Those eyelids are getting a little heavy. I feel you, man. I'm always the same. I always feel like having a nap after dinner.
You got like 6 million, right?
Almost 7.
What do you need?
6.5, 6.8, like
That's fine.
7
Okay.
actually.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
A lot more than me. I was just curious.
Yeah, like 7 on the
There's
dot.
no one else with any like really big stacks over there. Right? It's just a bunch of medium stuff. It's you two, isn't it?
Very well.
The leaders.
Action folds around to Geba again. Finds ace-queen offsuit.
Yeah. I just knew one of them was 5.
Raise and take it.
Yeah, it feels as though we're going to see lots of raise and take it here before we get down to the final table. unless there's a real big clash of hands, there's no real reason to get out of line. The stacks are also deep enough where players can really sit back and let the cards come to them. Both Yankov and Queen are, you know, on the shorter side here at this table, but still with 18 and 20 bigs respectively, there's no reason to stress. Structure is slow, lots of room to play and maneuver.
That might also lend for some opportunities to stay aggressive and pick up chips. If other players are, you know, willing to just kind of chill out and not do much, then you could certainly go into attack mode. Giba here, ace queen suited. Gets it through.
I mean, if you're Giba, Donnie, is this like an invitation to take control of the table? He's not been...
I think so. I mean, I know Giba can't see what we can see right now, but the player who has him out chipped, Hart, is playing a game on his phone. I mean, he clearly seems disinterested to, like, play pots, chip up, right? So if that's what's happening, I think you're going to see things like this. Giba, under the gun, king 9 off, comes in with the raise. I think he's just going to stay aggressive, stay on the gas. Bit of Hollywooding here from Yankov. He's been pretty methodical with his play. Nothing too out of line, but just, you know, a couple seconds of contemplation. Queen defends. Ace 5 off.
Nine, 8, 6, 2 hearts. Gave a flopping top pair, which of course only helps. So noticeable, Donnie, how much slower every action has been as the day progresses.
Yeah.
In the beginning, we saw players act quickly. We saw lots of post-flop play, and now, as we're close to the final table, we're seeing players take a lot more time per decision and also play a lot more carefully. And Giba picks up another pot, and if this continues, you might be able to chip up to 7, 8 million in just a few orbits because,
hurry, run!
As you said, Donnie, no one seems to be too interested in playing back.
How goes the runner?
You didn't want me to dive.
I see a question in the chat about if the older gentleman is still in. Mark Tarich, I believe you are referring to. Mr. Sail Champ, who sailed across the Atlantic. He is still in the tournament on the outer table. If we were to lose one more player from this table, we will be getting a player from the outer table. Hart here, raising with ace 4.
Good 3-bet spot here for
call.
Queen.
Oh.
It looks like that's fine too.
Oh, and look at this.
A couple of 7s here.
So, Donnie, my instinct would say calling because this hand plays well 3 ways.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, you have Hart, who's obviously has you covered, so you could win a huge pot off him if things break right. Don't want to put it in a 3-bet here and like have to play a pot out of position. That could be troublesome, so I think that's fine.
King 10, 4, 2 spades, and look at Queen absolutely smashing this flop top pair and the spades to go along with it, and he actually gets checked around really quickly as the deuce of hearts hits on the turn. Geva and heart, of course, not really incentivized to put any chips in the middle here.
Yeah, good spot for queen to start going for some value. Geva's going to get out of the way.
Heart might be getting sticky here with just a pair of fours.
600.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, what?
Raising it up to 600,000. Donnie, give us some insights here. I did not see this coming.
I don't really know what this is. I mean, it's just... I think Alex Queen is I mean, probably going to sniff this one out. I mean, I don't think he's ever getting away from his hand. Of course, he has a ton of equity still with that flush draw. And I would just ask the question, I mean, what is heart representing here? Checking back a flop 3 ways like this on a wet texture and then going for a raise here on the turn?
On.
Yeah, and as expected, Queen thinking, well, if your hand is strong enough to raise me on the turn with, I might as well move in here.
Nice.
Donnie, if you're in Queen's spot there, what do you assign for heart to have? Because nothing prior to this turn raise indicates any strength here, and I'll let you get to that after I mention that Octopi Poker wants to send you to the Poker Masters. Enter the free social media giveaway for a chance to win. Go to PokerGO.com/winmasters to enter our free social media giveaway. And who knows, we might see you at PokerGO Studio in the fall. Poker Masters likely to happen somewhere in September. All right, back to the question, Donnie. What do you think Queen was thinking that heart could have?
Upset.
I mean, maybe there's a chance he has, I don't know, 2 tens, or sorry, not 2 tens, 2 jacks. I mean, it seemed like a really weird line to take if you have anything with value.
Great, 225. Call.
And Queen just deciding, you know what, I got enough of a hand. I got the flush draw as well, so I mean, let's just go.
Little side note here, 5 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes on the video on YouTube today. Let's go, people. 5 more likes, we'll get to the 1,000. If you're new to our channel on YouTube, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Subscribing will keep you in the know about all the clips that we are posting every single day during the World Series of Poker.
Black here with the raise. Queen 10 of diamonds. Heart comes in there with 2 fours. In position on black. Action now over to Yankov. In the big blind, he's got king 6 of spades.
Call.
All right, Yankov's in there as well. So 3 ways we go. 825 out there. 9-3 deuce with a couple of hearts.
Check.
Black gonna continue. 250,000.
Call.
Heart's gonna keep him honest for at least 1 street. Calls. Yankov is out of the way, so heads up here. Over 1.3 million out there. 7 of spades on the turn.
Check.
Black checks.
Check.
Heart checks back. 8 on the river. It is a heart.
Check, check.
Check, check, and those 4s are gonna win it for heart once he turns his hand over. Queen 10 suited into the muck for black. And Hart getting some chips back. On the last hand, he did give a little bit to Alex Queen. But with that pot, back up to 6.7 million. You are watching day 3 coverage of event number 16, $5,000 no limit hold'em at the 2024 World Series of Poker. Alex Queen here comes in with the raise, ace jack off, 200,000. There are currently 11 players left in this tournament. 5 of them here on this feature table and then 6 on the outer table. The goal is, or the plan is, I should say, to play down to the final 7 players. That final 7 will bag up chips, return tomorrow to play out to a winner. That winner will take home the coveted WSOP gold bracelet along with $660,000 in prize money. The final table will be available to watch on PokerGO.com.
No, I'm at the big blind.
Oh, no.
Just one there.
Oh, I'm big, right?
Yeah, I threw one out by accident. Didn't try to steal your thunder or anything, I promise. I'm sorry.
Going on, man.
I'm excited.
Y'all working a magic trick. Yeah, I see.
It's just 100K.
I thought my guy was with me.
And both of y'all throwing chips in.
Looks at
that was my bad, not bad.
Raise to 200.
200,000 from Geva. Under the gun. Action now on Yankov. Ace 3 of hearts and 15 bigs.
All in.
There is the jam from Yankov. Sorry, under the gun +1 was the raise from Geva. Puts that 10-9 suited in the muck, and Yankov takes that one down. Currently 11 players left in this event. 5 on this table, 6 on the outer table. When we lose one more, I believe they'll go to hand-for-hand play, because then once 9 players remain, they will combine to one table. Yankov here comes in with the raise.
Call 200. Fold.
Hart calls out of the small blind. King, queen off.
Heads up.
Heads up here to a flop. Yankov in position. King, 8-4.
Check.
Top pair for Hart puts him into the lead. He checks.
like 150.
150,000 quarter pot from Yankov here.
Where is it? 300.
Hart clicks it to 300,000.
Fast too.
Hart's been acting fast on pretty much everything that he does.
He's got to get back to his mobile phone game. No real exciting backdoors to speak of here, Donnie, but still the pot odds are just massive here on the min raise.
Yeah, but I mean, when your stack is as short as it is for Yankov, I mean, might just not want to commit any more chips to this one.
Would you say continuation betting is a mistake?
No, I mean, king high board like this, I mean, the pre-flop raiser, it's gonna, connect with his range quite a bit. So I think you can just continuation bet here. Do so small seems fine. Yankov does give it up, and Hart takes that one. Hart up over 7 million now. Just cruising along. Playing games on his phone. No big deal. Repping the Lakers.
Raise 225.
Like I could see more some.
From what you guys at home have seen so far from the players that are currently on our feature table, who's impressing you the most? I think Giba has my vote for now. Yankov, very deliberate, but hasn't been able to get much going.
That raise gets through from Taylor Black.
Small blind, big blind.
Black here with ace-6 going back on the offensive here. Alexander Queen with king-jack off on the button. Let's see if he's going to play back here. Queen, by the way, 2.8 million in career tournament earnings, 109 cashes.
Raise.
Queen comes in with the 3-bet to 550. Action now folding back around to Black. Black was up to 6 million earlier, now down to 3.3, so he might be a bit more cautious, and ace-6 off, heading straight for the muck. Jade says the whole tank, every hand pre-flop thing is a joke. I mean, I gotta say, these players are close to the final table. They are probably feeling the pressure. They're probably thinking about the pay jumps and also hoping that players on the other table are getting eliminated. So hard to fault them, given the situation. $660,000 up top for the winner tomorrow. So
satisfying.
Life-changing money if you just bink that one.
Raise to 200.
Queens for queen. Please take a photo of the screen because this is almost too perfect.
It's so good. It's so good.
Alexander Queen making it 2:25 to go.
Already got it. Okay.
Queen wins with queens.
That's a little break.
Is there a reason why we're holding up?
I think they're
Four hands ahead. We're 2 full hands ahead. They had 1 hand.
Oh, we're
7 hands. They had 8. You guys played.
playing
So you're doing like an unofficial. Yeah, soft.
Donnie.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Soft hand for
Yeah,
hand.
soft hand for hand, meaning that tournament supervisors are monitoring the pace of play.
So interestingly, because this table seemed like it was playing a little bit slow. I mean, not like terribly slow, but a little bit slower. But the other table's playing even slower because these guys are ahead.
That is really funny.
Too fast for him, guys.
Yeah.
Too fast.
Take a few more seconds pre-flop. Think over every decision.
raise 200.
Giba in with a raise. King Jack off. Did you know that they already bagged the 25K for day one?
Yeah, I saw a tweet about that. What is going on?
I guess they're done at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? Like, what is this?
This ain't the WSOP of old.
Yeah, I remember my first couple of years at WSOP, it was a common occurrence that play would go till 4 in the morning. I believe, Donnie, you were there. Was it JRB?
JRB versus Matt Graham Limit Hold'em Shootout till 7 a.m.
Unbelievable.
Matt Black, Taylor Black is going to fight back with a 3-bet here. Good holding, Ace Jack also probably factoring in that Giba with the stack that he has been
3.5,
opening things up quite liberally.
Bag it.
Donnie, is there something to be said for avoiding confrontations with the players you might deem to be on or above your level in this stage of the tournament and really looking for softer spots?
Is our guy Hart there taking a photo? I mean, yeah, you get to a point. I mean, at some point, everything's going to converge, and the skill level is probably going to rise on average, right? You know, there's not going to be as many soft spots as you would find at the beginning of a tournament level 1. So yeah, maybe you don't collide with all the players that you think are the better ones that you're competing against. But also, I mean, some of that's just going to be natural, that there's going to be that collision. So at some point, you're going to have to do that. maybe some other things, like in that case, you know, maybe part of that with black is, well, I got a good enough hand here. I also got to kind of tell Giba, listen, buddy, slow it down a little bit over there. You know, like, I know you don't have it all the time.
It's like warning shots.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, listen, you don't got to raise every hand, okay?
Another guy busted.
Ace-9 of clubs for Yankov.
Yep.
He's going to get involved. Players, of course, keenly,
I didn't play a hand with him.
or I should say,
Nice
just
guy.
very
Nice guy.
interested
Yeah, really nice guy.
in
Having a
the
blast.
action on the outer table.
We were having
200
a lot of
right
fun on
here.
our table earlier.
Call 200.
Hard makes the call with Jack 10 offsuit. Queen in the small line with Ace 10 offsuit. And after many hands of pre-flop play, we now get three-handed action to the flop. Nice little change of pace.
By the way, I'm not sure what they can hear.
Very close.
Yeah.
Here's the flop, Jack 10-7. And look at this. Brent Hart absolutely smashes this flop, flopping two pair. Yankov does have a good shot to the straight. Queen flops top pair, or excuse me, middle pair, top kicker.
Check.
Yankov just has to check. Of course, Hart cannot afford to give any free cards here, given the draw-heavy nature of this flop. Ace-10 for Queen must look pretty bad. No heart to go along with it for him. And Yankov here with the gut shot, knowing that the 8 of hearts will not make him feel that comfortable, probably also not with a playable hand. And he does let it go, and Hart takes it down. If you're just joining us in the chat, please let us know where you're watching from. Always love to hear where everyone is tuning in from. It is almost 10:30 in Las Vegas, so I can only imagine that we have quite the international crowd here on the show today as Hart finds pocket tens, and we're probably going to see a raise again.
Right, 250.
There it is, 250.
What are they doing? Are they paused?
No, they're in the middle.
Gave out of position, does find ace 8 of spades.
We try and figure out if this ball dude
Is it possible to play this profitably, Donnie? Ace 8 of spades from the small line, given
probably
the way the hands have played out recently?
I mean, yeah.
Huh?
Wow, look at this. Gaba coming with the pressure, 3-betting from the small blind,
GJ's a troll.
making it 750 to go. And look at Hart, once again, not wasting any time, makes the call right away.
I mean, you don't.
What does it signal to Gaba that Hart called the 3-bet so fast?
I'm not really sure. I mean, he's done that with everything, right? So it could really mean anything. It could mean he has king queen off. It could mean he has, you know, like kind of like he has 2 10s, 2 9s.
So if you're Gaba,
I think it's obviously he didn't re-raise, right? I don't think he would just have quickly like flatted in position with a very big hand like kings or aces. I think there probably would have been a little bit more thought there. Even if he ultimately decided to like flat aces in position or flat kings in position, then I still think he would have thought about it a little bit more as opposed to just flicking it in. So Not that his hand can't be good, because 10s are a very good starting hand pre-flop, yes, but it's not like the best of the best, the most premium hands. Giba does continue with 450.
And the snap call again. Hard calls 450 almost instantly. Now, Giba has some cards that would improve him on the turn. 6 of clubs, not one of them. So now the question is he going to shut down, or is he going to continue with this bluff here? I was looking down at this stack. 2.6 million in the middle, 4.3 million in front of him.
Check.
He does decide to check.
Probably a check back here from Hart. And if you're Giba, I mean, board pairing like this on the turn doesn't change the dynamic of this so much, so probably is just shutting it down, would be my guess.
Double paired board now. If Giba had a king, he would have likely continued on the flop, so representing that now probably doesn't look as convincing, Donnie? Or are we considering going really big here?
I mean, the thing is here is Giba's going to check, and I'm not so sure it's checking for showdown value versus just checking to give up, because the hands that Hart has there, the 10s, the jacks, the 9s, maybe 7s. I mean, I would say 8s too. You have an 8, so you block that. Like, he never has like queen jack,
right?
You know, so you're not really playing it as a showdown hand. You're almost just like giving up, thinking he's probably just going to call these 2 10s again. I mean, maybe you're just hoping to check and chop with an ace queen type of thing, but yeah, I don't mind the line from Giba. You know, going aggressive with the 3-bet and then continuing from there. But just don't think that run out was really in his favor.
Well, Hart has chipped up to 8.8 million, commanding chip lead
200
at this table, as Queen finds ace-10 of spades and he raises it up.
Heads up. Check.
Black defending out of the big blind, suited queen deuce. Top pair, good kicker, backdoor spades for queen.
150.
I got it. Wait.
Queen drags another pot here, and Black seems to have lost some of that steam he had earlier. He's just sort of sitting around.
It's all gone over to Queen,
yeah,
who's done well to chip up nicely. You know, had, I don't know what, a couple of orbits ago, 2 million. You know, has almost doubled that, so hasn't had to go to showdown really with, you know, hasn't had to play any big all-in clashes, just has chipped up nicely.
Giba is not giving up just yet. He's going to go back on the offensive here, raising with ace-4 offsuit. By the way, much love to everyone letting us know in the chat where you're watching from. I saw a whole bunch of places pass through. Just to point out a few of the countries I've seen. South Korea, Argentina. Of course, lots of people from the USA. We've got Brazil in the house as well. Australia, as always. The Juice watching from Talking Stick Casino in Scottsdale, Arizona. Hope the games are juicy there as well.
Giba continues to press on the accelerator. This time he's got an ace in his hand. Ace 4 off.
Call.
Heart is in there from the big blind. Ace deuce off.
Heads up.
Jack 8-7 with a couple of hearts. Check to the 5 on the turn. Heart's going to come out betting. Giba decides to let it go, and Hart again picks up another pot, and he's now up to over 9 million chips. This guy is pretty much unstoppable as of late. Giba was up to 6 million earlier, now back down to 4.1. Quite a bit of separation here between Hart and the rest of the players at this feature table. If you're just tuning in, please know that we are playing down to the final 7 right now. There are 10 players remaining. We'll combine for a final table of 9, so 1 more elimination, and we'll get down to that final table. Final table streaming live tomorrow on PokerGO.com. Action folds around to Taylor Black in on the button. King 4 off is going to come in for the raise. And look at this. After Hart makes the call with with Jack 10, it is Alexander Queen who finds Ace King of Hearts in the big blind. He is surely going to raise it up here.
Come on.
And he moves all in, applying maximum pressure, and we can tell by these cards that he's not going to get any action.
Blinds are up. Let's go.
Coming in. Best of luck, everybody.
Thank you. It's 120?
Yep.
You don't have, I mean, I guess.
At the 2024 World Series of Poker on PokerGo, 300 plus hours of live streams. Subscribe right now at PokerGo.com. Promo code WSOP24 live stream for $20 off the first year of the plan. And of course, PokerGo.com. So you might as well get that subscription. Get it now for this good deal. All right, back to the table. Still trying to get down to that final table here tonight. If you're tuning in just now, we've had an epic day of action so far. Erik Seidel got eliminated by a 1-outer. His opponent hit a straight flush on the river. We also saw Brian Rast get very unlucky. We saw Sam Soverel get very unlucky. And now we are 1 elimination away from the final table of 9. And then we're going to need 2 more bust outs before the night has before the day will be finished. Tomorrow's 5K final table will be on PokerGo.com exclusively. Mediocre hands clashing is the name of the game right now.
360.
Happy to pick up some small pots here. Perhaps gathering some new ammunition to fight back versus Hart at some point in the future. Play has definitely slowed down considerably as we are hand for hand. One more player to hit the rail, and then we'll be down to our final table of 9. For your reference, the final 10 right now guaranteed $40,201. The final 9, however, will get $51,265. So a $11,000 pay jump from 10th to 9th. So that is something worth playing a bit slower for. Looking over briefly to the World Series Poker Player of the Year race, which of course is still very young. Malcolm Trainer, winner of the Mystery Millions for $1 million, on top with 1,400 points.
His first ever WSOP event.
That's insane. That is insane.
Just rips off the old Mystery Millions. No big deal.
As far as players that will likely be in the hunt for Player of the Year, it's a who's who of big names in the top 10 of the POI race so far. John Hennigan, Asher Conniff, Bryce Yockey, Scott Seaver, Nick Agenti, James Chen, David Prosiak. All are likely to play a large schedule. Donnie, if I had to pick one though, based on what I've seen so far, Scott Seaver, Player of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to be in the conversation. Has a lot of side bet action, does Mr. Seaver. Couldn't have all that side bet action when we drafted him in fantasy a couple of years ago, but, you know.
Meanwhile, Queen raising the button with King 5 of spades. Geba calling with Ace 9 of spades, and Yankov invited into the pot here. We have 840 in the middle, Donnie. Are you surprised to see Yankov call here with 9-5 of diamonds?
No, I mean, he's just so short that, like, you can just kind of take the shot. Try and flop something.
10, 3, 4. It's not really qualifying as something. Checks around. Second spade hits on the turn. Both Geba and Queen with flush draws here. As we mentioned before, play has gotten a lot slower. Oh.
He got plus 10 on whatever he just did there.
Is he playing rummy?
I don't know what he's playing. I think he's playing dominoes.
Dominoes. That has to be for money. That has to be high stakes dominoes. Geba here betting 200K. Getting rid of Yankov and Queen now, with the draw that he does not want to hit. He does make the call here. A spade would be disaster for Queen. River card is the Jack of Clubs, and Queen here saved by the river. Gaba not only has the best draw, he also has the best hand right now. Do you think there's a scenario in which Queen finds the bluff here? And if he does, would that be a...
I love how Queen takes time to like close his eyes. Like he's like closing his eyes and just the charts are appearing. Queen does come with it. I think correctly assessing the situation here that King High is just not going to get this done, so he's going to go for it.
Gotta respect it. Always like it when players are trying to get out of a bad situation by risking some of their chips. Gaba looking back at his cards, and with just ace high, nothing he can do, but he lets it go. Very nice pickup here from Queen, and Gaba keeps tumbling down the chip counts.
I feel like it wasn't too long ago he had 6 million.
He did indeed have 6 million. Absolutely.
Still plenty deep though. You know, he's got more than 30 big blinds, so.
Yeah, we talked about this before. If you've been up there and then you fall down, that is much harder mentally than being on the come up, so to say. By the way, I got to give a shout out to our photographer, Antonio Abrego.
Is he still in?
280 left, still grinding the short stack, in the money.
What a legend. What a gladiator. What a gladiator. Huh?
Channeling his inner Russell Crowe.
What a gladiator. I love those tournaments where you just get into the money on day one. This is the best. Don't have to wait too long. Just in there. Get some money back. They adjusted the payouts this year too in all the events. I believe it's 1.5x or 2x.
You have a green
it
chip
might even be
back
2x
there.
for all the all the min cashes.
Oh,
that's
right.
which is good.
Behind your stack.
I cashed in the Gladiators last year. The min cash was 480.
Huh.
Antonio's min cash was 600.
Wow. So
a little bit more meaningful, right?
Yeah,
you feel like you actually achieved something. I'm sitting there. I'm like, well, I didn't even make double my buy-in. What am I doing here?
Round of drinks.
Yeah.
Round of drinks on Antonio. Gotta love it. All right, Gaba here again with the big hand. Hard also with a big decision here at the dominoes table.
I love it. He's just the chip leader. He's just absolutely grinding his phone. It's like, oh, it's so good. So good. Black lays it down there to the continuation bet.
T-Rex arms. Sure is.
Got a shorty over there or no?
No.
No?
I think 15 BB is smallest one.
Players are keeping a close eye on the other table, as you can hear in the background. They are monitoring the smallest stacks. Of course, that is relevant because there's an $11,000 pay jump on the line, and Yankov, the current short stack, probably would love to be the one to avoid getting eliminated right now. There goes Yankov. Yeah, he's sort of forced to make some moves now.
455.
How much?
He said 455.
Hart makes the call. Queen, 8 of clubs.
See the king clubs? Yeah.
Flipping here. Yankov all in, at risk.
Hard with queen, 8 of clubs. Has a reasonable chance to send his opponent to the rail.
I didn't realize how short he was. For some reason, I thought he had more. No king or six. Yeah.
King, queen, 4 on the board here, and Yankov with king 6 in an excellent situation here to double up and give himself another chance. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Hart now needing a queen or an 8, or else Yankov will double up. And Hart is standing up as if he's the one at risk. You gotta love the way this man is excited about
tomorrow.
Each showdown.
Don't pray, bro.
5.
No praying allowed, Donnie.
Can't pray.
I saw that.
Why
I'm never
not?
going to forget that. He's like, you've been here before.
Take it back in the game.
I love it. Back in the game indeed. Yankov now up to just shy of 10 big blinds.
Nice hand, man.
Nice hand, bro.
Listen. I guess you want more from me, huh?
1.25.
Should be
1.25.
1,090,000.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
1
short.
million nine.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
I was 3.7 big ones.
Oh, okay, yeah.
3.7. He's really doing the math. It won't take much, Donnie, for Yankov to be back in the same situation he just found himself in. Do you have to take more risks, or are you simply letting the cards dictate it at this point, given how short he is?
I mean, kind of let the cards dictate it, yes, but he might want to push the envelope at times. Now, you going to do it with the king 3 off? I don't think so. Especially given that there are, 3 players behind you. But I think he, with that hand, still sub 10 big blinds, but won enough chips that he can kind of just chill out for a little while and more play the cards. I also don't really know exactly what's going on the other table.
Right.
Like who's super short or whatnot. Big raise there from Queen.
Ace king.
Little flash, little show.
Nice.
Yeah.
Queen had 2 million, like a half hour. He's over 5 million now. He's just He like never goes to a showdown.
It's very impressive.
It's unbelievable.
It is very impressive. You said longtime grinder. Have you interacted with him before?
No, I mean just like covered him for a while. Known online, Argentina boy. Like he's just been around the block for a long, long time.
Do you think he's just a Messi fan, or do you think he has some roots there in Argentina?
Good question. I have no idea.
Black raising with Jack 7 of spades, and Queen now finding Ace Jack offsuit. Just going to come with call, keeping it rather casual for now. And Gabe finds pocket 4, so we might see some multi-way action here.
For me? No.
There. Me?
I pointed.
I mean, you pointed kind of random direction, but this is a 20.
Thank you.
So black with the raise here. 240,000, Jack 7 of spades. Kind of trying to just make something happen. Maybe a raise and take is plenty, you know, survive another rotation, that sort of stuff. Queen flats, Ace Jack off out of the small blind. Now Gaba's here with 2 4s in the big blind.
$900.
Wow, look at this. Pocket 4s making it 900 to go, Donnie. This was not in my poker book. What do you think the driving force is behind a move like this?
Stay aggressive, baby. Gets it done.
Very well done by Gaba. He's been by far the most active player at this feature table. I say by far, I should correct myself on our stat screen. Both him and Queen have a VPIP of 45%. 45%, since when is that a thing?
I mean, everyone's VPIP is pretty high here. You know, even Black, who's been the quietest, 28%. Likely just a result of the fact that we're playing 5-handed here. Blinds come around pretty quick, so you do have to try and get involved, or you're just going to get eaten alive, and your stack is going to go to 0 pretty quickly. But if you'll notice, Gaba does have the highest aggression factor, also highest pre-flop raise, so you know, overall. The most interesting stat on this screen, so Remko and I have a stat screen next, is this one right here, Remko, the one that says 0%.
Yep.
Went to showdown, Alexander Queen, 0%. Wow. So he's gone from, he had 2 million or so when we got here after dinner. He had a little bit over 5 million. He has not once gone to showdown. He's just red line.
Red line, baby. Red line. I was about to say it right before you said so.
Heart here with a raise. Queen flats in position. Ace queen.
The name and the cards are extremely confusing, especially as we're starting to get a little bit tired here. Queen calls with ace queen. Heart and queen going head to head, and queen has the queen of hearts. And look at this flop, Donnie. Queen 10-5. Oh my God. We know that Hart likes to play his hands fast and straightforward. If Queen blows this pot up, this could be very painful for Brent Hart.
I mean, it could also be painful if he plays it like this, just calling in position, because Hart may just continue to put chips into the pot. He's going to slow down here, though.
Well, Queen is going to take the betting lead over, and this will likely result in this pot blowing up.
Call.
And Hart indeed calls right away. 650 in the middle added here on the turn. 2.7 million up for grabs. River is the 5 of diamonds. Queen gets the check mark here. Someone almost knocks over our camera on set. There's not an earthquake in Las Vegas, let me promise you that. Donnie, as far as sizing, what do you want to see here from Queen as he is now to act?
You can go kind of juicy here. There's 2.7 out there. You got 3.6 back. Wow, and he quickly calls it off. What's that, 1.5 million?
Wow.
Donnie, the snap call, what is he beating here?
What is it?
I mean, missed clubs. King Jack are the obvious ones. Jack 9 maybe as well. Maybe there's some of that in there. Yeah, the bet was 1.5 million on the river. And the one time Queen goes to showdown, he wins one of the biggest pots of the tournament, and he is now the chip leader with 7.8 million.
That is crazy.
Okay. There you go. Nicely done.
Oh, look at this.
Said nicely done.
It looks like we've lost a player on our secondary table.
Okay.
And there it is. We are down to the final 9 as our sailor, Mark Tarridge, has been sent to the rail in 11th place, collecting $40,201. We are going to go on a short break for the final table redraw. We'll see you guys in a few minutes with the final table action.
Really good call here. Yep.
It's a pretty good sized pre-flop pot.
You know, it's interesting these days. You just don't see it as much, Norman. But in the past, sometimes, you know, maybe the old school players might some of these spots might just consider just moving in if they feel some weakness rather than call, and just win it risk-free. I'm not saying that. Wow.
Flop.
Really
Johnson with King Jack. 2 hearts in there for Miles if he cares about them.
Here comes Miles. He's going to bet 33 million. There it is. I said 32. It's 32.
All right, you said 33.
Dang it.
Which is a great guess.
I thought he said 34.
No,
Dang it.
He said 33. He was close. Yep.
Okay, I like the fact that he took his time with that call. And
look at the pot.
Miles knows that he called a big bet before with ace-9 of spades. Remember that?
Yeah.
The last time he went crazy bluffing.
1/3 of the chips on the table in play in the middle of the pot right now.
Oh, brutal, brutal card.
And now Miles hits his 8.
Oh, that's the last card in the deck that Miles.
All
Tournament's
in.
over. Tournament is over.
Johnson just has to say call. Johnson was so close 2 years ago.
Promise, I am not slow rolling you. I just really don't know. It's late.
That's right. That's right. We
It's
don't
a
have
big
problem.
decision.
Yep.
I don't have ace king.
It's almost all of his chips, obviously. If he called here and lost, he'd be down to less than 10 big blinds.
I'm just saying the professionals would think it's a slow roll.
Oh, I
Am I
understand.
allowed to talk about my hand?
Yeah, because he's all in.
Okay.
You just can't answer.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to get a read or anything. I don't think I can fold. Because I was just gonna say I didn't call with ace king or king queen, but I did call
at
with.
this point, he can't open the action.
Yeah.
So yes, you can discuss this hand. He just cannot answer any questions from you.
But I did call with king jack pre-flop. And I'm wondering if it was a mistake.
Tony Miles knows.
Miles is sick. He's sick to his
I can't
stomach.
fold.
He knows he's getting called, and he knows he just lost the World Series of Poker, bluffing it off with the old Queen 8. Pretty unlucky turn card, but he knows it's over.
That's the call, and that is the tournament. John Sin can now call himself main event champion. One bluff too many for Tony Miles. John Sin has done it.
You're in the analyzing business, aren't you?
Psychiatrist.
Yeah. You analyze this?
Analyze this.
Analyze this. I have to analyze it myself sometimes.
I wonder if there's a copay for analyzing your own cards. Marcel's got King Jack unsuited.
2 bets. One for me and one for the Sharks.
And Marcel will bet 32,000 chips with the blinds at 8 and 16,000 now.
And now trying to induce Julian Gardner to put all his chips in.
Make it look like a wave.
You said you'd only raise with aces.
That I might lie. I had to deal with myself. After the break, I'm going to take all the chips from the table. And I have no doubts about it. All of it. I'm going to take the sweet stack, the nice stack, the blue stack, the yellow stack, the colors who are not even there, I'm going to take them.
Lon, if you're going to get beat, you want to get beat by someone like Marcel. It would be a pleasure to give him my chips.
Now the 2 queens of Harry Dimitriou.
How much is it? How do you mean, how much is it? 32. Don't be cheeky. Put something in there.
Marcel and Harry, friendly rivals from many games in Europe.
I'll raise. Yes, raise it. How much?
Harry seems to have learned to be able to tune out Marcel and make the right decisions.
100?
100,000 more.
With what? With what? This guy would raise 100,000.
With a better hand than yours, Marcel.
Marcel will call the 100 grand.
Call the 100,000. And a check blind.
Checking blind's a nice change-it-up strategy. It often confuses or upsets your opponent.
Now the flop comes King 3-3. Marcel with a pair of kings.
And remember, he had checked before the flop came out, and Dimitriou checks behind him.
Now the turn card. The 8 of hearts means only that Dimitriou is running out of chances. Marcel looks like he's going to act.
I don't trust him.
Hey, look in the mirror, pal. You don't trust him.
Well, Harry's going to come back, it looks like. Harry Dimitriou puts out 225,000 chips.
225? I still don't trust him.
This would be a big decision for Marcel. To call it would leave him with less than 200,000 chips.
Call.
And Marcel's going to call it. Got a big pot here at the feature table.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me.
When Marcel stands up and goes a cappella, he's convinced his read on this hand is correct, that his kings are best.
And now the river card is a 9, and once again, Marcel's read was perfect. The check mark shows he's got the hand won if he doesn't fold.
Just in case I'm scared he's not going to bet it. I bet a little bit.
Well, even a little bit will be almost the remaining chips for Marcel, no matter how much he chooses.
I bet 100,000.
I'm sure he calculated that with Keynesian and Malthusian theory.
Now to Harry. And he makes the call.
King!
And loses the hand.
Good hand. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know? I made him. Give it to me, don't give it to everybody. Give it to me.
Harry lost about half his stack on that hand.
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
Oh, there's a doctor in the house. Maybe he could use a professional opinion. Johnny Chan checks his whole cards. 1 queen. There are the queens again.
Hand we talked about earlier.
Give me the look. Don't
He loves queens. He's won a lot of pots with them.
Phil Lock in full Unabomber mode now. Chan has not yet decided how to act.
Raise it.
He's going to raise it up.
Phil has the stick. Johnny's got the kick.
It's a pot bet from Johnny Chan, 92,000 to Phil Lock.
How can I fold? I folded the last one. So sick about it.
He'll be sick if he doesn't fold this one.
Just put it in, Phil. Put it in. Put it in. Put it in. Just do it. Do it.
The pot's big enough.
Do it. It doesn't matter if I call, I can't. What am I going to do? Fold for, I don't care what I'm sick. I have to all in or fold. All right, take my money. I'm all in.
Phil Lock's moving all in.
I call.
Johnny shows him the queens. Jennifer Tilley says enough of the ladies tournament.
And Johnny Chan now, a flop, turn, and river away from history.
Let's see how it fits. Oh, that's nice. It
Looks good on me, doesn't it?
Is Lock giving up?
Which way do you drop the flop? This way or this way? Wait, that way.
Phil Lock wants to be the first to see it come out.
See, I can't take that. I got to see right when it comes out.
Johnny
So they face
Chan
up this way, right, to start?
on a doorstep to history at the World Series of Poker. And now the flop. Jack, 5-5 Lock pairs his jack.
Johnny Chan, though, now a 4-1 favorite.
More outs.
It's actually 5 outs remaining.
Let's go like this.
King or a jack would dash Johnny Chan's bid.
Come on, baby!
I can't take it. Just do it.
Put that queen out there, it's all over.
Johnny calling for a third queen. And now the turn card. 10 of diamonds, no help to Phil Lock. 1 card away for Johnny Chan.
I don't even want to look.
Like Farzad Banyati earlier.
Suck out, Phil! Suck out!
Well, one person's rooting for Phil Lock.
I can't take it! Johnny, you gotta look. You gotta look. You can't, that's not fair. Is that allowed? Is there a penalty for that? Can he do that? Can he stand away from the board?
Johnny Chan does not want to look. He is 1 card away from making World Series history.
Oh, right. Right.
If there is not a king or a jack on the river, Johnny Chan has his record 10th bracelet.
Come on, John!
And now our river card. It's a 10. Chan wins it.
All right, man, you played a good game.
He had no idea what he started 20 years ago with his first bracelet, but today Johnny Chan is #1 in World Series history. Pocket 10s for Newhouse after Von Hof raised it to 1.1 with 8-7. Pocket queens for Will Tonking.
27-year-old University of South Carolina grad, all business on the felt. After poker, he wants to get into sports talk radio, but of course he'd have to talk.
That is true. With the pocket queens, those are more than just calling chips. A good opportunity for him here. A re-raise to $3,750,000 from Tonking. That gets rid of Von Hof. Now back to Newhouse with the pocket 10s.
Remember big game James Worthy of the Lakers? This guy is main event Mark Newhouse.
Newhouse, who plays a lot in L.A., near the fabulous Forum where Worthy made his name, does come along.
How much did you start with, Mark?
22.
Okay.
22 million, that's 44 big blinds.
There's the flop. Deuce 4 jack. The queens are still best.
Tonking was below 20 big blinds at some point of all 7 days of the main event, but he's resilient and he kept picking up big hands at the right time.
Out of position with a continuation bet of $3.5 million.
Well, we've seen this before in the main event. Mark Newhouse behind.
And he just calls. Turn card now. Another 4 pairing the board. So queens up for Tonking, 10s up for Newhouse. And Tonking checks this time.
Newhouse ended day 1 with just below the starting stack, and he didn't think he'd last too long on day 2, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he'd make it to the November 9 again.
He's taking the reins here, betting $4.5 million.
Well, Newhouse certainly might think he has the best of it here.
You mentioned day one, he was below his starting stack. Newhouse finished day 5 as the main event chip leader. And here's a call from Will Tonking. 25.5 million chips in the middle. The river card pairs the board again. A murmur through the crowd here, the large crowd at the Penn and Teller Theater. Tonking checks once more. Newhouse now.
All in.
Mark Newhouse moves all in on a bluff.
Wow. This is for almost all of Will Tonking's chips, but if he calls here, Newhouse is out in 9th place again.
I call.
Tonking makes the call, and he sees he's got Newhouse beat and pushes Newhouse out the door.
It's not possible, is it?
Oh, my.
He's not Mr. November 9. He's Mr. November 9th.
A very stunned crowd here watches as Mark Newhouse makes his exit again from this main event final table in 9th place.
I think so. I think we heard a 5-bet in a call.
Okay.
Easy,
Rex.
then it's not
This
big
is
deal.
insane. A day 7 5-bet.
Look at the pot, 19.7 million.
Carl
Queens
is
against
not.
ace,
Even Jason,
suited.
You know, Jason. Now they're my hometown boys.
I mentioned that Uribe is electrifying. He was part of the 5-6 bet business with Lococo on day 5.
Blocker, just assuming that it's less likely that Kim can have the very top of his range like aces, or I guess ace-king. Cutting out a bunch of chips.
Going to continue this.
Each player with about 1 SPR, despite being super deep to start the hand.
Brian Kim started today in 2nd place. Rebay started in 4th place, both over 30 million. Elbow to elbow and clashing here early on day 7 in a massive pot.
Uribe kind of doing the opposite of what Zhang did, which was pile up chips and then add more chips, add more chips. He cut out a huge bet and then kept taking off chips. And Uribe just knows
Where are you from?
that he's trying to get Kim to fold a massive hand right
And
now.
I'm authorized to answer? Or? Yes, so I'm authorized, right?
You don't have. We don't have to talk.
Oh yeah.
You want to talk?
Because you're asking, what do you want to know? You want to know my cards?
Yeah, I don't know you.
Like, I want to know what your
I
cards
was
are.
too busy sleeping. I didn't get to have a research on you.
I think I didn't sleep very well, so I'm doing nothing. I'm playing bad.
Playing bad?
That's what he said.
Having kids?
Of course I am.
I would have authorized Uribe not to.
It's a lot of
answer
money to
anything.
take to the kids. It would be a shame to just give it all away at this stage of the tournament. Those kids could have a lot of fun with that money and go to a nice university. I mean, it's pretty nice weather today. Have some friends at the pool. You seem like a great guy. 60 million in chips would be nice as well. I think I could win either way, right? I either win the hand or give you all my chips and win-win situation, right? So what should I do? Should I flip a coin?
Ask yourself.
Do you want call? Do you want?
I think if I'm Uribe and I'm sitting there even with aces or kings, I'd be like, I'll just take this pot right now. We don't need to see 2 more cards.
Tough spot.
Kim just absolutely
Ay, ay, ay,
tortured
ay,
right now,
ay.
but I would have thought that this kind of thinking would be taking place before flatting pre-flop. If he indeed, we missed the very beginning of the hand. If he was the
Very
pre-flop,
nice hand. Sorry it took so long.
yeah, Uribe 5-bet.
Gives up the queens.
What do you think I am?
I don't know.
Is he B-wording? Should we show?
If he shows the 5, Kim's going to puke.
I want to see. Yeah.
Sorry. So, no, let me. You want to see, right?
Yeah.
Okay, pay.
Wow.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Maybe you can pay a subscription on PokerGO and you will see the end.
Wow,
Thank you very
ambassador.
much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Cards in the air at our final table. We're picking up the action here midway through the first hand as we are down to the final 9. Ochana and Queen here battling it out. 730K in the middle. Queen, as we saw prior to the break, is on quite the heater, and he takes down the first pot here at this final table. We just let you guys enjoy that hand between Ribe and Brian Kim here as we recently released the top 100 all-time World Series of Poker hands. That one made the cut and many more did, so please go check that out on our YouTube channel. We released those videos in 10 separate parts, but we also released one 5-hour compilation for your viewing pleasures. Once again, my name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. We need to lose 2 more players before the night is done. We are watching the final table of the 5K No Limit Hold'em at the 2024 World Series of Poker. Donnie,
what's up?
Alexander Queen has been on a heater.
Oh yeah.
Gebe has been showing his aggressive style. Brent Hart has been in the mix a lot.
Just letting you
but
know
meanwhile,
that now that I've told you, I'm not going to.
while we were elsewhere, Steady Eddie is our chip leader.
Yeah, Steady Eddie was doing work on the outer table, huh?
Clearly, yeah, clearly. A little bit of a rundown here of the final table payouts. Final 9 guaranteed $51,265. 8th place $66,000 and 7th place $87,000. Tomorrow, that number goes all the way up to $660,000.
Short hands.
Donnie, it is almost cruel that these guys have played for 3 full days, and if you bust out now, you get 40K. Sure, that's pretty cool. But if you have a little bit of a hot streak over the course of the next few blind levels, you could walk away with 660K.
Oh yes.
Wow, we got Sam Cosby in the chat.
I know, right?
Hope Sam is doing well. Riding his bike around Portland.
Hopefully no trees are falling on his car.
Exactly. Yankov finds pocket 7s. He's our short stack. I would be surprised if this went anywhere else but all in. There it is. The all-in has been announced, has been declared. Now the question is, will there be any customers?
Rashalan here
850.
finds King Jack off in the small blind.
Is that a hand worthy of a call?
I agree. 850.
I'm gonna say no because of where Marashlian's chip stack is. 2.8 million. Got to risk 800K of that. I mean, if you're someone like a Queen or somebody who like a Heart has 5.5 million, something like that, then I think it's much more in the cards to call there and put Yankov at risk.
Good job. Okay.
I mean,
no need to risk that much.
Working on my other
King
languages.
Jack off.
For Yankov,
Not sure which one.
just getting
Not
shoved
sure
through
which
is
one.
worth so much right now. We're playing 60K, 120K with a 120K big blind ante. Absolutely massive stakes. Donnie, from what we've seen over the past, what is it, 7 hours? 6.5 hours? From the players that are remaining, who do you giving the best chance here to, let's pick 2 names to get down to heads-up play.
Steady Eddie and Alex Queen. I mean, obviously they're 2 biggest stacks, but I think although we didn't watch Ochana build up to the stack that he has now, I mean, I think it's just evidence and point that he did that work to get up to almost 10 million on the outer table. So he was doing a lot of things right. And then earlier when we saw him on the feature table, thought he played pretty well overall. We obviously saw a lot recently of Alex Queen and what he was able to do, largely without Showdown. So another one where I have been impressed by his play. So right now, I'm looking at those 2.
Yeah, and I want to add to that Geba has really impressed me as well, but he strikes me as the player who will ultimately get himself into perhaps a bit too much trouble. Taylor Black was up to 6 million earlier, has been dwindling down, but has really been showing a lot of patience, so perhaps he can turn things around. Queen here, meanwhile, battling again with Brent Hart. They've swapped positions. Queen earlier took a huge one off of Hart. Ace Queen versus King Queen. Queen high board. Now back on the turn. Hart this time with the best of it.
Yeah, Queen likely just gonna have to give this one up. There it is. And Hart takes that one.
Must be a good one for Hart's confidence after losing that big one just prior to making this final table. Donnie, we know that Marash Leon was the lucky winner of $1 million bounty last year. Now, let me ask you this. Was that $1 million bounty a tournament result? Is that a tournament score? Are we referring?
They don't rank it on Hendon.
Right, so it wasn't a tournament like cash in that sense. Nope. So basically, these guys are all playing for the biggest cash of their tournament career. $1 million in that context doesn't really apply. Wow, we got Matus Pater in the chat, Donnie. All the way from down under.
I love it.
Every time I see the name Matus Pater, I think of the story that he told me once about them having a giant huntsman spider sitting in the top corner of the living room. I would legit just burn the house down. Just set it on fire. Yankov here finds pocket jacks. And if 7s were good enough earlier, jacks will surely be good enough as well. Wizard in the chat says they should rank it on Hendon. It's part of the prize pool. I kind of agree. Feels like the $1 million bounty should be on Hendon. Action folding around as Yankov likely to pick up the blinds and antes yet again. Brent Hart finds a pocket pair. He's got 5s in the small blind. Hart does let it go. Oh, and Geba finds ace-king suited. Automatic call here as Geba is going to take a stab at sending Yankov to the rail in 9th place.
That's really cool.
A true coin flip here between these two. Daniel Geba would also be very pleased to win one again after a bit of a rough hour. But it's Yankov's turn of life that is on the line with pocket jacks.
Jacks
a fair fight, as they call it. Here's the flop.
Jacks are at risk.
Queen 9-3. Jacks in the lead and firmly in the lead as Geba is looking for an ace or a king. Yeah. Already a few cards dead. Turn is the 6 of diamonds.
Come on now.
Yankov,
River.
one card away from a big double up and being right back in the game as the stacks are drawing closer and closer together here, and the river is the 6 of clubs. And indeed, Yankov doubles up, goes on over to the rail, dealing out a fist pump here as Geba sees his stack get another blow.
You're a big blind, right?
Yeah, I'm small.
Oh.
I was small.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good man. Honest man right here.
Hey, it's on TV. I can't get away with it.
I was spaced out.
Ace Queen suited clubs for Marash Leon.
Raise 250.
Hmm? 2.0.
Ace Queen gets it done here before the flop.
With that double up recently for Yankov, Taylor Black, current short stack.
Sorry. All good.
Black on just above 2 million, 16 big blinds for him.
Raise 260.
Hart comes in with the raise. Ace King offsuit. Gets it done. More actually on ace 7 of spades in earlier position, decides to let it go. No reason to get too aggressive here.
Yeah, maybe an open if he's got some more chips, but probably fine to just be a little bit conservative there.
Raise 250.
Hart, on the other hand, 53 big blinds for him, can be a little bit more liberal, plus he's in a later position.
Saban to me, Donnie, is like that kind of player who you're kind of wondering, how did he get these chips and how did he end up here?
Looking at some
Don't
hands.
really remember any notable
Cobra
hands.
Strike.
Yeah, exactly. He's just doing it that way.
not working. Dude, if they get Kenny to play, if they get Kenny, let me feel only so tilted.
Hart takes this one down.
Good evening, Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations on making it this far. Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Raise. 240.
Queen here with ace-9 of clubs, raising it up. Yankov, nothing to play with in the small blind. Ved also finding mediocre holding, and he lets it go.
Probably going to see a lot of this,
push
raise and takes, until we see pretty much just a clash of hands, similar to what we saw when Yankov got his money in with jacks against Gabe's ace-king.
This yours? Yes? No.
Not yours?
No, but it might be from before. Looks abandoned, but yeah, what else? Anybody saving this Dave's hot chicken? There's someone else's seat, so I don't want to just get rid of it.
I mean, I'll eat it.
Oh, yeah, that's mine.
Oh, yeah, you want it?
No, no.
It's his. It's his.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were asking if you wanted it.
Free
No,
advertising.
I'm saying, like, does he want it or was it garbage?
Dave's Hot Chicken is a wonderful place with lots of good food.
That was my first time there, actually. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, it's like West Coast thing. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I got one right by my house, on the corner from my house.
yeah?
I've never been in LA. I've never been there.
I mean,
Gave it
you
with
should go because there's
a couple
so
of
many
nines here.
bad food options in LA.
Right.
You
Might
can only
as well
choose.
add to it, huh? Right.
No, you only
And
have
I like
Dave's Hot.
spicy
There's
food too, but that shit was pretty hot.
What'd you get?
Like, I got hot.
You got hot.
Yeah, hot.
Yeah, I heard they're the real deal. Like,
Yeah.
I only went there
Not bad.
once. And it was good.
Nines for
Better than all the
Gaba.
other chains.
To him,
two
it's going to feel
sliders. I
like
didn't
aces.
expect
He's
it
been
to be
trying to get in the mix here with
that big.
inferior holdings.
I only ate one.
Yeah, I liked it. I had it. I was in LA for 3 or 4 days. And
Classic
there was one down
TV
the
is
street from
saying
us.
we back and live
were
for
you?
final table action. Indeed, we are.
Gosh.
Where
We
you from?
are back and live, playing down to the final 7 tonight.
We were
About 3-9.
3.1.
Like Santa Monica or something?
no.
Culver City. I think there's one in Culver City.
Eddie O is
40, right?
in there. With his
Near LAX.
8-6
Not that
offsuit.
close to LAX. We were staying somewhat close to Silver Lake because my cousin was living down there.
9-6 deuce with a couple of hearts. Top set. Gaba.
It might have been down. It might have been the Dave's Hot downtown. we went to.
Ochana.
We stayed at some hotel that was like really like. It was designed to be like old and like you know, like traditional, whatever. Like an old aesthetic to it. I don't remember the name now, but if I do, I know what it is.
220.
$220 from Gaba. Third pot here. Ochana certainly going to continue. Jack on the turn.
Check.
I was distracted by looking at our little side chat that we have. But Gabe flopping a set is a pretty big deal here, especially against Ochana, who has a lot of chips to work with. Now, of course, Ochana doesn't have a very strong holding.
$675.
You had to go to India to get the tea or what?
How you ordered something?
Oshana gives it up. Hart's wondering where his tea is.
Yeah.
Oh, they still have to go get it.
Did you get hot tea?
Yeah.
Wow, you are just. It's
I
like
know,
1,000
right?
degrees in here. You're drinking hot tea. You're savage.
I will say, Donnie, it's my first day here on the commentary. It is way warmer than normal.
I hate it. I know. It's because it's 300 degrees outside.
It's true, actually. When I drove into work today, my little thingy said 114. Someone tweeted a screenshot of them using a thermometer laser thingy on the pavement.
Action's on me, right?
It was 162 degrees.
I thought I was
believe madness out there.
With a double out there.
Right over here.
Queen finds
More
ace
red.
king suited. It's going to come
240.
in for the raise again. Donnie, does it feel as though we're waiting for like a clash of hands? Like no one's really getting up. I mean, excuse me.
Oh yeah. Well, here's your clash of hands.
The clash of hands that I just envisioned is here.
You just summoned it here.
Saven, who I accused of being under the radar, is now going to be very much in the spotlight as he finds pocket aces.
Raise 650.
650. Alarm bells might be going off for a queen, but still, he has ace king suited, which is not a hand. You're going to be.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing
here.
you can do, really, yeah.
$650's bet?
Correct. You got a 25.
Queen has been
Behind
tiptoeing around in such a way that he's been able to chip up from 2 million to 7.8 million. Unfortunately for him, he is on the wrong side of a cooler right now.
I'm all in.
He is all in, and Saven is going to snap it off. Whoa!
You know, I mean, I don't think it's wrong to double check. You don't.
A little slow there.
Because he was fumbling around with his headphones and whatever.
Queen might have had a half-second bit of hope that his ace-king would be in the lead, but of course, as we can see right now, Saven about to receive a huge double-up if his pocket aces manage to hold up.
Ace-king of clubs.
Ace-king of clubs, 12% equity here.
How did they make you do? Now they got 20.
Here's a flop. 9, 7, 4. Backdoor clubs still alive. Other than that, backdoor kings, or else Saven will be up to 6.1 million.
So
absolutely massive turn and river card coming up right now. Turn is the 9 of clubs. Potential drama brewing here. If Queen hits the runner clubs, we might see someone explode here at this final table. River card. Ace of club! Are you kidding me? Woo! Are you absolutely kidding me? Ace is cracked on the river by runner flush at the final table of this event.
I swear I felt it on the
Poker
on the flop,
is
I felt it.
heartbreaking.
On the flop, I felt it. I was like, look, it's coming.
Game, man.
I want you to think I'm silly.
What a devastating way
GG, brother.
to go.
That's a tough one.
Oh my God,
Way out.
today has been insanity.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, Queen was on a good run, but this is next level stuff.
We've seen 3 hands that at the end of the summer are going to be in the contention for hands of the summer.
Unreal.
3 hands.
And you'll be the big blind. Get like 2.
Oh, big blinds. So bad. So
18 big blind. 18 big blind. 21 should be 21 something. That's close enough. Thank you very much.
120, right?
120.
This stream today just has been on fire.
Saban cashed for $51,265 for his run. An impressive finish, but absolutely cannot blame him for what is likely a pretty sour feeling.
It's all right. What are you going to
As
do?
he exits.
I would play it the same way.
You're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Gets it in as good as you can. Aces versus ace-king suited.
Sometimes you're that guy.
Queen
Sometimes
goes
you're not.
runner to back into a flush.
Take it. I'll take it.
If you don't really want to be that guy, I
11
can be
million
that
in
guy for
chips.
you.
I mean,
I'd much rather be lucky than
an
good.
absolutely
Camp, for
wild
sure.
day of poker.
Wow. All the other players, of course, happy to see this bad beat get delivered as they all
They're gonna
receive
cruise
pay
Donnie
jump.
back home for this one.
Final 8 now guarantees $66,000.
Oh, yeah.
Donnie, your prediction of Alexander Queen going heads up is.
I mean, when you're
It's
running
up
like
to your
that, I
career,
mean,
so I can't go too
lock
fast.
it in.
Try and give you a little bit.
Jeez.
Hopefully it's cooling off back there a little bit.
Jay in the chat says, I would cry in the car. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we saw Erik Seidel one outed. Flush over flush, he gets it in good. 1 hour for a straight flush. That takes him out of the tournament. Then we saw Nate Silver get it in with set versus top 2 pair. Heart Rivers a full house. Bang. That was incredible. And now we just saw this. Runner, flush. Queen absolutely dominated there. Can't blame Queen for getting his money in. I mean, the hand just played itself, but the fact that it ran out like that to send Saban out the door, I mean, it's heartbreaking for the man.
Like, you know, if someone flops a flush draw against your aces, you're kind of like, almost like, okay, he's got a flush draw. You know, we got to fade a few cards, and then if it comes, you know, it hurts, but whatever. When it comes runner like that, the pain is like 10 times as bad.
Of course.
Why do we do this to ourselves, Donnie? Why do we play this game?
It's an absolutely sick game. That's what it is.
Oh, brutal stuff.
250.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Ochana raising to 250,000. Hart defends out of the big blind with 6-5 suited. Ace-3 for Ochana. 9-4 deuce with a couple of diamonds. 1 heart. $200,000 from Ochana. Quick call from Hart. King of Hearts on the turn. Hart now adds a flush draw to go along with that gut shot, straight draw that he has. Ochana's ace high is still best. King probably a card Ochana wants to just continue on.
I didn't, but I believe the guy.
Range, it is Hart. He does just that.
What did he? Do you remember what he ordered? Oh, I'm pretty sure he busted it.
625.
625 is the bet from Ochana, and Hart is in there. Hart needs a heart. Deuce of spades.
Oh, you know what? He wanted a green tea with lemon and a little bit of honey.
Heart's
Yes,
tea
just
has
a little
finally
bit.
arrived. All the way
Only
from
'cause that's
India,
my
as he
order
said so
normally.
himself not too long ago.
Hart looking like he wants to.
And I'm not
fire
taking
at this
orders all
moment.
day,
I mean,
so it's only one I have to
I think
remember.
correctly recognizing that. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously 6
No
high is
worries.
not going to win.
I think those guys on the
They're
rail
so
might.
small.
And I can order.
Was it 400,000 into 2.2
I'll order
million?
for them.
Now, of course, we can
just
see
ask
that
them what they want, and then I can. Or actually, yeah.
Ochana only has ace high. Steady Eddie, can he find the call here with just ace high? It'd be a wonderful display.
I like that you're real drinking. I like that you're real drinking.
Yeah.
Oh, he makes the call with ace high.
Ace high.
I mean,
Wonderful.
hard just bet too small. I mean,
wonderful call from Ochana.
I mean, you even heard Eddie Ochana say it there. Like, I just got to see it, getting that price, you know, seeing what you're playing with, what you're doing, which tells me that if Hart came with any sort of reasonable sizing there, it would have got through.
Yep, that's what it seems like.
See bet, flop, check.
Brent
check.
Hart costing
Bet,
himself
call, and ace high.
quite a bit
Call
here,
was ace high.
down to 5.1 million.
You didn't see that.
Ochana now soars up over 11 million in chips, back into the lead, leapfrogging Queen. Right now, it's a two-man race between Ochana and Queen.
Bet 250.
Marashli on here, out of the cutoff, 250,000. Hart, king 10 off.
2.7.
Be a decent 3-bet candidate here. Some
About
good
that,
properties, blocking some premiums. You are facing a late position open, which doesn't necessarily have to be the strongest of hands. Hart does elect to call. Seems to be pretty in line, though, with his MO throughout this day of play. More calling than pre-flop aggression. Ace, Queen, 6.
Check.
Hart's got a gutter to Broadway. Top pair for Marashli.
Now, if you're Marashli, you know, having learned a bit more about Hart's playing style, do you want to give him a chance to do the betting for you, given the fact that your hand is not that premium ace? And in this case, we see him betting, of course, but I'm just sort of conceptually trying to look at this hand.
I mean, I think it's fine to bet here at some frequency. I think it's fine to probably check back as well at times and kind of go both ways. I'm not sure Marashlian has a hand that's ultimately going to get 3 straights of value, so can probably take some kind of different paths trying to get 2 streets of value maximum. So maybe we'll see a check back here. Maybe if he does bet here, it's a check back on the river, depending on if Hart comes with this.
I'll take a
bet
Fiji.
here. You want to, you want to target
Yeah, I got
some queens.
Make that 2, please.
Did they get anything?
Marashli takes
Did
it
they
down
get
with a
anything?
bet of 665 on the turn.
Okay, they got you.
And Hart now down to 4.6 million. Ochana in the lead, 11.2. Queen on 10.6.
That tired?
And then a
Yeah.
huge gap to the next closest player. So, Donnie, from an ICM perspective, it's Ochana and Queen, and all the rest is sort of concerned about their situation at this table.
Before this. Mystery
Yeah, I
buy.
mean,
secret is
it's going to be
you,
really
just
interesting to
buy
see
and
how
day
these
2.
other players maneuver
Against
around
your
the
will.
situation. I mean, it's probably just tight is right for the most part.
I'm old.
Or at least proceed with caution, I should say. You know, like, for example, right here, Yankov, I think he's going to come with this one, come with the raise, king, queen suited. But then we'll see how it develops after that. You have seen plenty of raise folds as well, you know, so it's not like you should be overly worried about getting into a pot because everyone's just going to be raising and re-raising you. Here, though, we're going to see a re-raise. Ochana, the big stack, finds the ace-king.
Yep. Donnie, is Yankov raising here with the intention of
They were like
folding?
nearing us. They had like.
They were, but then they.
He's been so tight.
Yeah, I mean,
14, 14.
it's probably in the raise fold bucket, yes. I mean, you're just in that weird bunched up area with these chip counts where, you know,
Show some life.
you're not the shortest stack. The shortest stack is Taylor Black,
15.
so you
He said
kind of
we're not
probably
doing a
want
He
to
said we're not doing a
outlast
break.
him.
We're going to do it after the next level.
Yeah, ask Andy.
No worries. Yeah, he changed it
He's
up.
running over there.
Well, you should get him.
Yeah, we need a floor.
He knows.
The blinds are supposed to go up too.
We have 30 seconds.
It wouldn't have happened yet anyway.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right, the 3-bet is to 680,000. Giba's got ace jack here in the small blind, but would imagine this ends up in the muck. There it is. Taylor Black also folds.
80-60-60 now. 80-60-60.
We got a free 40 seconds.
Action now back on Yankov, and as we discussed, nothing automatic here for him, especially given the stack sizes.
Also, you have a $21,000 pay jump, so certainly a hefty one as these pay jumps continue to get bigger. I mean, I know King Queen suited obviously looks very good when you look down on it, right? But you are getting 3-bet. And I think the 3-bet looks strong. Yes, Ochana is the biggest stack at the table, so he could be leveraging that. But you're opening off a much shorter stack, 18 big blinds from under the gun. So in order for him to attack that, I would assume that he's probably pretty strong himself. I mean, when we started this final table, when it was 9-handed, I mean, Ochana had the chip lead, but he wasn't really getting involved at all. You know, he's kind of just sitting back and playing his cards. So if you're recognizing how Ochana is playing, I wouldn't lean that he's stepping out of line, which would then incentivize me more to put this into the fold bucket. Again, it's hard, you know. You don't get that many good hands to play. You're shorter on chips. King Queen suited looks pretty good, right? But
then again, also Donnie, you can't be folding this hand either. So you're sort of raising, hoping to take it down, maybe go to the flop. See,
yeah, I mean, just open folding is.
It's not a thing.
Because there's going to be a lot of times when this raise just gets through, and you pick up the blinds and ante, and that's that. Or maybe the big blind defends, and you know you can win it post. No big deal. He does elect to give it up, and correctly so.
Disciplined fold by Yankov, 1.9 million. He is still just a smidge ahead of Taylor Black on 1.7 million.
160.
It's a weird number.
81.
Yeah, they decided to do the old structure instead of coloring up and doing 150.
60.
No 150.
No 150. Right to 160.
Okay, interesting. It's too big. 160 too big.
They want us out of here.
So right now you have Black on 10, maybe 11 big blinds there in the small blind. You have Yankov on about 12 big blinds or so. Those are the two shortest stacks. Chip leader is Eddie Ochana, just under 12 million for him. 70 big blinds.
Which one?
Hart is in there with the raise from the cutoff. Holding that ace. Good card to have here. And now Yankov's gonna get a little bit more tortured here. King Queen off.
Oh man, got a feel for the guy. Donnie, how much does the decision making here have to do with, you know, your, I guess your financial status, or perhaps, you know, whether you're deep in makeup, yes or no?
If ICM is for poor people or not? Is
Exactly.
That
that's exactly what I'm asking.
I mean, if you're playing to win, I mean, you might just 3-bet rip this, and who cares? You know, if you really don't care.
does decide to move all in.
Yeah,
Count requested.
They said we're gonna stop at 7.
I don't know. It's been pretty unclear. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And our
I
floor
hope
is
we get a
over
late
there,
start tomorrow, like
doing winners'
4
pictures.
o'clock would be nice.
But the 4 o'clock start. What?
I wanna look good.
You need a whole day? What are you
Get
the beard. If I come tomorrow, my beard's gonna be up to here. That's
That's how long. That's how little it takes.
Oh yeah, this is from yesterday.
Hart did request a count here. 1,780,000 is the shove. I know we can see that he's ahead here with the ace-6, but I feel like it would be a pretty ambitious call given what we've seen playing style-wise from Yankov. And Hart does give it up there. I do like the shove there from Yankov.
Whenever the floor strolls back over here, I'll ask him. I think they said 7, but I don't know if that's confirmed. I can still actually sit down and eat dinner if we play till 7. So I'm about the next half hour.
80. Otherwise, it's level 30, right?
Otherwise, he said it says 5 on the structure sheet. It says flight
2 a.m. hard cut
on
2 a.m.
No
I thought
matter
it was
what.
3 a.m.
happening, but we are playing down to
That's
the
better than
final
3 a.m.
7. So one more elimination, and then the night will be concluded. And tomorrow, the final table will play out on PokerGO.com. I believe Ali Najad on the commentary with a sidekick, of course. Donnie and I will
How you doing?
be back on the call as it stands right now. Back on the call on Sunday, Donnie.
Yeah, it looks like Ali Najad with either Nick Schulman or Brent Hanks. Nick Schulman is still in the 10K limit hold'em, so I'm guessing probably not him. He had a good stack when I was out there on our recent break, checking out how things were going. So I would imagine that as long as Nick is still in that tournament, then
I mean,
Brent Hanks will be hopping in the booth.
Our schedule is stacked the
I
next
saw
few
6
days.
and a 2 maybe?
So tomorrow, this final table.
Close.
And then Sunday, or excuse me, Saturday, 25K 6-max final table. Ali Najad, Nick Schulman, and Jeff Platt. Then, Donnie, you and I are calling the shootout on Sunday. And then Monday, 10K PL08.
It's a lot
Tuesday,
of chips I gotta give you.
25K No Limit Hold'em High Roller on the main stage, and you and I are going to do the final table of the Gladiator.
Well, I'm planning to be at the final table of the
Okay,
Gladiator,
fair
so
enough.
just start searching for a replacement right now.
It's gonna me and Phil Ivey doing on the call.
That's it. I'm in.
These red chips should have been going a long time ago.
Right.
Huh?
I agree with you. We should have just done 125, whatever.
Yeah, something.
150, 75, 125. That's 75, 150.
A couple of kings here for Giba.
Raise 320.
Makes it 320,000 min raise. Out of the hijack seat for Giba.
He wins fair and square.
John are gonna let it go from the big blind.
You're not gonna show?
So what? I got to show?
He showed.
I show a muck?
Yeah, he showed.
Why you want to see a bad hand? Like queen 5 off. I mean, I could have defended, but take
A few beverages on the rail
queen 5
here.
off. Good?
Seems as though
Yes.
some players,
and I are
some
lying.
friends
Best hand.
of the players might have bagged chips or busted
Split,
and are now
yeah, check.
observing.
Hard in there, 325,000 with a couple of fives. Rosh Leon here in the big blind with a suited queen 4. He's going to defend.
Oh. I'm good.
5 in the window, followed by a 3 and a deuce. There's 1 heart out there, so this could get interesting. Rosh Leon's got the open-ended straight draw with the backdoor hearts. Top set for Hart. Hart comes out firing after he was checked to 220,000. Call made. 10 of diamonds on the turn. $800,000 here from Hart on the turn. People gotta stop knocking over those cameras.
As soon as this beer starts flowing, Donnie, all of a sudden people are trying to tear our set down. If we get a big final table like the Gladiator, I think the camera's gonna fall over.
I'm here for it.
Remember last year with
Ryo.
Thank you. Ryo. That's literally who I was thinking of. It was madness. Complete madness. All right, night has fallen in Las Vegas, but please take your game to the next level. You don't need these sweaters right now because it is 100 degrees outside after midnight in Las Vegas. But still, when you're playing in these chilly poker rooms, you might want to get yourself a sweater. Go to shop.pokergo.com to find the official PokerGO merch. We have nice exposures, again, t-shirt, and a whole bunch more in our official shop. Hoodies are very comfortable, I must say. I've got one of each in my own closet.
It's 92 degrees outside right now.
So ridiculous.
It does look like next Saturday, so not this upcoming Saturday, but following one. The high is 86 degrees, so we're coming back down to normal.
We're coming down?
Yeah. But the next couple of days, 108, 105, 102, 102, 107, 108. We're all going to be fried.
The worst part is that you can burn yourself on the weirdest things. Like little metal thingy for your seatbelt?
I burned myself on getting coffee, put my arm out to get the coffee, and I touched like the top of my door, and I was like, oh.
Oh man, people are not supposed to live in this place. People are not supposed to live here. Hart raising it up with queens, and queen has ace 3. This will never not be funny to me. So queens versus queen.
This is an under the gun raise from Hart. Big blind defend from queen.
Jack 4-6, 2 clubs. Not much to go chase after here for queen.
Okay. I need to watch out for those mashed potatoes. My stomach's a little on fire. There's too much butter. Yeah. But oh, it's nice and cool over here. Whew. You wouldn't believe how. No.
Someone needs to design like studio lights. But that. Whoa. Okay.
That was.
I was thinking this wouldn't be a bad spot for queen to maybe come with a check raise there. I mean, if he gets flatted, you know, he does have that ace of clubs that could turn into some backdoor possibilities, but Hart just slams in the chips and says, we ain't going no further. And if you got something, then just call me.
What's the benefit of Hart check raising all in that fast? If you
well, he bet, got check raised and then jammed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But why did he go all in so fast?
I mean, that's just been how he's been acting. I mean, you know.
I feel like if you ever have a bluff, you always have to think about it at least a little bit.
Well, yeah, and remember when he bluffed with the 6-5? He thought on the river.
Right.
And then he came. Every other action that he's had, he's been very quick.
160, right?
So maybe that's a little bit of like a timing type of
That could
tell.
have been very dangerous.
You know, he paused when he had that 6-5 against Ochana. He looked at his chips, you know, probably thinking, you know, what am I going to come with? Ultimately came with a very small bet and got picked off. And we're going to see Taylor Black get his money in here. There it is. 10 big blinds into the middle with pocket tens.
Taylor Black was the chip leader after busting Brian Rast in an epic hand quite a few hours ago. But since that moment, he has not been able to collect chips along the way. And now he finds himself all in and not at risk because Hart's going to let this one go.
This one's a good one for me or for you?
The first one is a good one. We've already seen the second one.
I'll show you better than I can
Shout
show
out
you.
to RFID.
Ooh. Wow.
Wow, what?
Full gamut of emotions there. I didn't know what to expect.
Let's go.
Black finally able to pull some chips in his direction as he climbs back over 2 million. Still the short stack.
All right, you just pay me back, man. It's easy. Easy fold. How you doing?
Also worth noting,
Good.
you know, Ved hasn't been involved at all. And he's just kind of slowly, very slowly, because it's just blinds and antes as the things move around the table. But he's now below 3 million, so you got Black as the shortest stack, Yankov just in front of him, and then it's Mirage Leon a little bit ahead of that, and then Ved. All three of those players sub 3 million chips.
Relax a little bit.
Whoever, for people to make it.
This is the final 8 players in event number 16, $5,000 no limit hold'em here at the 2024 World Series of Poker.
I know, but the way your glasses are, it looks like you're just
Bringing you some day 3 coverage for free across PokerGO, the PokerGO YouTube channel, and select fast channels such as Pluto. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in, especially thank you to everyone who's been here from start to finish. Started at 5 p.m. Las Vegas time. We are still here at just past midnight. If you are watching on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. That's the like button for us. That's the currency we ask for. Would encourage you to subscribe to the channel, turn on those notifications. While the majority of our World Series of Poker coverage this summer is going to be taking place on PokerGo.com, we are doing a lot of stuff on the PokerGo YouTube channel. And you can know when we go live, you can know when Remko's dropping new videos every single day if you hit that notification button.
Nice to meet you. So you live in California?
I do.
Yankov here, Queen 9 of diamonds getting involved with a raise. Hart hits him with a 3-bet, kicks it up to 900,000 out of the small blind.
Of course.
It should be enough to get this one done. Yankov has been very deliberate with all of his actions. So.
Really? I've never been there.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
So much snow in the winter. Springtime, summer. It's
Shout out to
You're married
moderators,
or?
Christy,
No.
Russell. Thank you guys. I know Teddy, you were in there at some point. I don't know if you're still around. I know it might be getting late for some of you.
21? 41.
Yankov does give it up.
I just turned 50 this year.
Did you? Oh, wow. Is it 50?
These final 8 players guaranteed $66,464. Currently on a pay jump of right around $21,000. Up top for the winner, more than $660,000. Once we get to 7 players, they're going to bag it up for the night, come back tomorrow. The final 7.
Yeah.
That final table will be played out on PokerGo.com. Ali Najad will be joined by either Nick Schulman or Brent Hanks. I believe that's the plan. As I mentioned not too long ago, Nick is still in the 10K Limit Hold'em Championship that's playing out on the other side of the room. So if he does advance to the next day in that tournament, likely going to see Brent Hanks hop in the booth alongside Ali Najad. Eddie Ochana here, the current chip leader, comes in with a raise, Queen 6 suited. Hart calls on the button. Now on Giba in the small blind. He's looking at a queen 9 suited. Nope, puts it into the muck. Black's 8-7 off into the muck as well. So heads up here between Ochana and Hart. Hart does dominate Ochana, not that he necessarily knows that. 9-6-5. That vaults Ochana into the lead with a pair of sixes. He checks.
That's giving you shit.
Как няма да го е вар? Пак нямам попит дама си утът вале джус. Ще го колна? Ще го колна да видя по...
Hart checks back, 4 of diamonds on the turn.
Sure.
Ochana continuing to play this one slow. Hart checks behind. 3 of hearts on the river. Check mark goes to Ochana as long as he doesn't fold this hand. Check, check. That 6 is going to work for Ochana. And Steady Eddie up over 12 million in chips.
That is the steadiest of Eddies with the way he's been chipping up. Very impressive stuff. All right, chat. Let us know right now. Who's going to be the next player out? We have quite a few short stacks sort of in a staring contest of like who's going to be the one to risk it all first. Ved has been slowly but surely drifting down into the abyss. The abyss in which Black and Yankov are already waiting, and Geba is not too far ahead either. And after being the chip leader for quite some time, Marashtian now also on 2.6 million.
Ved finally going to find a hand here that he can get involved with. Let's see if this works. 325,000.
They don't take care of us here for drinks.
Yeah.
For 2 Fijis, it's been 45 minutes.
Yeah, our poor guy asked for tea and then they came over without it.
Oh, somebody ordered too?
Yeah, he ordered and then they came back with their drinks. He's like, oh, I ordered tea. And then.
And he never came back after that?
No, he did come back, but he didn't bring it the first time.
I ordered water, he didn't bring it.
Yeah. Is he the guy out there? Is that him? I don't know. I feel like sometimes they like forget to come up
Action
here.
folds round to Yankov in the big blind with 9-5 plus.
Is there a tournament going on in there? I didn't see any when every time I went past there. On our dinner break I went through there, there was nothing. It looked like they were just, there was nothing in there.
Yeah, I'm only 133 entrants over there, and first place is 300K. Sheesh.
Limit hold. No one wants to play anymore.
But I'm saying it's still 300K.
I was gonna fire it.
Shante, you said Shante?
I never played a limit game in my life.
I played it a fair amount. But I mean, yeah.
Yankov does decide to let
really
it go.
good players over there.
And Ved seemingly winning his first hand in a very long time. He has the lowest VPIP at this table with only 12%.
When did you start playing?
It's down 360K since the start of final table play.
Kind of like that was like the tail end of limit, right? That's about when I started playing, but I played a little bit of limit before. Like 9, 10 head.
Always process.
Quite a day so far already. If you've missed
it's a
some
lot
of the earlier action, we'll be posting some highlights and some of the best hands on our YouTube page, and one of the hands has already gone viral.
It's
Erik
fun because
Seidel
I played so infrequently.
getting eliminated by a one-outer on the river. That clip is on our PokerGO Twitter page.
That's the limit, man. Take it easy. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy.
Hey, good to see you.
Queen raising it up with ace-7 off. Brent Hart getting in the mix, calling with queen, jack of diamonds.
What's going on?
One heads up to the flop here.
I don't know his name. I don't know his name. Good player, very solid. Yeah.
Flop comes out queen, 7 deuce. A gin flop, as I like to call it, for heart. Flops top pair with the queen high flush draw.
How you doing, Adam?
Pretty good.
Yeah? Which one's your friend? Oh, two? Oh. No, not since the Bahamas. Yeah. On the final table
Hard
to
bets
Colorado.
300K.
Oh, we were just
Queen
talking about
makes
this
the
the
call,
other day.
king of spades
you were
hits
there.
on the turn.
You flew on like a $200 flight.
Hart
Yeah.
decides to slow it down and catches the diamond on the river. Now, of course,
Collected
we
a
can see
quick
that queen
25K
only
plus
has a7, but still, Hart is going to go for some value here on the river with his mate flush. Here it comes. Hart bets 900,000 on the river. Gonna walk on this hand. Let's see. It's gonna make some extra money here. Hart is, excuse me, queen is giving it some serious thought, but he's gonna let it go.
Sounds right.
Understandably.
2 a.m. it is,
Queen
fellas.
with a yawn.
Yeah.
Donnie, after 3 days of playing poker, is it still possible to play your A game, or is it inevitable that you're going to start making some small mistakes?
I mean, I think it can go either way. You know, kind of just depends on the player.
Is it?
Some players can
11:48.
lock in for long, extended hours. Some players, you know, the fatigue will ultimately get to them and could cloud their judgment in some spots and cause some errors. I think it's one of those things that, you know, you're probably a bit more likely to not falter if you have experience playing tournaments, even playing long cash game sessions, whatever it may be. If you're more newer, more green to something like this, the grind can ultimately get to you. I think you probably see that the most when it comes to the WSB main event. I mean, that's the longest tournament. You know, 2 weeks of grinding essentially is what you're going through there. And if you're not built for it, yeah, you're pumped up on adrenaline and all this sort of stuff, making a run. But I mean, it just gets to the end and you're just kind of like, man. And then one small step, I mean, it can just absolutely derail everything.
You win.
Taylor Black finally gets the win one again, keeping his stack hovering around the 2 million mark.
That's why I think, I mean, Patrick Leonard, I know talks about this a lot on his social media, mostly on his Instagram stories, but when he loves to play the big online series, Scoop, W-Coop, etc., and really grind those out. He also loves to come out here for the World Series of Poker and put in a good amount of volume. You know, he's the type of guy who has always talked about the preparation that you can do before getting into a grind like that. So if you're someone who's coming out to the World Series, whether you've already like come out, you know, or maybe you're coming out in a week or two, maybe come out a couple days early, get adjusted to the time zone wherever you're from, maybe hop in some smaller tournaments around town just to get used to like getting into the swing of things, adjust your sleep schedule, stuff like that. I mean, if you're someone who, let's say I have a regular job, me for example, right? I mean, I work for PokerGO. Normal times, I'm up at 6, 7 a.m. Come the summer, things change a little bit. You kind of have to adjust. I mean, I'm still kind of getting up early because I have to deal with my kids and whatnot, but you know, you still have to adjust your schedule. You know, if you're just expecting to operate the same way when tournaments are starting at noon, at 2 p.m., stuff like that, and they're playing very late till midnight, well, yeah, I think you're going to probably set yourself up for maybe not failure, but you're going to be less prepared overall. So I think little things like that can go a long way and pay big dividends.
It's funny you say that about adjusting the schedule. I'm also an early bird like you most of the year. And then during WSOP, I'm sort of like jet lagged even though I'm not traveling anywhere. It feels so strange to me after, having a good morning routine throughout the year to fall back into WSOP hours where all of a sudden you're up late at night. And as I'm getting older and approaching 40, it's getting harder and harder to get used to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Back in the day, Donnie, you and I would do 24-hour shifts, no problem.
Well, yeah. We're young little whippersnappers running around, not a care in the world.
Oh, man. Meanwhile, action on the flop here. Ochana betting with 9-7 on king 7-5. Gets it done. Shows it. Donnie, it's the haves and the have-nots, and there's 4 players right now who could. Oh, excuse me, not 4. Let's call it 4. Let's give Geba the benefit of the doubt here, as
well. Gabe is probably in the worst spot in a way. I mean, he's just going to be handcuffed, right? He's far enough away from Black, Yankov, and Ved that he's closer to Ved, but that and Marashlian, that he doesn't want to really screw something up, because if this plays out like it might many times, then he's going to get at least a ladder or 2, for sure, right? So he's just going to be in this kind of weird ICM jail right now. Queen, heart, yes, they still have to worry about Ochana, and they can get dented, but they have a little bit more flexibility.
Yankov had the raise fold earlier. Now he finds ace-9. Is ace-9 similar to king-queen off in that same scenario, Donnie?
Yeah, I mean, you might stick it in the raise fold bucket. Like, it's still a decent hand, right? You have a good property in the fact that you have an ace, so you're blocking some premium holdings from your opponents. This one coming here in late position helps out as well.
Well, Yankov is going for it.
Yeah, given his stack size, 9 big blinds, 9.5 big blinds, whatever it is, all of it, or just about all of it. Gets it through, back up to just about 2 million.
Two again?
No, 1.8.
Folds around to queen, second largest stack, has king jack off with heart behind him in the big blind. It's a raise to 525 from queen.
Queen takes this one down. A little blind battle.
Go to party.
You got it through?
You gotta go to party. Go to party.
You full?
You got to party.
How are you out here full?
Huh?
Just gonna let him punk you like that?
I know, right? That's exactly what he did.
You can see it. I had a pretty good hand.
That's exactly what he did.
Unbelievable.
Punk you like that. You wouldn't have stood for that shit. I know you. You would have re-popped his ass. 1.4. That's what I should have did. Huh?
Yeah.
Next time. Next time. He called me slipping. Call.
Ochana here, 325. Hart has already made the call for the additional 245. Now Geba with King 9 of diamonds in the big blind is going to come along as well. We've got 3 players involved. Diamonds or hearts could make this interesting. Ochana being the big stack and being in position has quite the advantage here. Ace, Queen, 10 rolls off the deck. Neither player with an ace. Question now being,
He check?
does Ochana want to get crafty here, especially that the fact that Hart is a little bit handcuffed by the fact that Geba is behind him on the short stack, but not a care in the world. Hart just tosses it in here with King 5 of hearts.
I mean, it does help that there is one heart out there on the board, so he could back into a flush here. Ace of diamonds on the turn here. Hart checks. Ochana checks back.
Okay.
4 on the river.
King high.
Check, check. King high is going to do it.
Wow.
King high, huh?
Kind of like there's a bunch of people are kind of
You call with ace 3.
3 people on the team.
Learn from the best.
Right.
The kid in the 1 seat's got like 3.2 million or something.
I love comments like that.
I have to call with ace 3.
You did?
It's personal, though.
Show me that
Because
in the
it's
book.
like the ace 3 call is an entirely different situation than this
supposed to
one.
look like I wanted to.
I know,
But like,
I gotta see it.
you
Sometimes
just
gotta
equate
show me
the two things, and you're like, you did that, so I did this type.
Right.
You know, it's just funny.
Well
I
played,
just
sir. I
love
tip
it.
my
love
cap
it.
to you. No gripe from me. Impressive. It was an impressive call. Weak bet from me. You're right. But I think you might have called 1.5 million right there. Let me see it.
What?
I don't know about that.
No, I said I think you might have caught a big bet there too. I was trying to save a little bit
Yeah, maybe. It didn't make sense.
in case you had it.
Small bet was scarier.
Hmm?
Small bet was scarier.
Yeah, that's why I did.
Not scary enough though.
Right, not
That's
quite.
fair enough.
It was right along that
Gotta
line.
find that perfect
I should have made it
scare level.
425. 475, I think, does it too.
Aces for Mirage Leon here. A welcome sight for him, as he's been trending in the wrong direction.
start the hand with
1,000
champ?
is the raise.
I don't know, like 2.
Ace 8 on the button
Yeah,
for
2.1.
heart. Not going to get any action here.
Easy.
Ace is wasted, Donnie.
Easy way.
Ace is wasted.
Easy until it's not easy.
Better than not
Thank you,
getting
Paul.
If you're still with us here tonight
Have a
at
good
this
one.
late hour, 12:30 in the morning in Las Vegas, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We got daily highlights on the channel. We are streaming almost every single day on YouTube as well as on PokerGO. We very much appreciate everyone for hanging out with us. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. Give us a follow on Twitter as well if you are into that thing.
Is he like behind it?
We are one elimination away from being at the end of today's stream.
Sorry, I didn't have my headphones in.
There he is.
Ace 10 for Ochan.
Raise 325.
Still our chip leader. Is going to come in for the race. Meanwhile, Queen and Heart now tied in chips. Easy one for Ochana.
And Yankov back to 1.6 million, right there with Taylor Black. So 10 big blinds for both Black and Yankov.
Yeah, we're back on. We have a hand. You have a hand. Guy. LA guy.
Guy. Hey, Guy. Ochana with the hand as well. Pocket kings. Quite the hand.
Sorry.
Queen Jack suited for Heart. Now we know he likes to see flops. He's going to make the call. Heart is so volatile. It doesn't take a whole lot for him to put a lot of chips into the middle.
I was literally yelling for you, yeah.
Which, you know, could both be his downfall, but also it could be his surge up to the top if some of the boards break right for him. Ace, 7, 5, all hearts. Ochana with the king of hearts.
Beautiful.
Always an ace in the
Need
flop.
that to be spades.
Is this the hand I missed? Yeah. Nice.
You're welcome.
Yeah, pocket aces.
You had aces for sure.
I had aces?
Yeah. Yeah, doubled up, maybe.
I think you got to go with kings there. It's a very strong hand.
Oh, of course. I am 60 chips.
Did they get into the art?
I hope it was.
Did they get into the reader?
That'd
His
be
cards?
No,
You
they
know?
didn't. Should have swiped them.
Yeah, I should have put them in there, see if you had aces.
Oh, did it get swiped in? So we'll never know.
We'll never know.
It was queens.
With the queen of hearts.
Taylor Black tosses to his offsuit into the muck.
I'm so thirsty. Can't even get water up here. And
No.
it's sunny and
In the
everything.
desert.
In the desert. Sunny and they're drying us.
No, man.
The guy he hasn't
What's so
been back in
crazy
an
is
hour.
that my water was freezing cold. It's been sitting under this light. Now it's warm.
I mean, he hasn't been back in an hour.
It's like my bathwater, probably.
Room temperature
Actually,
now.
Where'd our floor go?
Donnie, if you're Yankov here, are you
Yeah, he
shoving
goes
in that corner,
usually
is that
here
him?
with Queen 8 suited?
Looks like him. I guess he doesn't need to do anything unless something happens.
Yeah, I can get down with the shove here.
We have a dealer on deck.
Looks like a race to 800,000. Vet is going to let it go. Now Ochana
How much
with
you start
ace
the hand,
7
buddy? Like
offsuit.
15.
1,500?
1.5 something.
Ochana with the big stack, Donnie.
All in.
He moves all in. Yankov deciding for his final chips. Has already decided that this is going to be the hand he's going to go with. He makes the call with Queen 8 of diamonds, and we have a coin flip situation here. If Yankov gets eliminated, the night will be done, and we will have a final table of 7.
Queen 8 of diamonds is at risk. He just raised like most of his chips.
So much cooler over here.
In the lead with ace high.
Yeah, he has one. Yeah, he has 6-8. The Queen 8, the guy has ace 7 with the 7 of diamonds. Let's see how accurate this is.
Here comes a flop. 4, 5, 10.
1 diamond.
Yankov looking for a queen or an 8. Running diamonds, running straight cards. But so far, it is looking very good for Ochana to extend this chip lead and to bring this event down to the final 7. And the ace on the turn is going to seal the deal. The day is done. Yankov is the last player to depart from this final table.
We go home.
As Krasimir Yankov collects a nice payday, Donnie, but nothing compared to what we're playing for tomorrow.
That hand that you laid down.
No, tomorrow it will be all on the line. 660K up top, and of course, the thing everyone is chasing, the WSOP gold bracelet, baby.
Absolutely. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me here for coverage of this event. It was an honor and a pleasure to call day 3 of this 5K no limits. Action will resume tomorrow. Ali Najad will be on the call. Action will kick off at 5 p.m. Las Vegas. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for the final table exclusively